So you've got that amazing wave pattern all the way across that pearlescent. So again, this could be for box tops, it could be for special projects. Again, it's a luxury cardstock. Where would you find anything like this? And that's what Keith does. We call him the Indiana Jones of card and paper, because he finds the unusual.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. How is everybody today? I'm shouting, I know, I'll calm down now. How are you all? We had a fabulous day at the NEC yesterday. Look at my hair. It's not hardly, is it? How are you all? When is this rain going to stop? When are the floods going to go away? When am I going to drive into work normally? Anyway, moan over. Oh! What happened then? Anyway, shall we do today's early bird? Now we couldn't. Oh, it's there. Ollie had trouble finding that the other day. Here we go then, today's early bird. Now, this shouldn't be an early bird. This is our studio sample, but this shouldn't be an early bird. Look. It's a Bridgewater stitch remover. Now, I know have we all checked that it's charged up? Anyway, you know what it says? It looks like a little lady shave, but it's for... Yes, you know Philip's Lady Shave. Oh, there we go, nicely charged up. You charge it up like this. You have got a little empty bottle there, and you've got a little brush to clean it. What's it for, you saying? Well, it's basically, Sally Ann Harrison came in one day, didn't she, years ago, and she had a lady shave with her, and I said, a beard trimmer with her. And I said, what have you got that for? She said, undoing. Anyway, she bought me one. And then we found this, and this is, it's like a little trimmer, but for removing stitches. I know, if you can see on this side here, look at this. I asked Charlie to do some stitching for me to unpick, and he's embroidered his own name on this piece of fabric. Safe on that side, so it won't ruin your fabric. And then on this side, if you can see there, can you see how it just goes backwards and forwards, and it takes them out? Right, should be £34.99. Early bird special. Woo! £29.99, £5 off. £5 off. I know, brilliant, isn't it? Now, you can do it a different way. We have got films and everything to show. Oh, look, Charlie's done all these different... My word, look, Charlie's been busy on the machine this morning, the thing. You can do it like this, to just set it off. It takes away the stitches straight away. Doesn't damage your fabric whatsoever. And then what I like to then do is just kind of... I don't know if I've done that enough, but open it up. There you go. I'm taking all those out straight away, look. And then literally just run along inside here. Really good for if you've done patchwork and you've got 1.8mm or foundation papers, you've got 1.8mm stitches. Fantastic. You can move a jeans pocket, you can move embroidery. Oh, there you go. How brilliant is that? £29.99. Sue said, good morning, John. How's the voice today? Well, it sounds a bit better, actually, doesn't it? Sounds a bit better today. Oh, you did it the other day, Ben. Oh, Ben, I was like this. Oh, it was dreadful. Claire says, good morning. Delia says, good morning. Love the shirt you wore yesterday. I was at the NEC yesterday. I was trying to think where I was yesterday. June Marsh says, holding on to my seat after the camera tilt. Yeah, I'm sorry, that was Big Dan's fault, that one. Jill says, morning. Violet says, morning, John. Good to see you yesterday. Have a lovely day. Did you have a lovely birthday? Violet's husband, a very handsome man he is too, he bought her an Elna 782 for her birthday. And then took her around the Sewing for Pleasure and said, buy what you like. He's a keeper, isn't he? Anyway, Patricia's morning, John. Love you. Thank you, Patricia. The other Jan says, good morning, John and all. Good morning, Jan. £29.99. Make sure you go through for this. And once you bought it, that's P&P paid for the day, remember. Message on my bottom. Morning, John. I had one for Christmas. Best thing ever. What, one of these? They are good, aren't they? Deborah says, good morning. Delia says, I love this one too, meaning this shirt. Marcia! I've got it's so funny. I just put it on the dressing room and thought this is Marcia's favourite shirt. Wonder if she'll be watching today. Good morning, lovely John team. You know what I'm thinking. Favourite shirt. There you go. Anyway, now, have we got one of it taken off embroidery? A film with it taken off embroidery? And I'll just carry on with this one here. I'm not going to unpick the Charlie one. I'll just throw that in the bin later. Oh, thank you, Dan. Leave it on that side. That's perfect. Thank you. Didn't have time to make my... Oh, here you go. Here's the embroidery. Oh, I haven't seen that one before. There you go. That's the back of it there. Beautiful. $29.99. Check out, check out, check out. $29.99. You've heard people saying how much they love it. Go and check the FIFUs. Go and check the FIFUs. He's going a bit fast on that one. I'm presuming it's a boy, anyway. Is that a boy or a girl? Are they ladies' hands? Oh, OK. I think your Alice needs to moisturise more than if your Alice's hands are like that. Anyway, let's move on. $29.99. Check out, check out, check out. Loads in baskets. Make sure you check out on that on today's early bird. Right, shall we have a look at today's menu? Do you know what? The other day, didn't even have a menu ready. Oh, it was chaos. Ollie was directing that day. We've got sewing room gadgets at 8 o'clock. At 9 o'clock, we've got the Market Day bag with Lucy. Now, it's not just one bag. The pattern has 2 bags in it. I know. Now, at 10 o'clock, we've got Permin of Copenhagen embroidery kits. Now, it's cross-stitch. It's cross-stitch this month. So a lovely Helen McCook's in to do that. So we're doing cross-stitch. Then at 11 o'clock, we've got the Clarendon Bag. Again, there are 2... What's that in the background? Oh, is that the green machine? Is that funny? It looks... there you go, in PU. And then at 12 o'clock, we've got Bohin accessories, and we've got a bit of hardanger. Bit of hardanger in that hour. Oh, sorry, that's right in the picture there. Hardanger in that hour. Now, 3 ways you can get in touch. First way is by email. studio@sewingstreet.com. studio@sewingstreet.com. Second way is Facebook Live, which is the ones I've been shouting out. Hilary says, lovely shirt, John, thank you. Sharon says, good morning, John and team. Back off my holidays. I did a social with Lucy last night. Really enjoyed it. There you go. I wonder why she looked tired. And then the third way is by the website, www.sewingstreet.com. You go there, your top right-hand corner, click on Watch the Show Live. There you are, the white box on the right-hand side. Write your message in there, and they're the ones that come on the bottom later. Scroll down the page, and in a minute there will be 2 columns. The left-hand column with things you've seen so far. The right-hand column is things that are coming up on today's show. So here's your gadgets and tools, gizmos, magnet, their pin thingies, pin catchers. You've got your vacuum there. You've got your thing to put on your ruler. You've got your acupops. I've not got those little pegs. Don't know why they're there. Saddle stitch thingy pony. We haven't got those lights either. Maybe they thought it was Christmas. Little lights. Oh, the LSO iron, $99.99. It is not $99.99. It's not. It goes to $85.99. Then we've got that. We haven't got many of those things left, the ones that look like big old phones. And then what else we got there? Thread cutters, all sorts of things. Keep going, keep going. It's slowing down. There you go. Lucy's first hour there. Beautiful. Pattern on its own and bundles and a couple of the panels on their own as well. Handles, retro, all sorts going on. Rivety ones, sew-y-on-y ones. Frogs. Oh, rivet. Then we've got, here you go, Helen McCook. Look, aren't these beautiful? Oh, are there? Oh, each of those get crashed. I wasn't told that in prep. And there's a bit of hardanger. We're doing the hardanger at 11 o'clock, not at 9 o'clock. Then Lucy's back with her second bag pattern. I think it's called the Clarendon. Hang on, here we go. It'll be there in a minute. Zip pulls, $4.99, look. There you go, the Clarendon. Beautiful. There's some things in that hour that, there's wash away quilters tape. You'll need some of that. Vaseline Lamy Flicks Glossy. I met the lady from Visalini yesterday. Yeah, okay, Visalina. Visalina. Beautiful. Then we move on to... there you go. Here you go. Bohin. Now, last time we did these needles, by the time we got to the hour, they'd all sold out. Oh, ignore all of those. They're not in it. The Archer ones, they're not in it. Ignore those. Now, did we ask Helen about her little scissors? Because we haven't got those on the trolley for some reason. Oh, yeah, ignore it. No. Yeah. But it needs to have a picture with it, Charlie. Oh, there you go. Who's doing it? Beautiful. Anyway, there they all are, the Bohins there. Yeah, right. So let's get started then. What we started with, did you say? Ruler safety handle, because it's limited stock now. Oh, I can get it myself. Oh, they sent me a new one. I know. Oh, hang on, ring. I'm waiting for Paul to ring back. He hasn't rung back yet. Not little Paul, buyer Paul upstairs. Little Paul was in last week, the week before. Yeah. Yeah, he just had one shift, I think, that was all. Right, I'll just pick up a little ruler, because I can't find a big one at the moment. Right, so this is... Oh, you wouldn't know, you wouldn't do it on a little ruler, that won't fit on there, will it? Where are the long rulers? Oh, here, I can do that big square one there. This is when you want to hold a ruler, but you don't want it. You won't need it with creative grids, but if you've got a slippy ruler, what you can do with this, see this here, the two suction pads, you push those down, you press that down there and that down there, which causes a vacuum. And then you can lift up, you see, so you can do all your cutting like this. Your hand's miles away from the rotary cutter, and it holds the ruler. Now, when Jane Alcock had a shop in Eccleshall, in fact, there was a lady at the show yesterday who used to shop in her shop in Eccleshall. She used to keep one on the ruler all the time, the 24.5 by 6.5, and so she'd cut her fabrics with it all the time. So she never had to worry about cutting a hand or it's slipping or anything like that. £9.99. Hello, Alan. I'm feeling good, thank you. Margaret says, good morning, John, Dan, Ben, and Charlie. Oh. At £9.99. She's on it today because she had an early night last night. £9.99. Oh, half the stock's in baskets. Half the stock's in baskets. Not got many of these now. I've not got many. And then when you want to take it off, what you do is you release that one there. You release that one there. Now, I had an issue with this the other day, didn't I? Because it... Yeah, no, but even with lifting the lip, it wouldn't work the other day. There you go. That one's worked. And then this is the one that doesn't want to work. You know, it's not going to come off straight away, don't you? Isn't it funny? It's always the same way. I don't know. Maybe I should have done that one first. No? That's really weird. It's because I've made my vacuum so strong. Both of them are stuck now, look. It will come off, I promise you. There you go. That one's come off. But it's just this one that doesn't want to come off. Come on, Dan. Is Dan going to do it for me? Am I going to do it? Just what, Dan? Stop muttering. Difficult. It's not difficult, really. Just we can't, with boys who can't multitask. Anyway, he's going to take it away and do it. £9.99, £9.99. Beautiful. Right. What's next? June Taylor seam ones. Ben's favourite thing. If you don't want to use a roller, now they have that new... I saw Rebecca Reed had a brand new seam roller. It looked lovely. When I came to it the next day, it's all sold out. $13.99. So what... Yes, she's in Canada now. On holiday, visiting her boy. So what you can do... Well, what? Yeah. Beautiful $13.99. So you can press open seams like that. You can even put this on your iron, warm it up, which helps it even more. Susie Duncan uses these all the time. Have we got the Beldray bobble remover in stock? I don't think we have. I've not seen it for ages, Margaret. Oh, and the studio sample's gone walking as well. The de-bobbler. We'll have a look for you anyway. Love this show. Oh, love this. Shows how good the suction is. I know, Wendy. It's really good, isn't it? On the last thing she's talking about, not this, if you just tuned in. $13.99. Lovely. I think it's made of cedar, actually. I think. Or beech. No, I don't mean cedar. I mean beech. Use wand as it is, or heat wood with a hot iron for flatter seams. Hard wood. Oh, you've got it off. Dad's got it off. Have you broken the ruler? You snapped the ruler. Used a credit card to wedge it off. Yeah. Hello, Tracy. Good morning. Good morning, Tracy. $13.99. $13.99. Just see if I've got an answer from Paul yet. No, not yet. Well, not, oh. What day is it? No. It was only supposed to be Kerry's at the thing today, NEC, and Hayley's on a break, on a holiday. But the rest of them meant to be in. Oh, no, Ian's not going to be in either, I don't think. Because I went up, they were like trying to prep for the weekend. I went, I haven't got time to prep now for the weekend. They're all, we're not in. Maybe they're all just taking the day off. But Paul hasn't. It's very unlike Paul not to answer his emails. Anyway, $13.99. Lovely. Oh, that's better. When I came in this morning, it was freezing in here. So I went and just checked. I put the aircon up just like 2 degrees, and it suddenly turned into a sauna. It's just nice now. Next. Yep. Now, I haven't got any biscuits or anything to crumble up to show you today. There's no Bourbons. Somebody's eaten all the Bourbons. Anyway, this is brilliant, right? If you don't want to... oh, actually, Dan, there's... Oh, no, it's there. If you don't want to carry a vacuum cleaner upstairs, you've got a caravan, you've got a car you want to clean, or anything like that, little, you've got cat hairs you want to get up, this is perfect for $34.99. What it is, it's like a little vacuum cleaner. Well, it is a vacuum cleaner. So you can do dry and wet vacuuming with, right? But what I would advise is you don't empty it before you do water. Just empty it after each time you've used it. Because you suddenly have to pick, because normally if you're going to be picking up water, it's an accident, isn't it? You need it ready straight away. I only say that because it was full of biscuit crumbs once, and then I showed how to deal with water. Then Kat just put it away on the cupboard, and it went mouldy because the biscuit and the water and everything like that. So always keep it nice and empty and ready for use. So this is your charging unit, which you can either just leave on the side there. It's got a normal plug on it. Or, you see this, you can screw it to the wall and have it as your charging unit and your storage all in one, you see, like that. On the wall there. Make sure you mount this on the wall, though, near a plug. Because it's no good being on the wall over there and the plug being over there. Oh, I've got some... Ooh.
I've snapped it off. I didn't bite it off.
All right, then. But...
Oh, it's got like a custody filling.
Oh.
Do you want me to do it?
No, it's fine. Thank you, Ben. Right, I'm using it without a knot. Oh. Oh, what? It's wet where he's bitten it. Anyway, it picks up your crumbs like that. Now, it does... So you charge it up, right? You charge it up. You have 2 nozzles. This is your dry nozzle here. That's for your dry there. Oh, there we go. It's got the... Hasn't got Auntie Pauline's glitter off the table. Oh, I saw Auntie Pauline yesterday at the fair. She came to watch because we were doing demonstrations, and I had Delphine on in the morning and Sandra Santangle on in the afternoon. And Auntie Pauline came to watch them both. She was there with her best friend. Auntie Sally says, good morning, John and team. Good morning. Anyway, but you can also use the other nozzle. So if you're at Hannah's house and she spilled her red wine or something, white wine, you can use it to suck up water as well. £34.99. It's a brilliant, brilliant, brilliant device. Loads of fee-foos on that one. Loads and loads of fee-foos. It's very powerful. It's very good. Ben uses this for his stairs. I would use it in my car, but I need a longer, between the seats, I need a bit longer than that between my seats. But it's brilliant for the car, brilliant for the garage, brilliant if you just got a little flat and you don't want a great big Hoover, you haven't got anywhere to store it. Vacuum. Oh, Ben used this for his boot when he got back from Cornwall. Good morning, says Donna. Good morning, Donna. Anyway, $34.99. Brilliant buy, that one. Absolutely brilliant buy. Oh, it's all the way over there. There you go. Stitch pony, if you're doing saddle stitch. Now, when yours arrives, it will be in 2 pieces. Dan's already put this one together for us. He likes doing building and construction and things like that. Basically, you can either put this unit here at the end there or in the middle there, depending on whether you want to put both legs over it or just sit on it there and have the stitch pony at the other end there. It is branded. And what it is you lift this lever here and that opens, you see. Oh, excuse me, hiccup. Then you put your work in there. It's when you're doing saddle stitching. Push that down. It clamps your vegan leather together, and you can do your saddle stitch like this, so you don't have to worry about holding onto it. But also Mabel, Lisa Lamb's little girl, she uses it when she's doing homework and things like that for artwork and things. Anyway, how much is it? $17.99. Yeah, $17.99. Sounds like I'm what? Did you say? I was conducting, not stitching. I was conducting. $17.99. Bag making. What'd you say? Leather making. Oh, leather work. Belt making, apparently. Where are you reading that from? Okay. Brilliant. Very easy to put together. I wouldn't say install. That's the wrong word. Assemble. Assemble is the word they're looking for. But you only have to do that bit there. That's the only self-assembly of the whole thing. $17.99. Now that looks like beechwood as well, doesn't it? Do we get through a lot of beech? Oh, there it is with the other end. There you go. There it is with the other end. Thank you, Charlie. $17.99. Oh, they've still kept the blue square then. Oh, no, I don't mind it on that. But it's when you have a quilt and you think your quilt's got a blue square around it. Morning, John, all in the studio. I got the stitch pony for my husband's birthday a while back and he finds it very useful. Does he indeed, Teddy? What's he use it for? Because the husband doesn't make dolls' clothes, does he, as well? Oh, a couple of messages about the vacuum. I have one of these, excellent, picking up birdseed. Messy, budgie. Chris. We used to have a minor bird, and blimey, they make a mess. I bought this vac from Sewing Street. It's fantastic, says Teresa. She shouts, say, look. Oh, Reva, sending lots of love. I won't put the message up, but sending lots and lots of love. Gorgeous, $17.99. Oh, here you go. Making leather items for historical reenactment. Oh, your house is so full of fun, isn't it? $17.99. Ben's trying to make a funny joke, but it's not working. Historical reenactment, he said, was it your first date? I didn't say that. Ben said that. If you want to complain, I'll give you the HR departments. Oh, no, you wouldn't have to go to HR if you're a customer, would you? Just go to the customer complaints. Good morning, Lintuit. Right, moving on. Where am I going now? Freezer paper. Now, I wasn't in the shop. I went past it the other day because I have to park there. Pardon? No, I was at the top of Stratford where Tesco's is. This is freezer paper, which is very good for lining drawers. It's very good for wrapping your meat in and to put it in the freezer. It's very good for applique. Now, someone else said applique this week as well. Really good. You've got kiddies round. They're going to do painting on the table. Use it as a tablecloth. One side, it hasn't got any glue on it. One side is papery, one side is waxy. But the waxy side will stick to your fabric. It won't leave any residue. So what Mandy Shaw does, the same as Tilda, is she draws around the shape and she sews through the whole lot. But that's already been ironed to a piece of felt or something, your fabric. Elsewhere, oh, it's gone up again. It's gone up again, £10.80 now at that shop. Exactly the same, was a direct comparison. Was a direct comparison, £10.80. £7.49. I don't know what that means. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you wrap your meat in it there, and it won't impinge on your fabrics. You have to seal it with freezer tape, though, if you're putting things in the freezer. Write the date on what's inside. Oh, I hadn't even thought about that. So you know what's inside it. That's if you put in your meat in your fridge. Freezer. I don't have any meat in my freezer. Kinga's watching, everyone. Kinga. Now, I've had my last day with Kinga now. She goes this week, but I work. Next week, yeah, she finishes next week. I think she's in 2 days this coming week. Where are we? Where are we this week? Oh, yeah, so she's in on Monday and Tuesday next week, and then that's it. She's off to have her baby. Oh. Anyway, Kinga said lots and lots of love. I didn't see her because the other day she came on air and we had a big kiss and everything and had a baby kiss, but I didn't see her at the end of the show. Oh, we love Kinga. Anyway, £7.49. She's having a baby. Iron cleaner stick. I don't know why I've been given an open. It's not like I'm going to do a demo, is it? Anyway, £4.99. This is brilliant for cleaning your iron. If you get anything on your iron. Now, this has been like this for at least the last 40 years. Because used to have this at Wimbledon School of Art, and I've done it in all the theatres, all the shows I've worked on, all the films I've worked on. It's always the same. Basically, what you do is you heat your iron up, you melt this onto your iron. It goes brown. Don't do it indoors. Do not do it indoors because the smell and the fumes are disgusting. You use like a lipstick, and it all comes off, and then you wipe it clean. What you've got to remember to do is, I'll show you on this one actually, is wipe. So you wipe it off here, but always make sure you wipe across here. Where are you going, Charlie? Which way are you going? Wipe across here, right? Because obviously the brown stuff, and then lips there. And also, if you've got a steam iron, before you put it on your fabric, steam it, because some of the brown stuff's gone in there. And you have to steam it out so that you don't stain your work or your blouse or anything like that. Oh, here you go. Oh, this is Hayley. She doesn't do it correctly, but here you go. So this is Hayley. Horrible. You keep your iron upright. Don't do it flat. Keep your iron upright so it dribbles down. I wonder where she's taken those pictures. Oh, it must have been in the old studios. Think it was in where we used to be before, Charlie? Think it was in there, in that, that funny kitchen behind where Elliot used to sit, in that corner there? Oh, it's not a home kitchen, no. £4.99. That studio's now a beauty salon or something, isn't it? Oh, yeah, I'm going to go and have fat freezing done. She's got no fat to freeze. But I think we've missed the offer of the cheapy. We can't go cheapy now. Anyway, £4.99. Now, this week, have we got the other one here, Dan, as well, please? We only launched this week. I think it was under that table over there, Dan. Or have you got it back there? When yours arrives, it will have its soulmate on like this. That's what it's called. This is called the soulmate. Right? Hang on, let me put it on properly. So when yours arrives, it will have its soulmate on like this to keep the ceramic safe. People say you can also hang it like that. I wouldn't do that, personally. But Aliso say you can do, right? So what you do before you do anything... Thank you, Dan. Thank you. Right, have I got a pressing mat on it? Or can I have a pressing mat as well, please? Right, so before you switch anything on, well, I'll show you around the iron. So you take this old plate off, first of all. Beautiful ceramic. Oh, no, let's do the price first before I start wittering away. It's on 3-way split pay, by the way, look. Which is naughty. We did that for the launch. Thank you. At £85.99. Now, we couldn't find anywhere cheaper than that. Then somebody messaged in saying there was one shop that was doing it cheaper than that, right? One shop. Obviously, there's another shopping channel where if you're a member of the club, you get it for £79, but obviously you have to pay to be a member of the club. So, anyway, it's a brilliant price, that's all I'm saying. So you've got your lovely ceramic sole here. Now, they call it a mini iron, but actually if you put it, oh, is it gone? Where's the mini iron? Oh, but you be careful. Oh, yes, there, thank you, Dan. I don't know, hobby maker move everything around, don't they? So they call this a mini iron, but look, that's actually a mini iron. That's actually the mini iron that we sell all the time. So just to show you the size. So a big iron would, a normal sized iron would be bigger. This is kind of the midway point, isn't it? Midway point, right? So what you do is, before you do anything, if you want to make it a steam iron, you open the back here. Oh, no, I'm having... There you go. Okay, so then you put your water in here. You do not get a jug with it. I'm not being negative. I'm not being negative, but you don't get a little jug with it. I'm just going to put some water in it now because you have to see this steam up. I'm just using my drinking water here. What have I just said? Don't overfill it, and I've just overfilled it. I've overfilled it a little bit, but never mind. Hang on, have I got any fabric on this side? Yeah, it's over there now. Right, anyway, so you've got to put your water in before you switch it on. Right, the other thing you need to do before you switch it on is decide whether you want it left-handed or right-handed. You go, what? An iron, left-handed or right-handed? If you think, well, actually, Janet Clare pointed out the other day, it's not only if you're left-handed, right-handed, because her ironing board is in a really odd place in her studio, and she has to have it. Oh, thank you, Dan, you're brilliant. Isn't he good? He's really good. He's really good. Oh, let me just get rid of some of that water, because it's a bit overfilled there. It's typical boy, not very good at taking compliments, is he? Oh, look at great big... Oh, my word. Got great big scratches on my hand. Oh, if Luther attacked me during the night. Anyway. So, look, you see here, I'll show you from upstairs. The cable comes out that side. But if I'm right-handed, right? Let me get my pressing mat. It's not switched on yet. But if I get my pressing mat, right? I like my cord to be on the right-hand side. However, if I'm left-handed, it's all in the way, isn't it? So what you can do is you can... Oh, and I've just filled it with water. You can undo these nodules underneath here. There's just little rubber. The rubber's under there. You take them out. In fact, I can show you where you can see the instructions, because the instructions don't come in the manual. As other people have said they do. They do not come in the manual. But if you go to our page where you buy it from, you go to more details, and then see full description, right? Look, you see the top bit there where it says download content. You can press it on it if you want. Will it show up? Look, so that's how you change it from left to right. So it means that, I've got one here, look, you see. So you can either have the cable coming out that side or that side. So if you are left-handed, you see, let me just take that off there. If you are left-handed, the cable's on the correct side, it's not in the way. Now, when you open it, the cable will still be attached inside. So you just have to make sure you don't catch it or anything. Because you're not near any electrics and you're not near any water. So it does not affect your 2-year warranty that comes on this iron, right? So then what you need to do... Now, which is one I'll put water in? Oh, it's the right-handed one, Right, let me plug it in now. Hang on. It's got a 1.9 metre cable. Plug it in, switch it on. Then you see the red light comes on there. Press your button, right? Then what you do is you see here where it's pulsating. Can you see it pulsating? That means it's not... Oh, it's reached temperature already. Oh, yeah, it's reached temperature already, which is fantastic. Now, oh no, it's pulsating again. I was thinking about it. It's got a lovely old-fashioned dial, so you can choose your temperature. So there you go, it's still pulsating. So that's telling you that it's heating up to the required temperature. Of course, I put it on number 3, which is the highest one. Now, whilst it's doing that, let me just explain this to you. If you're ironing and the doorbell goes, and it's your friend Sally from number 5, and you end up chatting, it switches, if it's like this, it switches off after half an hour. If you leave it like down, then it switches off after 10 minutes. However, if you knock it over, or the cat knocks it over, switches off 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Right, now, this is the fabulous bit. Can we have the lights down, please? Having the lights down because, look, how brilliant is that when you're ironing, to highlight the bit that you're ironing. Rachel kept saying, oh, if there's a power cut, you could keep ironing. You can't because it's plugged into the power. But you can. But what it means is you can see, if you're doing a little seam, you can, it switches off. Look, it switches off when you put it back up again. And also when you knock it over, look, can you see, is it flashing? Oh, hang on, let me see. Oh, there you go. So if you knock it over, it's going to attract your attention if it's fallen over. It cries for help, but it's switched off in 30 seconds. Now, steam-wise, you see on the bottom here, you've got lots of steam holes. You've got front steam and you've got, or top steam and bottom steam, right? Top steam, right? Look at that top steam, right? You just press the button on the side there and you get your top steam. However, if you want bottom steam, right, look, bottom steam. Look how powerful that steam is. Now, you see, Rachel kept making me turn it to the left or the right. I think it's better full frontal, don't you? Right, but then if you want power steam, press both buttons. Look at that, look at that, look, 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 look. And you can do it vertically and horizontally. You see? So it's brilliant. So if you're doing your curtains, I mean, it's brilliant, isn't it? It's absolutely fantastic. Right, is there anything I've forgotten? Charlie, is there anything I've forgotten? It's a gorgeous little iron. Oh, it's 1.9. No, hang on. 0.9 of a kilo or 2 pounds is what it weighs. And it's got this lovely ergonomically designed handle. Yeah, well done, Charlie. I knew there was something else. If you go abroad, right, so it's 110 or 220, the voltage, isn't it, right? It automatically recognises it. So if you go to 110 or 220, what are we? Are we 220? And in America, is it 110? Yeah, so it automatically recognises it. You don't have to switch it or anything. Obviously, you'd need to put it on one of those converter plug, not what they call adapter if you're in America. But yeah, automatically recognises it. Automatically recognises it. £85 and 99 pence. 3-way split pay. Look, 28.66. Check out, check out, check out. Now, what day did we launch it? Was it on Sunday? Tuesday. Was it Tuesday? Oh, yeah, because it was. I knew it was my first day. It was when I was with Janet Clare, wasn't it? Launched it on Tuesday. Right, I can tell you, we have sold hundreds and hundreds of these. So we sold out on the first day. Well, I say sold out. When we left, there were way too many people in baskets. Not everyone checked out. Then we got another 100 for the next day. They must have gone, because I've got the same amount again today. So we must have got more in now. But nowhere near as many as we had on the launch. Nowhere near as many as we had on the launch. Look at the split pay, 28.66. You pay 28.66 today. If you haven't bought anything else, you pay your 3.95 P&P. But if you bought anything else at all, you only pay 1 P&P for the whole day, remember. I know it's fantastic. From midnight to midnight, 1 P&P, don't add anything. And also, the split pay is completely free of interest, right? So we charge no interest whatsoever, because we don't send it to an outside loans company. We do it in-house. But also, we do not charge for the service of split pay. Just so you know, just saying. Just saying. Very good. Now, there's loads of there you need to check out. Good morning. I've just had an happy email saying my order is on the way. Oh, I ordered it on Tuesday. Very good service, Saint Street. There you go. Oh, so nobody's received theirs yet then? I think this is it. 85.99. Now, it's a lovely, lovely car. Oh, yeah, now the three-way split pay may not stay. It'll always be on two-way split pay because it's meant to be, the recommended retail price is $99.99, which means we go onto a two-way split pay. So each time we do it, we crash the price, right? So it'll always be on two-way split pay. The three-way split pay may go, that's all. So this is the aqua version. We've only got the aqua version. Ian was going on, when I first saw, okay, so Bohin, right? They gave me what, Paul gave me one of these last week. He said, this is your iron. This is for you to take home, to practice with, so you know what you're talking about when you come on air on Tuesday. Then Hannah sends me a message going, Hayley says, on no account must you keep that iron, bring it back tomorrow. My iron, I came here, there was another sample in the studio. We only normally have one studio sample, don't we? So that's mine, and this is the studio sample. I know. No, can't take it with me. The other thing I meant to tell you about the soulmate, no, they'll know, won't they? Because Paul will come and get that one. The other thing I tell you about the soulmate is, so when you get it, it fits in there. When you turn it over, it becomes your resting mat look as well. So it sits on, see that from the front, Charlie? There you go. Yeah, you know how you get, we sell little plates, don't we, just to put it down on your ironing board. So that's when, if you leave it like that, it'll switch off after 10 minutes, right? You see, don't leave it on your ironing board for 10 minutes. You leave it on the soulmate for 10 minutes, right? And then if it falls over, look, flash, flash, switches off after 10 seconds. But that's what Rachel was saying, that's really good because you might be on the other side of the room, not realise you've knocked it over, and you think, what's that flashing? What's that flashing like? I know, isn't it brilliant? Should we just do the light one more time? Lights down. Tonight, Matthew, I'm going to be an Aliso mini iron in aqua. Beautiful. Okay, there you go. Let me unplug that one now. There are loads in baskets, loads and loads you've got in baskets. When you put it away, put the soulmate back on, but wait for it to cool down. Wait for it to cool down. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that was the other thing. That was the other thing. You don't need any special water for it. You can just put tap water in it. Nearly every iron you're supposed to put special water in. You're not supposed to put tap water in most irons because it calcifies, which is why some of our Beldray ones say what's it called? Yeah, like self-cleaning, so it decalcifies it for you. But most irons, you're meant to use distilled water. Yeah, just use tap water. Just use tap water in this one. It's designed just to use tap water. It's fantastic, isn't it? Well, a lot of people don't know that. I mean, I just bung water in my iron at home all the time. But that's why it goes all white and calcified and things like that, because you're using... Yeah. Right, hang on, is that the hot one or the cold? That's the cold one. No, not taught these things, you don't know, do you? Right, okay, there we go. Brilliant. Joanne, morning. Just hung the washing out. Can I ask if the pressing mat is available, please? What, that one, it's a cutting and pressing mat. June Taylor will check for you now, my love. I don't know what you'd use this for. It's cute and it folds down, right? I suppose it's good if you're doing little half-square triangles and things like that. What's the matter, Dan? Dan's laughing at me now. Oh, would you? So Dan would, Ben would use it to display his Aliso iron. So it's brilliant if you're doing little half-square triangles or something like that, isn't it? It's not quite long, well, it wouldn't work as a sleeve board because that's in the way. £7.49. Beautiful. How did you do that then? Beautiful. £7.49. Beautiful, beautiful. £7.49. So tell me what you're going to use it for. Tell me what you're going to use it for. Yeah, it'd be brilliant for little seams. FPP if you're just pressing your seam. £7.49. More in baskets than we've got stock of now. No, it's a quilter's cut and press. Beautiful, £7.49. Gorgeous. Keep going through, lots of you there. Too many people got it in your baskets. Quilter's graph paper next. Says, now, this is what Becky Swan was talking about the other day. If you bought the alphabet builder block, and she said you can write Greek letters or Chinese letters. Well, no, she said because she's Chinese, so they're a little bit more difficult. If you want, if you want to write Greek letters and things like that, get yourself some graph paper. If you're doing a Janet Clare and you want to do colouring in of her, you know, kind of working at hers, then this is perfect for that. Well, I've got a pimple coming on my face. It's because I don't wash my makeup off when I go home. I should get into that. I know. Slutty. £6.99. Who's in there with you? I always sounded like there was a girl in there. Is it? No, it wasn't. No. Anyway, you can do... Well, it says here... Oh. Did they not used to say... Oh, yeah, 12, 8 and 4, but you can do any size you like. That's 4, that's 8, that's 12. You can do any size block you want to. You do a 6 by 6 if you want to. Up to you. £6.99. Oh, there's a massage. Can't see, I'll put my saddle to. Hi, Johnny. Who's grass paper for designing knitted squares? Oh, there you go, Ruth. Thank you. Where's Ruth? In Worcestershire. Why are we in Worcestershire here? Oh, wait. It's Redditch in Worcestershire. I never knew that. Oh, £6.99. It didn't work, did it? Beautiful. Right, who wants it? Joanne? I've got it here, the pressing mat. It's more than a pressing mat, though. So this side is your pressing mat, right? But this side is a cutting mat. Now, this is... Yeah, who's opened a new one? Where'd you get this nice clean one from, Dan? Did you open it, especially? I don't know. You see this here? They've got inventors who work at June Taylor, right? And this fabric here, when they print it up bigger, and then they bake it in the oven, and it shrinks down. So that is exactly an inch, and will never change from being exactly an inch. And the numbers are on the outside. So if you're measuring a block like this, see, you can see your numbers on the outside there. I don't know what's in here. It's really lovely and squidgy. But then this side, now this cutting mat is not self-healing. In fact, you know what? That side might be nice and clean, but someone's really been going at it on this side here. What happens is this is developed so that your rotary cutter goes along. It doesn't go into the mat. It only cuts the fabric. So it doesn't need to be self-healing. And it means your rotary cutter blade lasts longer. Are they only $49.99? I thought they were way more than that. Oh, okay, that's a brilliant price, $49.99. Joanne, I hope you got that, my love. Right, here, next. Easy quilting needle gripper, or a hemostat to you and me. There you go. These are very good for stuffing soft toys if you're doing them, but also excellent if you're doing hand quilting, because sometimes you can't pull the needle through, can you? These, now what you need to see this here, a lot of people get theirs home and go, oh, mine don't work. You need to separate that there for them to open. Then what you do is you put your needle in there, and you pull it through like that so it's got total leverage, because you can lock it closed so it holds the needle. $11.99. Brilliant. Daisy thread cutter. This is a thread cutter that you can take on an aeroplane with you. Because the blades are hidden, the blades are in there. So you cut your thread on the blade there. It's got a lanyard so you can wear it around your neck so you don't lose it. Suitable to cut thread and yarn. And, oh, well, hang on, John, come on. It's got, why can't I release it? It's got a built-in, there you go. Got a built-in needle threader. It was me trying to pull the whole thing. You just pull the top bit out like that. There you go, like that. Cute, isn't it? How much is it? $4.99. Ideal little present. You need to start thinking about Christmas presents now. Stocking fillers. Little stocking filler or little summer birthday gift. And the lanyard, you can detach the... No. Look. Look. I'd rather have a chocolate egg for Easter. Now, what date is it? Oh, yeah, you'll get it in time for Easter, because it's the 29th or 30th, isn't it, Easter weekend? Yeah, I'm on all that weekend. And, clocks go forward that night as well. Yeah, spring forward. So on the Saturday night going to Sunday morning, when I have to get up for work, not only is it Easter Sunday, it's also an hour less in bed for me. I know. $4.99. Lovely. Quilter's roll clips now, or Pat Butcher's earrings. These are for when you're quilting on your domestic machine and you need to roll your quilt up to get it underneath the throat space. $2.99 this one. $2.99. Gorgeous. I don't think mine are blue and yellow. Mine are orange. Do you mean these? So Easy Machine Quilting Finger Grips. Code CEZW12. Yep. Yours might be blue and yellow, because the picture on the website is blue and yellow. You get 3 big ones and 3 smaller ones. Their size is 12 and 14. Well, they're things for counting your pound notes with, look. There you go, they're the big ones. Oh, that one's even too big for me, that one. And then they're the little ones there. It tells you allowing easy movement and control of quilt layers while machine quilting. Oh, I see. So they're saying you put them on your hand like that. Oh. To grip the fabric while you're quilting. Maybe. Also very good when you get a new 10-inch layer cake. You know how I try and flip them and they get stuck all the time. These would be brilliant, like... We used to. Yeah. It was when it was sewing quarter. Soon, I don't know. I think you'll find that was Ian. Here we go. Lovely. What's next? The buttoneer. They haven't sent me one that's open, so I can't show you how to use this today. But, oh, now hang on. That's the refill pack you put in. So there's the refill pack for $9.99. There's your refill pack. You do get some in the actual machine itself, but that's when you want to have more. Now the buttoneer. Quick and easy to use, 40 fasteners included, instructions on the back side. $24.99? No sewing necessary, works on most fabrics, great for home, office, school and travel. It's really good if your hem drops down. Use £21.99. £21.99. Support thimble for easy application. Fasteners are inside the little handle there. You can replace buttons, repair a loose strap, hem pants, skirts or loose linings, and decorate crafts and clothing. It's like a little Kimball tag machine, look. Okay. I'm going to get the fan out. Now, I didn't think it was this colour. There we go. Like a soft dove grey, this one. Oh! Half the stock has gone on pre-order. Half the stock's gone on pre-order. £34.99, and it's on three-way split pay. That makes it about £11 something, doesn't it? So, I've switched it on. So you've got your different, the light on it. You've got your different power. Hang on. No, that's on and off. That's your light. How do you make it go on different power? Oh, there you go. Well done. I'd done it. I'd done, and I couldn't figure out what I'd pressed to do it. There you go. So you got your fan there to make it. Now, you can also make it bigger by unscrewing there you go. Hang on. Come on, John. Or is that it now? Oh, no, there you go. No, the thing's for making the angle, doing the angle, not making it bigger. And then this also tilts as well. Oh, that's nice. £34.99. Beautiful. Switch that off. I also seem to think, I'm sorry, I haven't prepped this one properly, because what happened was I gave it to Dan first thing and said, this needs to be charged up, and then completely forgot all about it. It folds up. Yeah. Yeah, but then how do I get that to there? Yeah, I've untwisted that. Oh, no, untwist that. There you go. There you go. There you go, and then it slides along like that. There you go. Oh, I wouldn't do that. Oh, I wouldn't do that. Imagine it fell off. So where's the leg then? No, it doesn't go that tall. Does it really go that tall? Yeah. £34.99. There's only one left. One left now. One left. Oh, we're going for a break now. Lucy Pickles is up after the next one. Show you the picture. The market bag, isn't it, first? Market bag. There it is. You get both patterns. You get both patterns. See you back here in 4.
Hi there, my name's Alison Marion and I'm thrilled to be joining the Sewing Street family. I live in Staffordshire where I run a couple of sewing groups, and I have a passion for vintage sewing machines and also applique. I've stitched in some form for as long as I can remember, but I absolutely love teaching and helping people stretch their skills and hopefully demystifying some of the techniques that can be quite daunting for beginners. So I'm looking forward to meeting the team and getting into the studio. See you soon.
Sewing Street is now available on Virgin Media, channel number 754.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1 P&P with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Blimey, if looks could kill. I just said to Dan something and he went like this. Like, evil eye. Like that. He's not listening. Lucy Picksley's here, everyone.
Hello.
So, Lucy Picksley, how are you?
I'm really well, thank you very much.
She is wearing Tula Pink. I just noticed she's wearing Tula Pink.
I am. I made this yesterday.
Oh.
Yesterday afternoon.
Right, isn't that quilt back in?
Pardon?
Is it quilt backing?
It is, but so it's extra wide fabric, yes, but it's quite tensily, quite soft and drapey.
Oh, no, it's gorgeous. Really gorgeous. Right, so what's the first... Where are they, the bags? Oh, behind you, see, right. I can't come and get them.
I'll get them.
So now this is the pattern with 2 bag patterns in it, isn't it?
Yes.
2 bag patterns. You've got 1 bag pattern like this, like a tote bag. And then this gorgeous bag here. We're loving it, loving it, loving it. Now, we've got 3 different colourways for you today. Let me put that there so you can see it. We've got 3 different colourways. You get a panel, and you get some fabrics, and you get your instructions, obviously. So which one first, please, Ben? Beekeeper's one, right? This is the beekeeper's one, right? So you get the instructions. Then you get 1 metre of your rose. You get 1/2 metre of your chambray. And then you get this, a panel. It's huge, this panel. Yes, I heard you first time. Thanks, Ben. Okay, lovely. Beautiful. The only way you can get this panel is, it's upside down, isn't it? Is in this kit. Is in this kit. Okay, there you go. Beautiful. Gorgeous. You're not using that one, are you?
No.
That's huge. It's huge. So for £32.99, you get your pattern, you get that massive panel, and you get 1.5 metres of fabric. You will need some stiffener and things like that. We'll go through all of that in a second. But this, the other panels I'm going to show you in a minute, you can buy those individually. You can't buy that on its own. It's only what's in the kit. Right, so that's that one. That's your beekeeper, or we can call it bee. Oh, you did call it beekeeper. Right, next. Retro. This one. Right, so this one, you get your chambray denim, 1/2 metre. 1 metre of your hot tomato, that looks like. And then... Yep. Oh, it's paprika. It's not hot tomato, it's paprika. There you go. And then this is gorgeous just on its own. Now, in a minute, I've got this on its own in a minute. £32.99. Beautiful, isn't it? I love all the stripes and the flowers and everything in there. Beautiful. No, I'd say it was earlier than this. I'd say very early 70s, that is. Very early 70s, not the disco 70s, early 70s.
We had a fab time designing them, coming up with 3 concepts of what we wanted. I love a bit of vintage.
Yeah, exactly. Right, so that bundle there is £32.99. Beautiful, isn't it? And that is what you're going to be using over there. That's what you're going to be using. And then the last bundle I've got, which is this one here, which you have your metre of your pink, and your 1/2 metre of your chambray, and your and your instructions, and then your bright panel. This is mine. This is the one I'd have. Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Ooh, gorgeous. I love that. Love that, love that. So £32.99, that one. Now, if you'd like the pattern on its own, available. I'll show you the pattern on its own here. Been very, very popular. To be very, very thorough, as always. Look, gorgeous. Oh. Oh. Is that the only pattern piece I need then?
Yes, indeed.
Brilliant. At £9.99. You're getting 2 patterns in there for your £9.99. I know, your tote bag and your, what would you call that? Market bag. Market bag. Gorgeous, £9.99. Now, if you'd like the panels on their own, you can't have the beekeeping panel on its own, but you can have the bright one. Abstract, it's called. Abstract. Huge, this. No, it should be more than £19.99, shouldn't it, Dan? Yeah,
You're only showing about half of it there as
well.
Yeah,
that. Gorgeous. Did our Lou do these with you?
Absolutely.
Oh, God love her. Pink-haired Lou. with her weird cats. Oh, single figures on that one already. Single figures on that one already.
I'm not surprised. When I took these home and my mum had a look at them, she said, oh, I don't even want to cut them up. I just want to sort of hang them up on a wall or just piece them together as they are. Really.
Oh, well, you can do anything with them. If you buy the panel at time, it's up to you what you do with them. Then we've got the vintage. Retro. Right, I had more of these for some reason than I did of the brights. Very popular, this one. Very popular. At £19.99. Beautiful. So it's just big squares of fabric, isn't it?
Yeah. And then you've got some detail strips down the side. They're just bits of extras, but I'm going to show you how you can use some of those.
Brilliant.
Divert from the pattern just a little bit.
Fantastic. Right, what else do I need to actually make the bag then?
Well, you need something to give it structure. So I've used fusible foam. So Bosal, that will be absolutely fine.
Where's the H640 one? Oh, have you do that?
I did, yeah.
All right, I need the H640 down off the 11 o'clock trolley.
So yeah, I just used foam in the example that you can see there.
So that's got Bosal in it.
That's just got Bosal in it, yes.
Okay, here's your Bosal in our form. Now, is half a metre enough? Is it a half a metre piece?
Yes, it is, because that's lovely and wide as well.
Yeah. £13.99. So that's single-sided Bosal. Thank you. Or, if you want it slightly squidgier, you could have the H640. So now, would half a metre of that be enough, or do I need a bit more?
Yes, well, what I actually suggest with the H640 is actually you use that if you want to in the shopper bag. The shopper bag's been designed so that it will fold up and fit inside
this
the
one?
market bag, yes. So that's without H640, but if you want to give that a little bit more shape...
OK, so don't use H640 in this one?
No,
OK.
no.
So use Bosal in this one. You can either make that one with or without H640.
That's right.
Lovely. And what else do I need?
If you want to add anything into the base to make the base even stronger, instead of using something like your Decaville, and it might be you want to use a few layers, just one layer, whichever you like.
Yeah, because you could have a few of those. Is that what the pattern piece is in the
Yes, absolutely, and for the oval shapes that you need to cut for the inside and out.
Brilliant, £8.99. I'll do handles later when we get to that. So shall we start a demo? So I've got the 3 kits, remember. The panels are selling incredibly well. The instructions on their own are selling well. So check out your basket if you've got any of those. So you're going to show us today what?
I'm going to start at the very beginning for you. OK. So when you get your panel home, you've got lots and lots of squares out, and there are more. There's a few more there than you need, which is great because the first time I cut it out of a panel, I did cut it wrong. But there was enough there for me. So, and if you do make any mistakes, don't get rid of anything because you've always got opportunities to reconnect bits if you needed to. OK, so I've done one panel already because I know you guys really like to see how these fabrics come together quite quickly so you can make choices. So I've done the front of the bag already so you can see how they blend and mix together. So there's lots of squares there and you just need to work out how you want to arrange them. Now you've got a front and obviously you've got a back. When I place mine, I just do it brick style, so 2, 3, 2, 3, 2. If you want to be incredibly fussy with how you do your panels, then I would recommend you cut both panels out, all your strips of pieces, and lay them side by side. And as one of my testers did, what she did is where she has the half pieces, she made sure that the half piece that sat on the opposite side matched on both sides. So it shows that continuation all the way around. I haven't done that, but it does look very effective, but it obviously gives you choices. So you'll bring your panel home, give it a spray with your best press if you want to.
Best press.
We like a bit of best press.
The cherry blossom best press we've got today.
Yeah, very nice. I use that flavour, actually. It's lovely. And it makes your room smell gorgeous too, doesn't it? So I give my panel a bit of a spray all over straight away. You don't need to pre-wash it or anything like that, but give it a little bit of a spray and then cut those squares down to size. They should be spot on, but just in case, just give them a quick check over and make sure you're happy with the size. And then what we're going to do is we're going to subdivide those squares into the numbers of pieces that it says in the pattern. May I borrow a pattern, please?
Sorry.
Thank you. So inside the cover, we've got a cutting table. Doesn't look too scary at all. There's not lots and lots of pieces. And that's mainly because we build the pattern up the next panel pieces are maybe in a later stage from what we've already built. So it's going to be a U-sized market bag, really. So it says up here from our 10-inch squares, it's telling us how many pieces of fabric we need to cut and how we need to the widths that we need to cut the squares into. And then it will also tell you how many of those to then subdivide so they become these half pieces. So when you've got those, lay them all out, like I say, so you feel like you're happy with your arrangement. And then it's just a case of piecing them together into strips. So I have mine all prepped here. And they just all need joining together. So I'm going to work my way through now, connecting these and making my little strips. So they are already pressed, neatly cut, and all I need to now do is make sure I've got the 1/4 inch setting on my machine. I'm using the excellent Elna 782 today, which has got a lovely default setting to the 1/4 inch. And it will also know that I want to sew at a shorter stitch length. So I'm using a 1.8, which is a standard length for quilting. So I like to press as I go. However, I'm just going to pop these to one side. I should be pinning, because look what I've done straight away, but that's absolutely
What have you done?
Oh, it's just slightly off. And, you know, I can unpick that if I want to. I should get my pins out. So, yeah, so we're always making sure that the short pieces are going on each end there, and we're going to join just like so.
Do you always pin, even if it's a short one like that?
No, it's only because I've just gone off a little bit there. I think, oh, can't be doing that, can I? So, take out the pins as we go, unless anybody's not looking. And it doesn't take long at all for this to come together. Do have a look at your patterning and remember that you can rotate a lot of the patterns that you've got there. So, for example, if you've got two that are the same patterns but different colours, you might have one pattern, so it's like on this one, for example, where it runs down. On the next piece, oh, I think I've come and threaded. Yeah, I have. You might want to rotate your square so it's going in a different direction. But do look out for those flowers. Obviously, we don't want upside-down flowers, really.
Uh-huh.
There we go, do that one again. And then we just work along. It's a great little machine, this, because you don't have to worry about lowering the foot or anything. It does it all for you, doesn't it?
Yep. You have to set it to do that for you.
Can you?
You have to you put it in your settings.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so if some people don't want it to do that, so you can have it without.
I do. So we're just going to work our way along now, and then, like I say, I'll do all the ironing in one go. I'm going to have a play with the aliso today because I haven't got one.
Mm-hmm. Neither have I anymore.
Have you had to surrender it?
Yeah, Paul gave it to me, and then Hayley sent a message saying I have to bring it back.
Oh, that's mean.
Yeah.
That's not playing kindly, is it? So you want to just keep an eye out, that maybe keep some of your fabrics away from each other. So you'll see here where we've got these lining up. I just make sure that the flower's a certain distance from that one. So here, for example, I wouldn't really want that one to go there, so I'll do it at this end instead. So just observe and look as you go, and it will come together quite quick. And then what we do when this is all ironed, we'll obviously be joining all those together to make one big block of fabric. When the block's done, it might not be exactly neat down the sides. I wouldn't really expect it to be, but you just go through and you just trim that down to the size that it should be.
Lovely.
Shuffle those all up so you can see them. I love all these brown colours.
Yeah.
Oh, looking at the wrong one. There we go.
Oh yeah, it's a 2 on this one, not a 3.
Yes. They do come together very quickly, these bags. They're quite nice and giftable, I think.
Oh, yeah, definitely. What's your angel policy?
Same as always, just enjoy making them, sell them if you wish to do so. Your favourite old line about John Lewis still stands.
Yep.
It's fine.
They've gone into profit again this year, haven't they, John Lewis?
Have they?
Yeah, none of their partners are getting a dividend, though, but they've gone back into profit. Oh. Well, they lost something like 280 million last year, and this year they've profited 50 million. I reckon it's Waitrose, the food bit, that's the most popular.
Just get my little iron and...
Oh, you plugged in?
How I am plugged in, yeah. So let me just quickly shuffle these, stack them up. Just don't want to get them out of order, really. And then we'll give them a quick iron. Now, it's up to you whether you want to iron your seams to one side or whether you want to press them open. Open and flat would be quite nice to keep them all, you know, less bulky as possible. Pardon?
Iron's not on.
Oh. Oh, flip. I'm not used to that.
You have to wait for the pulsating now to go down. Look, see, when it pulsates like that, it's heating up. That's all.
Clever, isn't it?
Yep.
It's like neither a... Like, I'm used to using my mini iron, but it's got a bit of heft.
It's at 0.9 of a kilo or £2.
Oh. What, it actually costs £2?
No, weighs.
Oh.
It weighs £2. Costs
My error.
£5.99, three-way split pay. No interest charge whatsoever.
Beautiful.
Sold hundreds and hundreds of them.
Very nice.
Oh, Lou's saying she loves the colours that you're working with.
Who says?
Lou.
Oh. They are nice. This is the panel that my mum didn't want cutting up.
Oh, OK.
Nice to have that as a little mat as well, isn't it?
It's what?
Nice to have that as a little mat.
Yeah, yeah,
it
it's the soulmate. It's called the soulmate.
Soulmate. Nice. Yeah, I could imagine taking this onto if I was going away, sewing.
Uh-huh.
Which, by the way, I am this weekend, so shall I borrow it?
I think you'll find it's going to mine this weekend.
Is that?
Oh, no, I'm here all weekend, aren't I? Yeah.
Have you done any sewing recently?
None. But you see, I'm busy planning I'm too busy, but I've been planning the John Scott cruise for next year, where we'll be doing sewing.
Ah.
John Scott cruise.
And will you be sewing? On
What?
John Scott cruise, will you be sewing?
Oh, will I be? Well, I
Yeah.
could do, I suppose, if I've got nothing else to do.
Oh, I think you should. We'd love to see you sew. I might come.
Oh, there you go.
Although, I did get some bad news yesterday, can't lie. So, universities are in trouble and we all got called to one of them emergency meetings.
Oh, no.
They want people to be handing in their notice if they can.
Oh, no.
Yes, otherwise we will be instructed instead. So
You'll be what?
otherwise we're at risk of redundancy. So we've got the choice.
Yeah, but you know why would you hand your notice? What, you mean take a
No,
voluntary redundancy?
Yeah, no,
Oh, right.
we're being offered the chance to take severance pay.
Right.
And we've got 7 days to decide. 7 days, and we got the notice yesterday.
But then...
Otherwise, we
the
might be made
people to
redundant.
do the jobs.
Exactly. And they need to get rid of a lot of people as well.
They what, sorry?
They need a lot of people to go. They need to save 20 million.
Yeah.
So you can see that's done really quickly, hasn't
Yeah.
it? Now, when we piece them together, you can just go for it. That's absolutely fine. Or what I tend to do is I give this a little iron. I make sure those join, those seams here. Can we see all right? And then when we're there, I just finger press so that I know that's my centre point.
Oh, OK.
Give myself a little marking. And then I take the join here and I make sure it matches. So I'm almost working centrally out as we go up.
Yeah.
Which is why we're going to get this little overhang at the other end, which is fine. Just grab my pins.
Because we trim it down, don't we?
We do.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's better than you trying to make sure it falls bang on point and it being slightly out.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. That's why I don't really massively like using templates, because people, especially if you're new, you can get quite hung up on, if I say something's got to be 17 inches and yours come out at 16 and a half, it's like, oh, where can I possibly be going wrong? And then it ends up in the bin and abandoned. And actually it doesn't matter in a lot of bag making.
Yeah.
So I like to give a base to work from, and then it will grow to your size and it will be right. I'm positive about that. So that's 2 strips put together. So now we're just going to sew the full length again, 1/4 inch. And then again, decide whether you want to press that open or up. And just for a bit of speed at this point, I will just press it upwards. So we can move forward and attach the next strip.
Uh-huh.
I don't tend to do these in pairs and then regroup them. I'll just work up now. But I'm really firm with my ironing at this point. Really pushing that seam open. It almost, I want to just try and show you. Sometimes when we flick it over, we think that's enough, but then we can create this almost like a shadow down here, where it's not quite pressed over that. It's like I mean, it's a hair's breadth really, but I like to really make sure that we're pushing it right over. So now I'm going to go to this one, and in a similar way, I'm going to make sure these areas here join, like so that I can finger press down there. I'll do the same at the top now as well. Open it back up, always looking for the direction of the flowers, and then I'll pull that one down so that my crease matches the centre point. And then I pin and I work my way out again.
Yeah, because some of the fabrics have got directions and some haven't, have they?
Correct, yeah. And the ones that don't have direction, like I say, don't be feeling like you've got to stick with everything going that way. If you want
well, no,
to go that
like
way
the
as
chevrons
well.
on this, you've got the chevrons going up and down this. It's nice, yeah.
It's nice to create a bit of variety. And we work along.
Christine, I was at Sewing for Pleasure yesterday, and Lucy's there this afternoon doing a demonstration on the stand this afternoon. Vix is there on Sunday. I'm not sure who your presenter is today. Is it Brian May? No, I don't mean Brian May. Nigel May.
For some reason, I thought I was on with somebody called Adam. Have I made that up?
You've made that up.
Have I?
Yeah.
It was a name I didn't know from here, you know?
Oh, right. Adam's the social media man. He might be there. But
right.
You've got a table with chairs in front of you to do your demo on.
Yeah.
Who's the presenter tomorrow, then? No. And at the NEC, it was me yesterday, Vix on Sunday, Nigel May today. I think Nigel May's on today. Must be a hobby maker one tomorrow.
Well, it'd be nice to see people there.
Yeah. Nice little show to go around, and you'll know loads of people there. The ones like Catherine Wright's there, Perry's there, Mark and Clive are there. There's lots of people that you'll know.
Exciting. And it's actually quite easy to get to, isn't it, I think?
Mm.
Quite easy to get to.
Yeah.
So continuing my way up, when you get to the handles, we've obviously got some beautiful, beautiful handles here, which I would highly recommend personally. But you can always make handles if you want to.
Well, I was going to say, you made them for your tote, haven't you? But then on the, I think on the market bag, the new the other handles look lovely, but the tote bag, it's kind of your handmade handles. Yeah,
I do think, I mean, I have made it out of, you know, leathers and such like, but the handles here, I'm not just saying this, I really, really like them. They've got a real nice kind of grab on them.
Yeah.
easy to attach, and I just
think they're all faux. Are they all faux leather?
Yeah, but they really finish the look off, and I think it just takes it from handmade to, I don't know, just a little bit more somehow.
No, homemade to handmade.
Yeah, that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that. Morning, Lucy and John. Lovely show so far. Lucy does such a calm, clear demonstration. It's from Jackie. Oh, Jackie, your Heather was at the show yesterday, hassling everybody about badges.
If anybody wants to know what that noise was a second ago, I've just dropped my whole tin of pins on the floor.
Oh, no.
The lace ones as well. So, I mean, there's about 200 down there.
Yeah, no, that's right. We've got, where is it? Dan, have we got the pin dish that looks like a big pill?
Oh, bring the cameras down.
Just popped
Bring the
open.
cameras down.
I know. I'm just seeing if there's one on the set. There's normally one on the set somewhere.
Can't believe I did that.
Oh, I could use that one. Yeah, that one's not the one I'm thinking of, but that's fine. Thank you.
Oh, I can do it in the break.
Oh, it's a
don't worry.
Sizzix. I'll do it now. It's a Sizzix, right? We've got a Sizzix launch on Sunday. Where are they all? They've gone underneath the desk.
Yeah. I did a good job.
Yeah, I'll do
I wasn't messing around.
Oh, blimey, what's...
Can somebody get the maintenance team in, please?
Yeah, this morning, I had to bring some flyers in for Lucy marketing. And I was at the house and I thought, I should put them in a carry bag. Oh, I can't be bothered. I'll just put them in the back of my car. I got here this morning. I lifted them up like that. And you know when you have a big pile of, like, flyers, what's come off now?
It's not me.
And,
I didn't do it.
And I held them like that, and the middle fell out like that, and all these flyers were all out all over the car park because it was raining when I got here this morning, so they're all soaking wet. I can't remember who's on to. I'm sure it's definitely Nigel May. In fact, I could look up the email now, couldn't I?
So, I am nearly there. So just whilst you're looking, John, I'll just say what I'm going to do next.
Yeah, please.
I'm going to press it upwards just to finish this one off, and then I'm going to trim those sides down. But this time I'm going to make sure that I trim them down to match its partner panel that's already completed.
Right.
So I'm going to do that next, and then on to the next step. I do need to find a long ruler for me.
Oh, Dan, can we have a long ruler, please? The 24.5 by 6.5, please. Oh, hello, Roy. How are you? Yeah. Yeah, what are you doing?
Just dropped a bit of spray for you.
Spray?
Yeah.
What kind of spray? Is it your hair growth spray again? Is that what it is you brought? That's lovely, Roy. We don't see any more. Hey, what? Don't start now, he says.
I see Roy every time I come in.
Oh, he's brought some more best press.
Isn't he lovely?
He's adorable,
I
Roy.
love Roy.
Right, I'm just going back to looking for the emails.
So I'm just trimming it down. See, it's only taking a bit off.
Yeah.
It just tidies it up nicely. And then what we're going to do is we're going to be fusing that to our Bosal foam. Now, if it's, is this fusible or not?
One-sided, is that Bosal you've got there? It's one-sided,
I'm not. Do you know, sometimes you can't tell, can you?
No.
But I'd just give it a try, and if it isn't, then what I'll do, back up, is get some spray glue, and I'll just spray it into place, and it'll be fine. But I'll just see how this goes first, see if it does anything. Sometimes I'm convinced it sticks even if it's not meant to stick.
I can't get into my, won't let me into my email for some reason. It suddenly
No, it's
asked me
not.
to sign into my Microsoft. I don't know what that means.
Any possibility of some spray glue?
What do you want, some 505?
Please.
Got any 5? Oh, yeah, we should have some 505. You got any 505 there, Dan? Yellow and blue tin, it is. Perfect. You don't think, well, it shouldn't... Well done. I don't need it, though, thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm just going to give it a very gentle spray. I'm going to spray the foam, yeah, rather than the fabric, and I'll just smooth it across. And then I'm just going to peel this half back, and I'll just do the same over here.
Always do it in a ventilated room.
Absolutely. Now, I'm not going to cut back just yet. I'll just hold back. Now, what I'm going to do next, and it's an optional step, but I think it looks beautiful to do. We'll bring this one in again, is I quite like to extend my stitch length. I've put it onto a 4 in this case, and just do some stitching, sort of 1/4 inch away from the join. You could do as many as you want as you go along, but I'm just going to do 1 row of stitching below each of the seam lines. And then if you wish to do so, you can base those edges all the way around. So I'm just going to run that through. It won't take me long at all. If you've got a walking foot, pop it on. It's going to make your life just a little bit easier. This is managing perfectly fine without. No need to reverse at each end. Bring it straight down, and we're going to go in again. And watching the front toe of the foot rather than what the needle's doing. And when I watch the front toe, it's making sure that I go nice and straight, because I'm not really holding this fabric. You know, we're normally like this. I don't. I'm very relaxed in my sewing now. But by watching that toe, it will make sure you stay straight. And we've got a couple more rows to go, and then we're ready to move on. If you've got any handmade labels, consider popping them on. It does look nice.
Yeah.
Especially if you've got some of them nice leathery ones.
Yeah.
That's what I put on. And get your rivets out. Have a bit of fun with your rivets.
With your green machine.
With your green machine.
I only met him for the first time during birthday week. He's lovely, Dave Green.
Nice chap.
He's lovely, really lovely.
We wouldn't say any different, would we?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I wouldn't.
No, what you do is you just don't mention it. You just don't say anything.
So I'm just basting this top edge now, more than anything. And I'll quickly do the same again at the bottom as well now. And then I will get my rotary cutter to this and trim it down so it's nice and rectangular and even. And then we've got our fronts and our backs done.
Lovely.
That didn't take long at all, did it?
No, not at all.
The biggest part of the job is managing that massive panel when it comes home.
Yeah.
And laying that out. What's nice about that as well, particularly on the brights I noticed, what Lou did with that is she used the same print in places, but she did it in different scales.
Oh, okay.
And that looked...
Oh, yeah, like the
really...
burgers. The burgers are big and small, aren't they?
Burgers?
Burger, these. Oh, you put them sideways. The burger's sideways here.
I don't know that I saw them as burgers.
What would you call them then? Can we have a look
circles.
at... Circles.
Half circles.
Go upstairs. There you go. There you go.
Strawberries are lovely though, aren't they?
Macaron, they're saying upstairs.
Yeah, macarons. We'll go with that.
Yeah, I don't eat nuts, you see, so it'd be no good.
Is there nuts in macarons?
Huh?
Almond.
Almond, yeah. Yeah, the judge on Great British, they're not saying B, what was that? Great British Menu last night couldn't eat nuts, so they had to keep making different ones for him.
I've been watching that interior show.
The what?
Again, you know, is it called the Great British Interior Show or something?
Oh, I haven't, is that the one with Alan, what's his name?
Yes.
No, I don't watch that.
Yeah.
I love the Menu one. He was a pentathlon. He was a, what do you call it? Olympian athlete.
Right.
And so they have the 3 cooking judges, and then they have a guest, because it's all about the Olympics this year. So he was the Olympian. But one of the judges, Carney shellfish, so they always have to make a separate one with shellfish involved.
Right, we have, I'm pleased to say, a front and a back.
Yeah.
There we go. So then we would move on to organising the base.
Right.
Now, the base I've already made, but I'm going to talk you through it.
Right.
So at this point, you're going to get your booklet, and just inside we've got a template that you'll think, oh gosh, that doesn't look big enough. It is the right size, I promise you.
Right.
Just cut it out on the fold line. And we're going to need a couple of layers. So we need the denim outer layer, that's what I use, and that's what you've got in your kit.
Yeah.
And then you're going to want to apply that to your foam again. And then obviously you need to cut one in your lining fabric too. What I've done with mine, and there's some pictures in here I think I put in, I just kind of put lines through it. Did I? No, I didn't. I'm making that bit up. But you can leave it plain.
You put lines through that one there, the real one.
But I put lines through this. I sometimes just do them nice and wide, just through. It just keeps everything together. But more than anything, it's just creating interest. It's not structurally doing that much, but it does just gives it interest.
Okay.
So I quite enjoy that.
Yeah.
And then you're at a point where you want to start thinking about, do you want to bring the outer bag together? Before we do that, though, what we need to do, and it goes back to what I was saying earlier on, is we use the panels we've just made here, and we're going to use that to cut our two lining panels out.
Right.
Okay? And all being well, we've got the right size. All being well, yeah, they're fine. Okay. So before I put that together, what I'm going to do next, I'm going to actually do the pocket piece on the inside of the bag. Again, quite optional. And it's up to you which fabric you use, because obviously you're going to have some denim left, and you're going to have, if you've bought the panel, you're going to have some lovely detailing down the side. So I would be tempted, as I've done here, to maybe think about using that. So what I did is, because you've only got a thin strip that runs that way of your patterning, is I actually took a few of my extras and I actually joined it together. So you see, this is 2 pieces of fabric.
Yeah.
I've joined it, and then I've cut it down to the size that it says in the book. So that looks lovely.
Okay, so that's my pocket front on the inside.
That's for the inside of the bag.
Yep.
Okay. If you want it to be super strong or super squidgy or anything like that, then do add a little bit of H640 or some interfacing to it. I would say these cottons, though, they do feel quite strong to me.
Yeah.
And I don't feel a massive need, structural need to add anything to this. So just making sure that my fabrics are in the right direction, like so. I'm now going to flip them and pin them right sides together.
Lovely. I think there might be a story here from Danielle. She says, morning, John and Lucy. Watching live after all. Turned up at work, but they'd forgotten to cancel me. Were you not meant to be in today then, Danielle?
Stand-in teacher.
What job
she
do you
is.
do?
She's a stand-in teacher.
Oh, do you know her?
My tester, one of my testers.
Oh, okay.
Is that all it said?
Yeah.
Oh. So this is the bottom of the pocket.
Yeah.
So I'm going to start about here. Ooh.
Oh, be careful.
And I'm going to sew all the way around, and I'm going to stop about here,
Right.
which will leave me a little bit of space to turn everything through. Remember to turn your stitch length back down again to somewhere in the region of a 2.5. Revert back to a 1 centimetre seam allowance now, and work your way around, remembering to reverse at the start and the end of your sewing.
Lovely.
So we're stopping about 1 centimetre away from the very edge of our machine, making sure our needle is in the needle down position, rotating around and up to the next corner. Stop 1 centimetre, 1 little stitch away there, and rotate. To that corner, and rotate. And rotate. And what you'll need when we turn this through is one of those little turning tools, really, to push the corners out. I'm just going to snip the corners off to give me the space that I need to make this nice and square when it turns through. And then when we've turned it through and we've ironed it, we're going to top stitch that upper edge before we place it onto the fabric. Now, just to sort of walk through as well, just in case we don't get there, we're going to make the outer of the bag and put it all together. And then we're going to do the inside of the bag and put it all together. And then we're going to pop one inside the other in its finished look placement setting. And then we bind the top. You can bind it however you like.
Oh, so there's no bagging out?
There's no bagging out.
Right.
Now, it could be that you want to do that, but there's going to be a lot of fabric there.
Yep.
Do feel free to give it a go. Just remember to leave a hole in one of your lining pieces.
Well, there's no point, if you're binding the top, there's no point in bagging.
No, but if you hate the thought of binding, it's an option, isn't it? I don't mind the binding, I just don't like the finishing of the binding right at the end.
The hand stitching?
Well, no, not that bit, the joining the end.
Oh,
Yeah, I get a bit clumsy with my hands at that point. But the hand stitching doesn't worry me in the slightest, John. Oh, no.
You got time for it?
I've got a mum that does that bit.
Oh, OK, that'll be why.
Yeah, she doesn't mind the hand stitching. So, I think you either love it or loathe it. I sewed 6 buttons on last night. That'll do me a while, that. So, OK.
Is your mum not available to sew the buttons on then?
Right, so I'm going to stitch across the top now. Again, this is really just about detail. I'm going to turn it up to about a 3, stitch length of 3, and drop my foot down. And give it a little trim. And then we can place it into one of our lining pieces. So, we'll find the centre point just by giving it it needs an iron anyway, so I'll iron it, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure I make this nice and crisp down here as well. Saves all the measuring and marking. Like so. And then we'll take the centre of this and make sure it matches up. There's a measurement for placement, but this will be absolutely fine. It doesn't matter too much where it goes. And then let's do something interesting in how we sew it in. Now, normally you just obviously just sew around absolutely fine, but I'd like to show you how I sometimes do them. Like, for example, how I've done it on this shirt on the pocket, which is a transferable skill that you can add to any of your dressmaking, bag making, or whatever. So, again, if you've got an edge stitch foot, you might choose to put that on now. So it'll allow you to go really nice and close and evenly to the outside of your fabric. Turn your stitch length up to about a 3.5 if that's your preferred top stitch thread, top stitch length. And what I'm going to do, let me see if I can draw it on first actually. I wouldn't normally.
Not a friction pen.
I'm looking for my friction pen. I've put it in a safe space, which is probably on the floor. No, it's here.
You got it.
Okay, so I'm actually going to start by turning the fabric around when it gets to the machine. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to start down on this side here.
Right.
Can we see well enough there?
Yeah.
I'll wait for it to come in. There we go.
Okay, there you
go. So I'm going to start here, and I'm going to do a very short row of stitches. Might be 2 or 3 stitches.
Yeah.
But then I'm going to go outwards, like so, at an angle. And then I'm going to come across, and then I'm going to come down. So I've made a triangle in the corner to reinforce. I'm going to go along and up, and then when I get to this side, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to kick outwards, and then I'm going to go back across, which will be about 2, maybe 3 stitches, and go back down, and I'll overlap just a tiny amount just here, just to make it nice and strong.
Brilliant.
Just tiny tips if you want to just do something slightly different, where you can feel slightly proud of yourself. So if you needed to, you could slow your speed down there as well. So now I'm going to tip that off so I can create my little triangle. What I was aiming to do there was finish on the line of stitching to match the top stitching. Before you carry on, snip your thread so it's out of the way. And then we're going to sew for about 2-3 stitches. So that's 1, 2. Yeah, I'm going to stop at 2. That works for me. And now we're going to work down. Down to the corner. and across. If you want to subdivide your pocket, you may prefer to do a line to follow, but you would just stop at this point or a little bit further, up, across one stitch and back down again to continue on. I'm going to leave this one open. It's one nice big pocket. Mainly because when it's one big pocket, I know my shopping bag's going to then fit in it for when I go out and I've got all my shopping and I realise I needed to buy a bag of spuds and I need a bag for that now. So we carry on up, we stop, we angle it, we're stopping on that stitch line, we're coming back for 2 stitches, that's 1 and 2. And now we're coming back down to the row we've just sewn and we're going to overlap ever so slightly. And reverse, or use your lock stitch to complete. And that's your pocket now fixed in place and looking rather nice. Quite sharp, I feel. Okay, so shall we build the bag?
Yep.
Let's build the bag. Right. So we take our outer panel and we're going to find the centre point just here, at the bottom that is. Going to get rid of some of this so you've got a clear desk so you can really see what I'm doing quickly.
Oh.
I'm going to retrieve the bag bottom. Okay, so we've got the centre point just here.
Yeah.
I'm going to do the same on this panel, finding the centre point. Cut a little snick out of it. You can just see it there. And then we're going to find the quarter points on here. So we fold this in half. We take a triangle out the top here. We take a triangle out here. We then fold this piece so those points match. And as we finger press over, it'll give us our quarter marks just here. We need to join the front to the back along the sides. So if you just cast your eye over the join lines and make sure they line up, and then sew together, clip and sew with a 1 centimetre seam allowance. Do clip. Don't try and do this the way I'm about to do it.
Do what? Clip?
Do clip. Don't try and do this because you really, it does look nice to have them nice and even. Especially if you're doing what I said before about making sure those half pieces match all the way around.
Yeah.
And the same over here. And then it's just a case of joining the bag base into it. So do get your clips out for this bit. Which are all in here somewhere. Okay, so now we are working with our right sides together. Let me just make sure I've got the bottom, which is correct. So, right sides together, centre point to centre point. And I clip to hold. Go directly to the sides now. So the side join we've just done, and take the centre point of the side of the base and clip. Be really firm with it, be the boss of your fabrics, don't let them take over you, and just work way around, clip to hold. Whatever we do on the outside, we are going to do on the inside as well, like I say, just to repeat. So when those 4 anchor points are in, now we're going to make the rest ease in. Now it might be that on the outer panels, you need to create some little snip marks on the 4 corners, which will allow this to ease into place.
Right.
I'm just going to be firm for now and see how we do. And again, you need to be firm, holding this underneath your machine. I'm done with that, really. You can hear it chugging away.
What? The iron?
The iron, yeah, and it doesn't need to be on, really.
It's because it will have switched itself off. because you've got it flat down, 10 minutes in, it switches itself off.
Oh, right. Oh, that's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you see, that's fitted beautifully.
Fabulous.
And then it'll be a 1 centimetre seam allowance to stitch that in and hold it permanently. If you want to, do a second row of stitching to make it super secure. Never hurts to do 2 rows of stitching.
What, just one line of stitching on top of the last one?
Or I tend to do it about, I don't even want to say 1 millimetre, it's more like a hair's breadth away from it. That's what I tend to do. So now we're going to take this under the needle. And this is where you do need to be really firm. But remember, you're not going to hurt it and it is going to bounce back, okay? So let's get that under. I'm afraid my arm's probably going to
I was going to say, we can't see anything.
dominate
the bag's
that.
in the way, yeah.
I'll try and do that so you can see.
Yeah.
Do remember to reverse your stitching as you go. Keep those clips in. Don't be too keen to take your clips out.
Yeah. While you're doing that, I just need to recap of the 3 bundles. So where would you like to go first? So which one? B one first. Now remember, this B panel is only available in the kit. So you get a metre of the pink, half metre of the denim, the instructions, and then this gorgeous B panel. Huge, huge, huge panel there. Excuse me, $32.99. $32.99. Then we have the bright one next, or the geometrics one next. Most popular of all of them, this one. So you get the instructions, you get the bright pink, you get the mid, or is that the pale? No, the pale denim. But, excuse me, plus the panel. There you go. There's the geometric panel. That one looks a little bit like Cave Jumble in the middle there, doesn't it? Beautiful. And then we've got the retro vintage, one that Lucy's mum liked best. So you get the pattern, the dark denim, you get the paprika, and then you get the big panel. There you go. Beautiful. Now, actually, I'll do that panel on its own while I've got it out. There it is, $19.99 for that panel. Very, very popular on its own. We also have the Geometrics Bright one on its own as well. There you go. Beautiful. It's upside down. Cats, strawberries, macaron. Beautiful. Pattern on its own. Very, very popular. Oh, bright panel sold out. Bright panel sold out. There's your instructions, $9.99. I'll tell you what, I'll do all the handles and everything in the 11 o'clock hour, rather than run through them now. But I will do Bosel now. Bosel in R form. Oops, the bag's just fallen on the floor, Dan. I can pick it up, it's fine. $13.99. And the Decavel, should you want to make a solid base, is this one here. Use a few layers of it. Oh, he's coming to check out where the bag is now. $8.99. $8.99. Have you finished around that base now?
Me, I've done the outside.
Yep.
I'm just working on the inside, having fun. Don't forget as well, we've got that shopper bag as well, which isn't just a plain front and a plain back. There's been a bit of work going into that too.
Right.
And like I say, folds it beautifully to go inside the pocket of the shopper bag.
Perfect.
The market bag, should I say.
Lovely. Right, we've run out of time, I'm afraid.
I want to carry on playing, really.
You can carry on playing, that's
Thanks.
fine. We'll see Lucy in an hour when she's doing... oh, it's really lovely. Now, it's not a thing. It's not a wash bag.
It's
not a wash bag.
It is not.
No, when we were prepped the other day, we told you it was wash bag. And we came and said, Lucy, it's not a wash bag. It's a project bag. It's gorgeous. But again, 2 projects in one. 2 projects in one. Lots of PU and zips in that one. We'll see Lucy in an hour, and you'll see me in 4 minutes with Helen McCook.
Hi everyone, I'm Sally Ann Harrison and I am a patchwork and quilting fanatic and I've been sewing all my life. I'm currently based here in Bristol, but I used to live in the USA and that's where I picked up the sewing bug big time. I suppose you could say that my sewing journey began when I was about 8 or 9. I distinctly remember the first thing that I ever made and it was, I say I ever made on my own, obviously I did sewing at school, but I came home and I chopped up one of my mother's old uniforms and she used to work in a store. I cut up these little pieces of cotton and I made myself a bikini top, and I can remember the absolute thrill of putting this little bikini top on and going out on my bicycle and riding up and down the road, and that was the first thing that I ever made and I was totally smitten. My claim to fame has to be demonstrating at the Houston International Quilt Show. I am very heavily into wool applique, and I developed a technique where you would use a perle thread on the top of a sewing machine, and they were interested in Houston. I actually went along to demonstrate in open studios whilst the show was on. It was really magical to have so many people that were interested in what I could do with a sewing machine. I am one of the longer running guests now on Sewing Street. Goodness knows how that happened. But I still get an absolute buzz every time I come up and do a demo, and I love receiving your messages and the feedback after the show. It's absolutely amazing. I'm hoping to bring you lots of new techniques and different ideas, so do stick with me and follow my Sewing Street journey.
Oh, Permin of Copenhagen. These embroidery kits are gorgeous. Helen McCook's going to be stitching them, and then she's got Bohin accessories. You know how they flew out last time. You've got to come in and get them.
Sewing Street is now available on Virgin Media, channel number 754.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we finish broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1 P&P with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Lovely Helen McCook. It's so lovely to see you. So good. I shouldn't be hugging you. I haven't got allergy. It's tree pollen. I don't think it's the cold,
it's
but
things in the ether. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
But the amount of people I see and the amount of places I go to.
And the
I'm
thing
like
is,
I'm like an air hostess. It's like, you know, those people and teachers that they exposed to constant germs.
oh, you're so used to it.
Oh
Constantly.
yeah,
yeah.
absolutely. So don't you worry.
I'm not worried.
It's lovely getting a hug from you.
Oh, well, it's lovely to see you. Now, we've got something different again today, haven't we?
Yes, we have.
First of all, how are you?
Good, thank you.
What have you been up to?
Yeah. Lots of teaching, lots of making, lots of designing, planning for next year as well. So.
And why is your house still a tip then?
Oh, because I'm never there. I'm
No.
always in the middle of another project or I'm off to somewhere else. So, yeah, it's constant.
But we'd rather it like that. We'd rather it was like
You know, it's one of those things. You know, when I opened the door to my office and I'm like, oh, and my partner who's a minimalist.
Oh, no.
Go in there because it makes him sweat. He literally, you can see him. If he ever brings me a cup of tea while I'm in there, he kind of does this and he goes, you can see his eyes roaming around the room going, and you can see he's about to hyperventilate. He'll just kind of like put things down really quickly and then leave.
So the rest of the house is all immaculate?
Yeah, it's reasonable, yeah. So
reasonable?
Yeah, well, you know, his dream house would basically... He showed me a photo of his dream living room.
Oh, right.
I said, it looks like nobody lives there yet. Because it had got a sofa and a TV and a lamp. And I was like, where's the bookshelves? Where's the coffee table for when you're putting your...
Yeah.
Like, there's nothing to put your feet on.
So not practical at all, then?
No, but he really does, like, clean sweep. And I'm like, yeah, that's... You're with a crafter.
I'm just going to do something, sorry.
Yeah,
I'm going to have to fiddle with you for a little bit.
Fiddle away, it's fine.
Take your mic, Carol. I just need to just put it in there like that. We
you.
might see... Because you've got a lovely silky blouse on it. It's gone a bit... Just
Thanks
let me know,
for
Charlie. I've got a friend called Jonathan whose whole flat is like that. So you walk in and it's like a joke set, like something you see on Ab Fab. You go into the lounge and it's white, right? And there's a white carpet, a white sofa, and that's all you can see. Oh, no, that's a lie, because there's then 3 cannonballs on the floor for some reason, right?
3 cannonballs. Statement pieces.
Statement piece. So I was like, where's the telly? Where's this? He goes, oh, here's the telly.
Oh.
Where's the bookshelves? Here's the bookshelves.
I mean, my partner would love that. It would be that
drive
would be
me
his
mad.
dream. But I'm like, nobody lives there. Where's the bits?
Yes.
Like, no, you can't tell who lives here.
No.
At all.
No.
So yeah. So for me, that's not.
But their bedroom's the same. You go into the bedroom and there's just a white block in the middle of the room with a white mattress on or sheet over the, and you climb up. It's really weird. You climb up it like this to climb into bed. I'd roll out and fall
I
out.
was going to say.
So it's a white room with white walls with a white block in the middle. And I said, "Where's your duvet? Where's your pillows?" And they go like this. Oh, they're in here. And there's where's your clothes? Oh, they're in here. So all in the base of this bed. So every time you want to go to bed, you've got to
That's
put the duvet
a lot
out.
of faff, isn't it? Isn't that a lot of faff?
Exactly.
I couldn't live like that.
no,
No.
Come on then, let's get on. Let's get on then.
Yes, yes.
So we have got Scandinavian art needlework. So what is this then?
Yes, what is this?
Hang on, which one am I doing first? Am I doing the
So,
cushion? Let's
I've
do
got
the
the
cushion.
cushion,
Right,
yes.
cushion here.
So what we've got is a lovely kind of spring look to it. So we've got the lovely birds, the spring flowers, and the idea is it's on this really lovely size of Ada. And it's kind of got a natural, it's got a linen-y look to it, but it's Ada, so it's
Right.
nice and easy to work on, and it will develop quite quickly. So you've got the fabric for the front and back of the cushion, so you then just need to stitch it together.
Okay.
On the sides, put the pillow
But
in.
what's the technique then?
So it's cross stitch.
But it's not cross stitch, it's not drawn for me, is it?
No, it's not pre-printed, it's a graph of cross stitch. So you get the charts,
Right.
and you're going to count your way through it.
Can I move your chart?
Absolutely do,
This is the
yes.
chart you get then here.
Yeah. So you can see I've started to mark on bits with highlighter that I've actually started.
Right.
It comes with arrows to show you where the centre. So what you do is you fold your fabric in half, because you
Yeah.
can see this is a massive piece of fabric here.
Oh,
That's
right.
the front and back of the cushion.
Oh, okay, okay.
So what you're going to
Oh,
do,
so don't go to the centre of that then?
no, you're going to fold it in half, and then you'll fold it in half again to find the centre that you're going to work
Right,
on.
okay.
So then once you've found the centre, you can mark it with a pin or with a water erasable pen or an air erasable pen. Mark
Which you've
it
got
off.
in the 11 year
We
11
have,
o'clock
we
area.
have, yes, all prepped.
12
And then-
o'clock, 12 o'clock. You're on at 12 o'clock, yeah.
12 o'clock,
yeah.
yes. And then what we do, that gives you the centre. And then you can see on the charts, they've got arrows. I like to just get my pen and just find the actual centre because I lose my way.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So, and, if you pick it up, putting it down, life,
Yeah.
generally, you need to make it easy for yourself. So find the centre of the thing and then start working. And I always think it's a little bit like an ordnance survey map. Do you remember when you were in school and they taught you about ordnance survey
Yes.
maps?
God, I'm going
And
back a
everything?
bit, yeah.
Yeah. But nobody needs maps these days,
No,
do they? So,
no.
you can separate the age groups. But anyway, so you've got these little symbols that represent the colours.
Yeah.
So you've got all of these charts down the side here.
Yeah.
And it tells you what symbol is what colour and the number.
Yeah.
And then with that, you get these lovely threads. I'll just bring this one over. It's got all the numbers on already. But what I then do is I like to draw the symbols into the box.
Oh,
Being a very
clever.
visual person.
Yeah, no, I'd be... Now, before we go any further, this is the cushion, that's not your price. Oh, sorry, wrong camera. That's not your price. It's not your price. So this is the cushion, $49.99, £10 off. We have also got the... Now, what would you call that then? Is that a table runner?
It's a runner, yeah.
I'll just do this one because they're both the same pattern. We'll do both these straight away. There's your... so in this one, that's the cushion you've just seen. We're now going to do the details for this here. $59.99, £10 off that one as well. But now, would I do exactly the same with that one? Do you want to talk about this after you've done the cushion?
Yeah, we can talk about
Okay.
it now. So you do exactly the same. So the chart basically will work off the centre of the fabric. So you work out where the centre of
But
the
the
fabric
centre of the fabric
is.
will be, will be
Yeah, but it's
empty.
a double. So what you do is you've got the centre of the fabric, and what they'll probably do with this is they'll have this as a repeat, so you can see that end and that end are the same.
Right.
So what they do is you'd fold it in half, find the centre.
Oh, and then
fold it in
start
half
there.
Again,
I've got
and
it. So
you
you're not
start
starting there.
No.
Oh, got it.
No one wants to count that much.
Well, no, you just sit there thinking, will that be count 77 or whatever?
Yeah. 6 hours
Right.
later, you're half behind. Yeah.
So we get the chart out, we
Yes.
find the centre. Then
Yeah.
what do we do?
So then what you do is you look at whatever you've got there. So I'd started with this triangle symbol, found what that was on the side, and then got that in my needle, and that's this colour. So I started doing this. And what I do is I like to mark off the colour that I've worked when I've worked it so I don't lose myself. It means that it's really easy to pick up and put down.
So you do all the same colour.
Yeah, so if you want to work it like that, you do all the same colour, you mark it off, and then you know exactly where you are.
Yeah.
That's a nice, easy way of doing it. And also, it may be that you get a bit bored of doing squares. So some people like, this is, psychological assessment.
Yeah.
Which way do you like to work a cross-stitch chart? So some people like to work it like that, and other people like to work it square by square. So they'll have multiple threads.
okay.
So if you like to do it like that, you'd get, in this square, you do all the ones in this square, mark it off, and then
Yeah.
you do all the ones in the next one and mark it off.
Oh.
Now,
But that means you could be swapping colours.
yeah.
Because if you went onto one of these squares here, you've got
Yeah, there's
loads
a
of
lot.
different colours.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So, but some people like to see it emerge that way. It's really funny, like the way that people like to see their embroidery emerge.
Oh, okay.
So, like some people like to go, oh well, I've got all that colour done, and I can tick that colour, and that's done. And then you can be working across the piece. And then other people are like, I'm doing this square. I'm going to treat myself to this square today. and then
Okay.
This square. So, and it feels like it's developing that way. So it's, as I say, a psychological assessment here.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So,
So you do. You're not a square person.
No, I'm not generally. I like to work. If you've got a nice run of it, then I'm a bit of a hedonist.
Right.
I like to go for the run of.
Oh yeah, no, me too, me too.
So, because you can see it kind of coming along, and then so I started to work down the branch, and then I started to get into this, and I thought, oh, I'll start my petal. So, because you can see it's all located near to each other, so you can start that. And now I'm going to start my leaf. Because,
Okay.
that's how I.
But are we still in the same colour?
No, so these were all that brown colour, all the triangles there.
Yeah.
And then here I did 2 different shades. So I'd got a light blue and a dark blue.
Oh,
So
okay.
you can see, and I'd started a little bit of white, and now I've got a little bit of green in my needle.
So it doesn't matter that you've got lots of different colours going on?
No, and one of the things you can do with this is if you think you're going to get a bit confused, just get a bit of Scotch tape or washi tape, you pop it on the top of your frame, and then what you can do is you can draw the symbol onto the tape, and then you can park your thread up in front of that. So always bring your threads onto the top if you've got multiple threads, because
Right.
you'll end up with a nest.
Right.
The best
You catch
first,
them underneath,
every
yeah.
single time. So bring it up out of the way, so it's not going to bother your stitching, in front of the symbol, and then you know when you come back to that symbol again, you're like, oh, there's my thread.
Of course. You could use the Crafter's Companion low-tack tape for that.
Yes,
which would be brilliant, 'cause we had a really good deal of it this
Oh,
week.
good. Yeah, so that would work. And as I say, just mark it onto the tape and then you're good to go. So that one, I've finished with the white one at the moment. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring it underneath where I need to have it, and then I can bring that up in front of the symbol.
Oh, all the way over there.
Yeah, because I'm working on this section at the moment, so I know it's going to be out of my way.
Yeah.
So I can get rid of it. So I can just do that, and
Yeah.
I'm good to go.
Okay, before you go any further then, so the thread, do I split it or do I use it
The
as...
nice thing about this is it's a perlé, because we've got a nice scale of Ada, and you can see it's a good scale. If I put my hand next to it, you can see the crosses are really good scale.
Yeah.
So what we're doing with this is it's a twisted thread, and you just use it one thread. as
Oh,
it
so you haven't
is.
got all that...
No faffing around.
No.
Good to go.
Also, quite nice for a beginner, this, because the squares are quite big, aren't
It's
they?
quite big, so, you know, if your eyesight is not as it was potentially, if you want something that's just a nice, easy flow project, it's something you can sit and do while you're doing something else, or a beginner, it's a nice scale. This is even suitable for introducing children to the craft as well, because it's one of those things that it's a relatively small scale, self-contained project.
Yeah.
But it's something that's going to really develop reasonably rapidly and feel really kind of productive.
Yeah.
So they'll see it working.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's easy to go with the hand as well, so the eye-hand manipulation. So
Okay.
the way I'd start is I'd got my knot in the end of the thread, and you can see I've brought it over here. I know that whole area is going to be covered.
Right.
So I've brought it up here ready to use.
So the knot's on the right side?
Yes. And then what you can do is, once I've worked over this with other colours, I can snip that knot off and it's self-contained.
Oh, okay, so when you've done the other colours, it's fixed it into
Absolutely,
place?
yeah, so the other colours do the work for you. So then what I can do is I can then start stitching. So with the cross stitch, you just want to try and be consistent with which side of the cross is in first. So I go bottom left to top right.
Bottom left to top right,
And
okay.
then I get
Always,
the-
on all of them?
Yeah, generally. So I want that one in first and then that one.
Right.
And then you'll get a nice uniform finish.
Does it look different then if you do
It
some...
has slightly different motion, but what I would say with all of this is if you've got someone coming to your house who's going, you've got one stitch in the middle that's crossed over the other way, send them away.
Yeah.
You know, this isn't the stitch police. It's
Yeah.
it's an enjoyable, beautiful hobby.
But
So-
if you're going for evenness,
Yes.
always
Yes.
go all of them, or every single cross or the whole picture the same way.
Put that one in first,
Yeah.
and then that one.
But I
in
suppose
after that.
you'll get like muscle memory with it, won't you? You'll eventually get
Absolutely.
used to
Yeah,
it.
it will start to feel a bit weird when you do it the other way
Yeah.
around. You'll be like, oh, hang on.
So hang on. So if I've found the centre,
Yes.
and I know that my first cross is there,
Yes.
then is it just, it's next to that one? So, like, how do you know those blue ones all go there?
Yeah, I know that because when I started my chart, I started over here with this.
Yeah.
I put that row in first and I fed up and through there.
Right.
That was in done. And I've marked it off on my chart so I know I've located myself. And then I could count the amount of threads of the fabric or the holes, whichever you prefer.
I was going to say, what do I count?
So some people prefer hole counting,
Right.
some people prefer threads. I like to count holes. The reason being you can put your needle into the hole as you go. So I like to count the holes.
And each hole is one of those squares.
So the thread is the white of the grid, and the grey is the hole.
Right.
Okay, so you see the white is representing fabric.
Right.
Okay.
So where it crosses,
yes.
that's a hole.
So yeah, exactly. Where these two meet on the grey line, that's a hole.
Fine.
I prefer that.
Yeah.
But it's,
Yeah, because they say, don't they,
potato.
when you're working on Ada, you count the holes, but when you're working on linen, you normally count the threads, don't you?
Yeah, threads per inch.
Yes.
So, yeah. But it's, as I say, it's because as I count, I put my needle into the hole, so it helps me
you're physically
remember,
counting it.
Yeah, exactly. So, you can count the threads or the holes to the next one, so you can locate everything in reference to everything
No wonder
else.
your boyfriend gets weird, because if you open the door and you're going, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, somebody said to me the other day, I was talking, it was International Women's Day, and I was with a group in Scotland teaching, and I was saying, what's the great thing about, International Women's Day? What's the great thing about being part of this group? And they were saying, like, community and, the crafting together and learning and the hive mind. And somebody went, we've got the patience to stab things thousands of times. And I was like, oh, okay. She was like, I feel quite angry about some things, but not after I've crafted.
No, I suppose not. Yeah, you take it out on there.
So, yes, so he really should be happy if I'm stabbing the fabric.
Exactly,
several
not
times.
him. Yeah, exactly.
I'll be coming out so zen. Like, so, yeah.
Right.
So
we've located where we have to do the
Yes.
stitch, and we've said that we always do all of them the same if we can remember.
Yeah, exactly. Now, you can see I've got my star thread here, so I'm in the green, and I'm starting to work along, so I know I need to put in 2 stitches and then 4 above it directly. So here, there's 1, 2, and then a row
the
of
star
4.
motif. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
So I can put those in. Now, you can put them individually like that, or if you know you've got a run of them, so I know there's 4 above. Some people like to really treat themselves to a slalom effect.
Okay.
So you can go for the full run of the half stitches first. So you could do 1.
Oh, to do all the first stitches first.
Exactly. It's, the nice thing is because if you've got that bit in your head, you don't have to count it, and then once you've got the halves in, you don't have to
Yes.
You don't have to remember
to stop.
So you can kind of hop about a bit with it because you're not going massive distances.
And how do we do the tension then? How do we?
So basically, if you're pulling too tightly, you'll start to create eyelets. So you'll know that you're creating big holes in your fabric.
Oh,
so
okay.
If it's sitting too loose, the thread's gonna move around a lot on the fabric, and there's gonna be a kind of looseness and bagginess to it. So I pull it until it resists a little bit, and then I know I'm done.
Yeah.
So, but
no, you're not pulling it tight.
No, there's no need for tension in your embroidery or yourself. Like, there's no stress in this hobby. So you can see I've got those stitches in. What I'm going to do is, as I say, I have a terrible memory. I'm going to mark those off because I know that I've done it.
Yeah.
So you're crossing it up with, it's crafting cum bingo.
Yeah.
So you can see I now need to get 3 from above the end one and then another 2.
Yeah. Now we sell those friction pen highlighters. So the friction, so you could do this and then iron this piece of paper afterwards. Then you'd all disappear, so you're ready to do it again.
Absolutely.
Because you've drawn on yours.
Yeah. So some of the highlighters. So if you know you're not going to use the pattern again, then yeah, of course you just use it with anything, a felt tip pen, anything. But if you know you're going to want to use it again, friction pens you can use, or the gel pens. Also things like the yellow highlighters you can actually photocopy, and you don't see the yellow.
Oh, don't you?
No. Shouldn't do. So that's quite good. But I'm using a purple highlighter.
No, that's fine. I'm just thinking about some people like to reuse.
Yes, absolutely. So, but yeah, I mean, equally, you could use a pencil and rub it out.
Oh, of course.
But yeah, the frictions are good for that. But yeah, so you can see it's really straightforward. And, you can chat, you can...
Oh, I wouldn't be able to chat. I'd be too busy concentrating.
You can watch.
I can't talk and drive at the same time.
Can you not?
No, I only found this out because they were filming me in my car a few weeks ago. And they were like, so if you could talk to camera while you're driving. I was like, what?
You were like, you want me to do what?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you were like, give me the rig, set me up. So I'm going to hop across here, and then that's all of that particular shade. So I've got 3 of these. And if you jump in short distances like this, don't worry, because I know that area is covered up. So I'm going to be doing embroidery over the top of that. So it will hold all the tension of any slightly longer stitches in. So it's really nice. So you can start to see the edge of the leaf coming in now.
I just think the size of this, it's really going to, like Charlie said, it comes together really quickly, doesn't it? And it's nice to see, because sometimes we need, while we're sewing, we need to be able to see what we're doing, you know what I mean? Yeah. Sometimes when you're working on something very intricate, you can be at it for 3 hours, you know, can't see anything.
Well, you can see it's a really achievable project, can't you?
Yeah.
It's one of those things that you kind of think, some things we spend, it's laborious, like the amount of hours, you know, you've enjoyed those hours, but it's a lot of hours. Whereas this, as I say, it goes quite rapidly.
Well, it's that instant gratification thing, isn't it?
Absolutely. And I do think there's that really lovely thing about having different projects at different scales on the go, of different techniques.
Yes.
There's something really pleasing about that, and it changes the pace.
Yeah, because sometimes you can be the most experienced seamstress, but actually you want to do something really simple and mindless, mindful, whatever. You know what I mean?
Well, sometimes you just want something that's going to quiet your mind.
Yes.
Just quiet the noise.
Yeah.
And this is, like, cross stitch is brilliant for that. And, like, I know so many people who, they do all sorts of types of crafts and embroideries of all different levels, and cross stitch is the thing that they come back to when they need a bit of chill time.
Oh, okay.
So, because you engage with it, you just...
Now, when you go from different areas, you don't stop and start. You've taken the thread from where you were last to there.
Because these are relatively... I've jumped from there to there.
Yeah.
Those are short areas, so and I know that's going to have embroidery over it.
Yeah.
So the tension of that thread on the back is fine, and it's all going to be held in when I put the other stitches
So
in.
what's the biggest amount you would...
For this, I wouldn't go over an inch.
Jumping wise. So if say for example, say your next green one was up there, you wouldn't jump all the way over there, you'd finish off that
I'd
one.
normally finish off.
Yeah.
So, and again, I mean, it's one of those things we leave tails and you work over it to finish off.
Yeah.
Or if you've got to the point where there's nowhere to finish off, you can turn it over and you can weave through in the back.
Yeah.
But again, you'd weave through between half an inch and an inch to make sure that you've got a nice secure finish.
Brilliant. Right, lots of people asking what else we've got for the hour. So before we carry on with the demo, I'll just remind you that this one here was a cushion. Mm-hmm. Sorry, I'm going to have to put it over your work now.
That's the one.
That one there's your cushion. $49.99. Then we had the table runner. Now, I need to tell you, it's 36... Oh, it's quite big. 36 inch... Oh, no, hang on. 14 inches by 35 inches, that one. 14 inches by 35 inches. Right, I'm going to run through everything else we've got this hour, and then we won't not necessarily get to it as well. Anyway, this one's on linen. We are going to be showing you how to do this one in a minute. Agapanthus. Now, they've got that one in a frame. They put that one in a frame. That one there is 23 by 16.5 inches. Okay, £10 coming off that one. Don't know why. I don't know. I'm taking. Oh, don't take £10 off everything. Beautiful. I will talk to you through this in a minute. I just want you to see everything that's for sale. That's all. Then we've got these table runners, which are 13.5 by 37.5. So I've gone back to Ada now. Mm-hmm. Right. So this one I'm doing here is this one. This is Violet's. So it's that one that you're getting. You're not getting all three, you're just getting that one in there. £10 off. It's going to happen. There you go. That's all your threads.
It's like a little sweetie shop, isn't it, on the those colours?
Sweetie shop.
I love those colours, yeah.
Gorgeous. They're beautiful colours. That yellow is lovely, isn't it? Right. Then we've also got this one, which is the table cloth, 26.5 inches square. Beautiful, isn't it?
Really fresh and kind of delicate, isn't it? Spring, all delicate and spring-like with the colours.
£10 coming off that one. Beautiful. Then we've got this one, which is quite bold. With the are they poppies on that one? Again, this is the tablecloth. This is what you're getting in this one. Oh, now that one's more affordable. Oh, look at I love the colours in there. Yeah. That one's, has that got the £10 off? Oh, going to $44.99, that one. Beautiful. Any questions, obviously send them in. Now, I've got one more to show you, which is completely different again. So is this on linen? That one looks like linen to me,
yes.
Isn't it? Linen. But look, this is an old house. Where's my size on that one? Oh, 40 by 30 centimetres. Now, is that cross-stitch?
Yes. Don't you think they've all got that kind of theme of, like, the quintessentially kind of English?
Oh, yes, yes, yeah, no, and yet they're all from Copenhagen.
I know, it's really strange, isn't it? So...
Little English country garden, yeah, exactly. Oh, and the little bonnet there and
You
everything.
should be having a cream tea in Somerset or something, don't you? Devon.
Oh, not so, I don't like it down there. In Cornwall, I found all the roads too small and everything, and I got
with the hedges.
Yes,
hedges. Really high.
But,
it feels like
but also, it's not a hedge at the bottom; it's wall at the bottom.
Yeah.
So, and if a bus comes the other way, you're done for.
Only if you're talking at the same time as driving.
No. My first memory from sewing at school was on Binker. A giant style of cross-stitch. Yes. I'll shut up now, says Alison Marion. She's only ever worked with one colour of thread when cross-stitching. What fantastic tips about multiple threads. Sue says, what a lovely surprise. Didn't realise Helen was on today. I love her work. What is her opinion of the back of the work? Is she team don't look it's rude or do be as neat on the front as the back? Carmela says, congratulations on Helen. Oh, congratulations. Congratulations, Helen, on becoming a freeman of the Worshipful Company of Broiderers.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Very exciting. So, I was honoured to be invited to join the livery company for the broiderers, which they were definitely founded by the 13th century, but we think they were possibly as early as 1066. So it's one of the oldest livery companies in the country, and well, in existence anywhere. And the idea was that within the City of London, there were livery companies and guilds to look after the quality of the work that was going out, and also the people working within that trade. So this was for the embroidery, and so they have looked after embroidery ever since. So they do a lot of charitable work now and funding a lot of things to do with textiles for training and heritage training and things. So in fact, part of the training that I had was funded by livery companies. I've been invited to join. So there's 3 stages to it. So I did the first part the other day, which was you take your oath to the company.
Oh, it's totally serious.
So it's in very kind of unwieldy old English. So, and you do it in front of a room full of people.
Oh, you had to learn it or speak it?
You had to recite it. They had got it there in front of you in case you needed it, but it doesn't trip off the tongue. And then the second stage, you go to the Guildhall in London and you become a freeman of the City of London. And that means I can take sheep across London Bridge.
Perfect, that's what you need.
And if I'm inebriated in the city wards, they're responsible for putting you in a taxi and sending you home.
Okay. Yeah, brilliant.
And then we'll try that sometime. And then the third stage of it is that you go and get clothes. So you get your robes. It's the old style of robes, and it's at the livery company again. So, and then you're a freeman of the city. Of the livery company. So very exciting. So very, very.
And does that mean you can charge more money for your job and things like that?
No, it's a real honour to be asked to join. And 25 years next year is how long I've been stitching. So so I went through with one of my best friends who trained with me. We were housemates together. So it was just a really special moment for us. But it was just a really important part of our progression.
Oh no, it's fantastic! So, congratulations.
Thank you.
Right, now that you're what's it, can we do some agapanthus then? This is this one here. So now this one measures 23 by 16.5 inches. They've put it in a frame, but you could do whatever you want with it, really.
I think this would be lovely with kind of patchwork and quilting around it.
Oh yeah, lovely. Because you can do that, can't you, with this?
Yeah, absolutely. Pick up all the tones in it. It'd be really good.
So this is on the linen.
Yes.
Now it's got a starch or something in it, has it? It's quite a solid linen.
It's quite stiff. So you might want to just, if you don't like that, you can just agitate it a little bit and soften it up.
Okay, so now I see you're starting right at the beginning.
I am, yes.
Have you got the chart for this one?
I have, yes. Brilliant. It's here. So that's all the information that you get in there, and all the threads So again, they're on these little cards, so with numbers. So
Yeah.
you can number them up. And you get your...
Blimey, hang on. So the charts are enormous.
Well, the reason being, you want to be able to see them really clearly.
Of course, so they join together.
Yeah, so they've got numbers, so you can see how they fit together.
Okay.
And you can see at the bottom here, this says 4 of 4. So you
Oh,
can see,
okay, yeah. All right.
the position.
So now, do I find the middle of a quarter, or do I find the middle of the actual thing?
Yeah, so completely up to you. So what you do is, we know that the edge of this, where there's the arrows, is the centre line of that.
Oh,
so
okay.
You can say, okay, this is 1 of 4, so that's here.
that one.
So I know that the central point of the fabric, that's where that attests to.
Yes, so the bottom right-hand corner of that is the
Absolutely.
centre of
Yeah,
your piece.
Exactly. So you can start however you like with that. So you find the centre of your fabric by folding it. And
Yeah.
you can see what I've done is I've just used a water erasable pen
Yeah.
to pop my lines on. Now, how do we know the scale of this? So people always ask about the scale of the fabric.
Yeah.
We talked a bit about this. But what you do is you measure that an inch, you
Yes.
put 2 pins in at an inch distance and you count the threads.
Right.
So this particular fabric is 26 threads.
Right.
So it's a nice scale. They're completely different to the Ada, but still very manageable.
Yes.
So, but it's important to know what you're comfortable with or without magnifiers.
Yeah.
So
Do I get a needle in the kit?
You do, yes.
Oh, so you don't need to worry about having to go and buy a needle.
You've got everything except for your scissors and except for a hoop.
Oh, yeah. Now, you know the little red scissors? Did you bring your little red scissors today?
Red scissors?
Yeah, for the next hour. I've got scissors in the next hour, and they haven't sent them. And we all went, oh, Helen's got these.
Red ones?
Yeah, tiny little, they're not yours. No. Oh, it doesn't matter, don't worry. We'll find it. We'll find
I
them.
wish I'd got red scissors, though. I like red.
They're only little, they look like they're going to be tiny.
Dinky ones.
Yeah. We can have a look after this, anyway. Right, so...
Now I'm coveting the red scissors.
Well, no, we all thought you had them already, but there you go. So we've done the inch thing here.
Yes.
And
so that's
we've
just,
counted how many
yeah, so that's
threads
how
are
you find
between.
out.
Right.
That doesn't reflect at all on how you stitch it. It's just the scale. So some people like to know what the fabric scale is because
Yeah.
they know, oh, I can easily see that without glasses or magnification
Yes, of
or
course.
whatever.
Right.
But always work in good lighting just anyway.
Yeah.
Now, you can see I've put some pins in here, so I'm going to take those ones out because we don't need them anymore because we talked about that.
Right.
So I found the centre point and I've put some pins in because the other way that people like to do is sometimes people like to, if they've got a big chart, sometimes people like to put in their grid because you can see the chart is gridded. Yeah, so you can see these dark lines.
Yeah.
There's 10 threads of the fabric in between.
Oh, so that's not an inch then?
No, it's 10 threads of
Threads,
fabric.
right, okay. That's
Yeah.
where I would have gone wrong. you
Yeah,
see.
so it's really important to remember that. So some people really like to mark that out because, again, it depends on how you like to work. Some people like to start in the centre and work outwards and mark out on their chart, as we've talked about.
Yeah.
Some people like to be able to start wherever they like and they'll just grid it up. So again, if you just, where you've got that, I've got an air and water erasable pen. So if you put your grid in, it means that you know exactly what your measurement is and where you are in the chart.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So it's kind of 5 to 10 minutes at the start of the project,
Yeah.
which saves you a lot of effort afterwards. So
That's why your chart's so much bigger.
Yeah.
Because actually, they're inch squares, aren't they, there? But actually, in reality, they look like centimetre squares.
Yeah, exactly. So you can see it will come out as a beautiful, compact design. And the reason why that really is important when you're stitching is because the scale of this, it looks so much more delicate and there's so much more information in it. So they've given you a really lovely scale of chart so that it's easier for you to see, easier for you to work in, without kind of squinting at it and hurting your eyes. But then when you're actually completing the piece, it really comes together.
Right. So in the kit, you get all of this and everything.
Yes.
Then I've got my chart.
Yes.
If I then think, oh, I like the picture, but I want it to be bigger, can I still use that chart, but on bigger linen, so that it's a bigger picture?
Yeah, so there's 2 ways of doing that. So what you can do is you can think to yourself, OK, have I got enough to have double the scale of the area of stitching? In which case, you'd simply use each of these symbols is over 1 square of the fabric at the moment.
Yeah.
But you could do it over double that.
Oh, OK.
The other thing that you could do is you could use a bigger grade of fabric.
Yes.
So there's 2 ways of approaching it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, either would work.
No, I'm just saying, so your chart is very versatile.
Yeah,
You can use it
absolutely.
again to do this size, but then if you want to do bigger,
Yeah.
you could do
And the
bigger.
thing is, like, say you like this motif,
Yeah.
you can even go to the point where you've got potato sacking and
Right.
stitch it with a ribbon over the
Right,
You can
okay.
use that because it's all gridded.
As long as you've got the grid, you can make that to
Absolutely.
whatever, and depend on what. So we could use that size Ada
Absolutely.
to do that butterfly, and we'd end up with a butterfly this
Yeah,
big rather than a
exactly.
butterfly that
Yeah,
big.
exactly. So that's the lovely thing about the grid. They've done all the work for you.
Yes.
You just then have to follow it step by step.
But it's also transferable. It's not like you
Absolutely.
can only use this grid with 26 or whatever this
Absolutely,
was.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the nice thing because, like, if you've got a piece where the pattern's marked on for you, you're obliged to work in one scale. So you can play with the stitches you put on it, but
course,
the scale's chosen for you. Whereas
Perfect.
this, you can do what you like.
Lovely. Right, okay, so when we've drawn our chart out, where do we go then?
Right, so this is telling me that I'm going to use 2 strands of my thread. So we can see, again, we've got all the different Ordnance Survey maps in
Yeah.
box. Tells us what colours we're using. So where do I go?
So this one we do split our thread down. So this isn't the same. Is that?
So
Do you
this
call
is
that
a
perle?
stranded- Yeah, that's perle, which is a twisted
Right.
cotton.
And this is.
This is stranded cotton, so this is, we strand it up.
Yeah.
So it's 6 strands in a thread. And this is normally a DMC one as well.
Yeah.
So we're going to find the symbol. So I've got the one that looks like a dot. So we're going to find that. It's number 25. It's going to show up nicely, should do, because it's a black. So,
So the thread's already come carded up for
yeah,
you.
they're
do
on
they?
the numbers, and you can see they've got the appropriate amounts of thread for you.
Right.
So you just find the one that says 25. So this one's this dark grey.
Have you got it?
Yeah. So
Oh, and this is where you now draw
I would
that.
then draw my dot on there.
Yeah.
Okay. So I would then, I personally prefer to take these off because they're in the cut lengths anyway. I find it easier to split them. You don't end up with such a nest. The best thing to do to get a flat finish is you want 2 of these, take them separately. So take one out and then another out. Now, you'll then put those back together.
Well.
Now we're good. We're all good. So put those back together again. That I would put back onto the...
Onto number 25.
I'll put back onto 25. Which is here.
Oh, you got it
My
there.
dot.
Yep.
So you can get back onto the thing. Tie a knot in the end of the thread.
Yep.
And then thread it out. Good to go.
Right.
Right. So you can see we're ready to go. What we've got, some people like to pin this to the piece as well. And some people also like, you can get those little stands that look like a music stand.
Yeah.
And stand it up. So I know that everywhere I've got that dot, so I'm going to go up from the centre. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then I've got 4 of these in a row.
Right.
So if I park that up, I know I've got a lot of work there, so I can park that up over here with my knot on the top, and then count upwards. So 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, and then I've got 4. So again, I'm going to work 4 of these. The other thing is there's a lot of fabric here. If this is getting in your way, just pin it up.
Right.
So just pin it out the way. And always make sure your pins are going downwards so you don't hurt yourself.
Yeah.
So it's much easier to control.
So have you gone on the central blue line?
Yes, just to the left of it, because this is on the left.
Oh, of course,
so
yeah. So you're doing each cross, or you're doing all the...
Well, do you want
uppy
to treat
ones
yourself
first?
to a run of them? So that's my first cross, so you can see the scale of it.
I'd be rubbish at this, because that's way too small for me.
Do you know what, though? Some people just love the miniature scale.
Oh, no. Well, if you look at Jane Greenoff, she can do this without her glasses on, and you're
Yeah.
like, I can't even see the fabric, let alone count the threads or whatever.
So, but this is so important, as I say, it's the natural lighting makes a big difference. Failing that, if you haven't got the good natural lighting, you want a good
Native
light.
lighting.
So you want your daylight lamps, really.
Yeah.
And then magnification if you need it. So
It's funny, isn't it? Because a lot of people think they need a magnifier, but actually what you just need is a really good lamp, and you'll suddenly realise you don't need the magnifier yet. It's just the light that's not right.
The other thing about it is that people quite often get a lovely lamp and then they're working in their own shadow because they don't position it in the right place.
Oh, yes.
So, so that's quite important. So remembering to position it so you're not actually hiding the fabric. You know, do not turn yourself into a sundial.
No.
So that's quite important. So you can see that's the first run of it. And again, this is the kind of project you'd kind of think yourself, if I was working this, I'd be like, right, well, I'm going to do all of this section.
Right, okay.
Today.
But you haven't got another dot for quite... Oh, no, because you've got a cross one. Yeah.
So,
oh, I see. So, yes, on that. So, you do your 4,
Yeah.
then you come across there and do your 2.
And then I'd look what's nearest, and that's nearest, and then I could work
go
this
down that
one.
way, yeah. So, you go to the nearest one,
Yeah,
really.
exactly.
Yeah.
So that'll work really nicely, so I can get those 2 in.
Yeah, because otherwise it's a great big jump, isn't it? Up to the next
Exactly.
one. And there's just one. Oh, there's just one on its own right the way up there, and you wouldn't want that one.
Exactly. Well, it's not as near as the other ones.
No.
So I can work this one. Now, somebody was asking about the back of the fabric.
Oh, yes.
Now, this, I always say, this is a Victorian.
No swearing now.
I won't swear, I promise.
Okay.
So I always say this is a Victorian thing, and the Victorians were brilliant and a bit odd, right?
Yes.
So this is a bit of a control issue.
Right.
So to me, it's not a flag, right?
Right.
You're not actually aesthetically looking at the back. It's a functional area where you're supposed to work neatly and effectively across it.
Yeah.
Right? And people who, the first thing they do is they go, oh, yeah, and then flip it over.
Yeah.
These are not your friends, right?
Right.
They are not the stitch police, and I always say, asking to see the back of somebody's work, unless they're helping to teach you or learn, you're going to learn something from it, rather than just nosiness.
Yeah.
It's like asking to see someone's knickers, right? It's a personal area.
Yes.
And do you really need to see it?
Yes.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Right? So keep it covered.
Yes.
Right?
Keep it covered.
Keep it covered. Right? Nobody needs to see that unless there's a physical reason for seeing it. Like, are we going to be teaching you something?
Yes. If you're at the Royal School of Needlework.
Yes.
And they're teaching you to be point workers, then yes, by all means, people are going to have to look at the back. And also, you can see as a teacher, you can see whether they're going wrong or right.
Yeah, the mechanics of how they're doing a stitch. So, but if your friend comes round to your house and they look at the back and they're like,
yeah. You see, I'm like that. When someone sends in a picture of work, I don't look at the work. I'm going, oh, you need to cut your grass, you do. You haven't tidied that away yet. So maybe I won't come back to your house.
To me, it's that thing, is it a friend with a capital F or a small f?
Oh, thought about this, haven't you?
Friend with a capital F, yes. You want to be a friend with a capital F.
Yeah.
So that's who we all want to be. But yeah, so I always kind of think that. And quite often when I'm teaching, I can tell if there's problems by running my finger across it. I don't need to look at it sometimes.
Yeah.
So if it's a nice, effectively worked, neat area, the only time that there's problems is if you've travelled long distances, if your tension's a bit of a funny issue, or if you've got knots on the back. So that's the thing.
But that's a teaching thing or a thing on your own. It's not, you're not making it for someone to look at the back of.
It's not both sides alike. It's not a flag.
Yeah.
It's
so it'd be different if you do, what was that stitching that Henry VIII had, like the black one? That,
Holbein.
That's same on the back and the front.
So both sides alike and black work, they're sometimes designed to be seen from both sides. So as I say, if you'd got an embroidery on a floppy cuff and you wanted to see the decoration as you moved, you'd see both sides.
Yeah.
You stitch it so that it's as close as possible.
Yeah,
and as
but
neat
that's
as
not
possible.
that's not this.
That isn't this.
No.
And I just think it's absolutely bonkers. People torture themselves, and it's not supposed to be like that.
No.
So please don't be like
Also,
that.
if you put it in a frame or on a cushion or something, nobody's ever going to see the back. And as you say, as long as the tension's right and as long as the finishing off is right and everything like that, because what you don't want to do is for it to finish and then for it all to unravel and everything. But you don't need somebody coming up and
if you're creating a lot of bulk on the back, then you're going to have problems when you come to mount it or whatever else.
Yeah.
And you know, if it's on a garment, you don't want lots of threads hanging around and knots on you against your skin. But the rest of it, as I say, it's functional. That's a functional space.
Exactly.
So
there you go. Answer to your question. Right. So carry on then.
Right. So you can see that we're working across this piece. Would help if I'd got my chart the right way, wouldn't it? Where am I? So yeah. So I got distracted then by the back of the work.
Oh, sorry. Oh, she's got all a bit flustered now.
So. Right, so you can see I've got a gap and then a stitch and then a gap and then 3 stitches.
Yeah.
So I tend to remember it in sections like that. So I'm kind of like, okay, gap and then a stitch. And again, you're still wanting to do your directions in the same way. So bottom left to top right and then the other way.
Has cross-stitching always been a decorative thing, or does it come from a utilitarian mending sort of thing?
So we've kind of always had this divide between embroidery is decorative.
Yeah.
So if you have embroidery within a society, you know that they're celebrating things.
Okay.
So because it's beautiful, but it's aesthetic only. There's no function.
No fun, because it's like sashiko.
Absolutely.
You know that it's come from, make and wear sort of thing, isn't it?
Whereas, I mean, the roots of all the stitches are from function originally.
Yeah.
But as I say, the decorative things, quite often embroidery was made to imitate something else. Cross stitch.
I suppose it was doing art on fabric, wasn't it, originally?
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely. And I think it's that thing that, if you look across the world, it's an art form that has been in existence for such a long time across the world in different cultures, societies that would never have touched
each other.
So even within closed societies, they have embroidery.
Yeah.
And actually that makes it a really important thing because we've had it for such a long time. It's been so kind of long-standing. So we're using it as a form of expression and enjoy as well. So and the process of doing it as well. So it's just such an enjoyable thing to do.
Yeah.
And I think people who don't stitch don't understand that. They kind of go, oh, I wouldn't have patience for that. But it's that thing about finding the thing that makes your hours disappear in a good way, And actually now we have so few things where you have something physical to show for your time. So, all the stuff we do on computers, there's nothing in your hand.
No.
So there's the satisfaction of having something developing there in your hands and you're seeing how it builds.
Yeah.
And you know that the hour spent on it, you've got something to show for every moment of that.
Oh, yeah, because if you think you can waste 2 hours on Facebook so easily.
And at the rabbit hole,
Yeah, and then at the end of it, you're just frustrated because you're angry with something. Whereas 2 hours of this, you've got, a flower or something.
It's so beautiful. Yeah, and also the pleasure that you have of making it, but then if it's for you looking at it, other people coming and seeing it or gifting it, and also those things that they become so strongly associated with you. So when people come, if you've given something to somebody and they get it out for a special occasion and it's a thing that keeps coming out and then it's so lovely. It gets tied into everybody's memories.
Oh, yeah, well, it's like those tablecloths when you were in last time with me.
Yeah.
My nan had those and my mum had them and they came out for special occasions. Like the little serviettes came out for like posh afternoon teas and things where people came to visit and
Celebrating.
Things. Exactly.
Celebrating.
Brilliant. Right.
So you can see the scale of this is entirely different.
That's tiny, isn't it?
So it's a much smaller scale. And I think it's actually quite important to explain the difference between Aida and the...
linen,
So basically, you've got even weave. There's 3 types of fabric that you'd normally do for this type of work. So there's linen, there's Aida, and there's even weave.
Okay.
No, so even weave is designed to be as even as possible. So all of the fibres within it are evenly spaced and are as evenly sized as possible to make it a regular, completely uniform stitch that you'll achieve. Linen is the traditional fabric that we were using. So it's been made from flax, made for centuries.
Yeah.
This is what we originally started with. And you can get in different counts, as we've talked about, so different threads per inch. And it's got irregular thread sizes in it because it's a natural product.
Of course, yeah.
And then Aida is groups of threads grouped together. So you've got a bundle of them. So you've got a bigger cross, for example, when you're doing cross stitch. And it's much easier to see the hole's larger. So it kind of self-identifies easier. So those are the 3 different counts.
Oh, okay. I always thought there were only 2. I didn't realise even weave was different.
No. Yeah, so we've got even weave was inspired by linen.
Yeah.
You see, but it's a more controlled.
But made it more
regular.
easy.
Yeah, basically.
So even weave can't be the natural linen fibres because otherwise it would automatically go wobbly, would it?
Yeah, so linen isn't necessarily even weave. So it's as even as possible.
Yes.
But within the fact that you've got possibly irregular sizes of thread. So for those of you who must have a very, very regular finish, it's even weave you want.
Okay.
So and the linen has more of an irregular surface touch to it as well.
Well, also you get slubs in linen and things like that, can't you? So you can't guarantee that it can be.
Yeah, and that can be really beautiful. And it's funny because to the point where some of the even weaves, they dye them and treat them to try and keep the threads regular, but to give the look of the finish a bit of a linen-y feel.
Yeah.
So the Ada here, you can see that's that we were working on earlier with the blue tip. That's designed to look linen-y.
Yes.
So,
but it's not linen.
No.
It's got a lovely feel to it. This is the one we talked about earlier. I'll go through everything now because it's been such a fabulous help, but it's nearly gone already. You haven't stitched anything.
I know, we've got a lovely start.
Yeah.
So, but again, I mean, it would be one of those things, if you get to the point where you need to stop because we're finishing, or go and get a cup of tea or whatever, life, again, put your sticky tape there, mark it up with the symbol that you're on, bring your thread up out the way, and you know where you are. Mark up your chart, and then you're ready to just pick it up, put it down. It waits for you.
Yeah.
It's not a craft that pressurizes you, which I love about it.
Yeah.
And, you know, you don't have to be faithful to one project.
No, but the only trouble with it is, it's not that this is not if it's a hobby of yours, but if you're making something for somebody, if you're making a dress or a bag, you can speed up and think, oh, I'm going to finish this really quickly. Whereas,
Well, you say that. The more that you do it, the more that you will speed up to it. You get to an optimum speed.
Yeah.
And so if you kind of come to it and you're a bit slower, you're getting your eye in, your hand in, but you will get to the point where you're optimum speed. And actually, one of the things about not changing your thread, so being one of those people that works all the one shade, that does group in the design a bit quicker, so it's easier to identify where you are. Gridding your fabric makes it easier and quicker. So a bit of prep work. Preparing to fail is failing to prepare is preparing to fail. So it's that thing about prep work first makes it much easier and quicker to see where you are. Marking your charts, but as I say, doing all the same colour means you're going quicker. You're not changing your thread so often.
But I mean, we're not saying you have to do it quickly because it's your relaxation time. I was just thinking.
Yeah, but if you've got a deadline for somebody's birthday,
you suddenly need
or
to
an
finish.
important occasion that you wanted to have it out, then there are tricks that you can speed up. Or, you know, if you want to work with multiple threads, then that's fine, but have multiple needles. So get your needles out your stash and get more of them on.
Well, actually, see, watch the 11 o'clock hour.
Yes.
Watch the 12. I keep
12
saying 11 because you're normally on at 9 and 11, aren't you?
Yes.
Right, okay, let's recap then. So we started off with the blue tit. Of course, that's exactly what it looks like. So we had the cushion, first of all, which is this one.
Yes.
So it measures 40 by 40. It's Ada, 100% cotton, Ada, 16 inches square. 16-inch square. That's your, all your... So in here, you've got your Ada enough for front and back of cushion, all your thread, your needle, your chart, and your cards, and everything. You don't need anything else. That's a complete set, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Need scissors.
Scissors and a hoop.
Now, it should be $59.99, £10 off, $49.99. Then we had the table runner that goes with this. And again, you've got everything you need in there. Now, we didn't talk about that one there. Obviously, you just sew it together like a cushion, but this one must have a hem on it.
So, yeah, you could double turn it, hem it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you could even, if you wanted to, you could actually do a traditional drawn thread hem, like a mitered hem, but
That's not now. Not in the next 30 seconds. Yeah, exactly.
But, yeah, it's versatile.
Lovely. Then we moved on to this one, Agapanthus. This is on linen. Now, it just makes you... So that finished thing there is 23, but there's an awful lot of stitches on there.
There is, but what a good amount of stitching for your money.
Oh, no. No. I think it's brilliant. But we've seen... Let me move that out of the way. How tiny that is.
Yeah, but this is the kind of thing people would go, right, this is going to be my year project, so this is going to be a long project.
Yes.
And then I'll have short projects that are quicker or, you know, bigger.
Yes.
That you'd have...
Yeah, because sometimes we want to finish something.
Your side hustle.
Exactly.
Your
side hustle. Right, then we'll go on to violets.
Yeah.
So this is the table runner here, this one. Again, all good. You love these stuff. All these got 10%, £10 off, remember, £10 off all of them.
The scale of the stitching on that is similar to the blue tit as well, so it's big.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you can see, can't you? Yeah. Beautiful. Then we had the, we went on to, that's yours, that's not mine. When we went on to this one here, which was your tablecloth, your square, with beautiful, look at the colours in there, beautiful spring-like.
That's a medium scale of stitch as well.
So that's medium. Oh, yeah, you can see, yeah.
A smaller scale of Ada.
That's the kind of size I kind of would fancy. I think that's too big, that's too small. It's like Mummy Bear. Yeah, exactly. Should be $66.99, remember? £10 off. Then we went to Poppy. which I love. I'm calling it poppy, I don't know if it is, but love the colour. Now, this one is, again, the tablecloth in the middle. Beautiful. And then we went something completely different. Went English Country Garden. So this one again. Now, what size is this? Oh, this is tiny again.
Yeah, so it's the linen. So, but it's going to look really intense and beautifully.
So is it this size?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then, but it's 40 by 30 centimetres. There's a lot of stitching in there.
A lot of stitching, so good value for your money.
Yeah.
But also, because it's so intense and small, you'll get such a jewel-like finish to it. It's going to look like one of those beautifully hand-painted, like miniature portraits.
Oh, lovely.
So.
Not so miniature though, 40 by 30.
Yeah, but all the detail of it.
Oh, what?
All the detail.
Oh, no, it'd be beautiful. And when you look at it, you'll see the little bonnet, the flowers. Where you kind of look at it now and you think, oh, that's a pretty picture. But then you actually look at the detail of how they've got flowers growing round the park bench and thing, or the garden bench, and that's lovely. Thank you, that was brilliant. We'll see you in an hour's time. Yeah. What are we doing in an hour's time then?
We're doing embroidery tools and we're doing hard anger.
Yes.
So it's very exciting.
Now, what's the make?
So,
the needle.
Bohin.
Right, last time we had these needles in. By the time we got to Helen's hour, they'd nearly all sold out. We've got way more stock today. Helen will be able to tell you all about the history of them and everything like that, because it's fascinating. And it's like such a high brand, isn't it? But not high prices. Yeah. Not high prices. And you think all the history and everything and the quality of workmanship behind them, you'd think you'd be paying really high prices, but you're not. They're fantastic. Go ahead and look at it now in the break. Helen will be back in an hour. I'll be back in 4 minutes with Lucy Picksley when we're doing I'm going to call it a project bag and a pouch. It's really lovely, made out of PU. I'll see you in 4 minutes from now.
Hi everyone, I'm Yvonne McAtamney. I'm a patchwork and quilter, and what do I do the rest of the time? The rest of the time I actually own and try and manage Village Fabrics in the town of Wallingford. How did I start my sewing and journey? Well, I've been sewing since as long as I can remember. I started out dressmaking with my mum and my big sisters. And since then, I've tried my hand at most things and have finally ended up with patchwork and quilting. And I think that's probably due to one of Eleanor Burns' Quilt in a Day books. Let me assure you, you don't make a quilt in a day. But it's been a passion of mine for the last 25 years, and I'm still at it, so there's hope for us all. So what do I enjoy sewing? Well, I like to do a bit of most things, to be honest, but my favourite thing is anything to do with my Japanese fabrics. So as you can see, we've moved to a different part of the shop, and here we are in another of my favourite corners. And I really enjoy combining the lovely Japanese fabrics with some hand stitching and hand quilting. So I've moved to the permanent Christmas room at my shop here, and as you hopefully can tell, this is quite a large shop here, so most of my time is involved in keeping this running successfully. So I don't really have a lot of time for claims to fame. So what I suppose I could say is that my claim to fame is actually managing to manage John Scott. I'm sure he'll take that the way it's meant, so love you lots, John. My top tip is that children's colouring in books are a really valuable resource whenever you're crafting. You've got nice, clear outlines that can become templates for your applique work, or you can transfer them and use them as quilting patterns. I can't draw, but I can create lots of things using bits and pieces from things like children's colouring in books. Give it a try.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
This Sunday, we see the launch of Sizzix on Sewing Street. Sharon Curtis will be with John Scott to launch the Sizzix Big Shot Switch Plus, which will help you enhance your designs with ease. So tune in this Sunday for the launch of Sizzix on Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only one P&P, with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Look at this. I love this. It's a project bag. It's a project bag. It's not one that you put on the back of your bathroom door to put your shampoos in, I think. It's a project bag. Lucy's taking hers to the NEC this afternoon with the project. What are you making there this afternoon?
I'm making the maiden bag.
Oh, what?
The maiden bag. You've had it on here once before.
Okay. So that's this afternoon at the NEC if you're there. On the Hall 19 F01 is the stand. I know. Anyway, this is lovely, isn't it? What I'm going to do is I'm going to take you through everything that's for sale first, so you can start checking out during the demonstration. But it's lovely because it's got like sheeny shiny on the back there. Now, this one here's got a pocket with, what's this called? Mesh Ours has got mesh in. If you've got mesh at home, you can put mesh in, but we've got vinyl to go in there today. And lovely, lovely fabric. So let's just start then. I've got so much on my table, I don't know where to start. Right, so the bundles, first of all. Oh, and it's a 2-project bag. It's a 2-project pattern, by the way. Look. It's fancy, isn't it? Because the way that zip goes like that. Fancy. Nice. So you're getting 2 projects in the instructions. 2 projects in the instructions. Right, so let's start with that one there, because that's the one that's been made up. So what we got in this one is you obviously get the instructions. Then you've got your William Morris 1 metre of canvas. Then you've got your gold PU 1 metre. There's an awful lot of fabric in this bundle. Then you've got your white PU, I bet that's called ivory PU, that's ½ metre. Excuse me, then you've got a fat quarter of your green. £42.99 for that lovely bundle.
John, can I just say, out of all the PU there, you're going to get a few bags, you know, a few project bags, a few pouches.
Oh, okay.
Without a doubt. You'd need to add more of your contrast fabric.
Yeah.
But in terms of your PU, that's going to do a few sets, that.
Oh, brilliant, brilliant. £42.99. That's that one there. Now, which one are you doing? You're doing this one. Right, now, I'm going to be upfront with you on this one, but I'll tell you the bundle first, right? So you get the instructions. You get now you get a metre of your chambray on this one, ½ metre of your floral, ½ metre of your pink, and 1 metre of your PU. Now, I'm not being negative, but I just want you to be aware that this PU is very different to all the other PUs. And you're going to need to work out a way to stabilise it, because it's got more than a bit of a stretch. It's got a proper stretch in it, look like that. So we're going to be, yeah, you can get stretch PUs. But what we're going to do is we're going to give it a go, aren't we, in the demo? Oh, sorry, wasn't this not the one you're doing?
I thought we decided we were going to go with the solid pink.
No. I said, oh, you can do. I thought we were going to go with it to show them what it was doing. No, I thought you'd prep the floral one.
I'll prep both.
Oh, okay. Well, what we'll do is we'll just show you what we mean in a minute. We'll show you what we mean in a minute. Okay, £42.99. Well, no, all I'm saying to you is what Lucy and I don't want you to do is to buy this one and then get it home and go, well, mine didn't work like Lucy's worked. So we don't have to do the whole thing in it, but we can just show them what we mean, Lucy, by the stretchiness. Is that all right? Right, okay, so that's that. So that's that. I'm just... you know me, and I'll get into trouble for this from the management, but if something doesn't quite work properly, I don't want you to get it home and be disappointed with it. Now, I'm not telling you not to buy it, but I'm also telling you may be sitting home going, well, you're a stupid boy. All you need to do is this, this, and this. Let me know, because I don't know, right? But all I don't want you to do is to get it home and then go, oh, mine's not working. And there's nothing worse than buying a project where it doesn't work. Do you know what I mean?
And it's a beautiful print.
No, it's gorgeous, and it's a really lovely PU, but it's not the same PU as all the other PUs. It's a finer, stretchy one. I just think there might have been a mistake somewhere and I'm not blaming anyone, but when you buy, it's just not the same PU as all the others. That's all I want to say. And I'll get told off for saying that, but I'd rather you knew at home what you were getting, basically. So I'm going to put that to one side. Then we also had the navy version. So we've got the navy version here, so you get the instructions. You get a metre of your blue navy. You get a metre of your... Oh, that's nice. This is your cotton... it's not cotton canvas, this is a cotton quilting weight. Plus you get ½ metre of your silver PU. Plus you get your fat quarter there, Liberty fat quarter. £42.99. £42.99. Then we've got the Cafe Rainbow. Cafe Rainbow, right? So you get your instructions, you get your metre of your... I want to call it elephant. It's not called elephant. ½ metre of your burgundy. Ooh, that's nice. ½ metre of your floral, 1 metre of your rainbows. £42.99. So they're all your bundles. You can buy the pattern on its own. Sharon says your blouse looks lovely, Lucy.
Thank you.
There you go, £9.99. £9.99 for your pattern. Righto. Now, you will need some H640. Half a metre of H640 here. Is that enough to do the project?
Yes.
Yep. Enough to do the project. Half a metre of your H640. Oh, you need the Decaville in this one as well. I need the Decaville from the last hour, please, Dan.
Or you can just borrow my square.
Lovely. Where do I need the Decaville for? I'll just use your piece there. You get half a metre. You can buy half a metre. Half a metre's enough, isn't it, for this?
Yes.
This is Lucy's cut out piece here. But you need your Decaville, which is adhesive on one side and not on the other. So that £8.99 is for your half metre. You don't just get this little square here. You get your half a metre of that one. Lovely. Then you'll need some handles. Loads of handles. Right. Right, OK. So this, I'm going to do these first. So they're like your burgundy ones, faux leather. Wine. £8.99. I'm just going to whiz through these. Then you've got red. These are your sew-on ones. So the holes are already punched there for you to sew them on with. £8.99. Faux leather, soft. In the red. Then we've also got the tan.
They're the ones I used on the market bag.
Oh, yeah, that's the one you used on the 9 o'clock project. Then we've got these, which do come with rivets. But the rivets have been packed away. So there's your tan one with rivets. You get enough rivets in there, plus spares. £8.99. Then we've got dark brown with the rivets. They are really, really dark chocolate brown, those. Well, there's black next to it, just so you can see. Oh, on the telly it looks the same, but that's black and that's dark brown. And then, of course, we've got the black ones. Lovely. You will need some zippage. So we have zip on a roll now. Now, have we already cut it, or is it by the half metre? 5 metres. 5 metres of zippage there. No pulls, just the zippage. Size 5, white continuous, 5 metres. Then we've got the black, 5 metres, £9.99. Now I've got zip pulls for you to buy to go with this. Okay, so we've got silver, coloured. You get all 5 for £4.99. There you go. That's your £4.99 for those. Also come in gold. Now, is it rose gold or just gold there?
Gold, that.
Looks a bit rosy to me, that one. Don't know. £4.99. We've also got some double-sided washi tape. Well, not washi tape, wash away tape, sorry, quilter's tape. Yeah, got the code. You put this in, Ben. PYZW43. Oh, this is the new packaging. Yeah, it's the new packaging. It's the recyclable tap packaging. £6.99. That always sells out when we bring that on. Then your PVC for your pocket. Yeah, on the bag, on the original bag, it's got mesh, but we haven't got any mesh in stock at the moment. So this is an alternative. £2.99 for half a metre. Then we've got the glitter. PVC. Now, I don't think they call it, I think they call it oh no, clear glitter, they've called it, clear glitter.
£2.99?
Yeah?
Good God.
What?
Cheap.
Affordable.
Sorry, very affordable.
Affordable, yes, thank you.
Affordable and achievable.
Yep. Then the one other thing we've got in the hour today is I never got the right name right. Laminex, Lamiflax. Lamifix, right? So now this is what you get here. This piece here is what you get for £2.99. What is it, Charlie? What is it? What is it, Lucy? What is it?
It's a it's a fabric, effectively, that when ironed on makes anything waterproof. So I'm going to use it on this project here, but think beyond that if you're making caddies, anything you want to waterproof. So if you're used to using eau de coat, this is going to do it in a...
What, you iron this?
You iron it on. Iron it on.
But it feels like it would melt all over the place.
I know, but I'm going to show you. I'll show you the way.
Oh, okay, brilliant,
I'll convert you all.
So how much is that? £2.99. Right, I've shown you everything for... Oh, yeah, I've shown you everything's for sale now, so we can just concentrate on the demonstration.
Demo. I'm straightening my hair up. It's just all chosen to fall down.
Okay.
Brilliant. Okay, then. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to make up a whole big sandwich, a nice big fat sandwich.
Oh, okay, so you just bind it all at the end flat?
All gets bound at the end,
Brilliant.
Yes. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to take our beautiful cotton fabric. I've chosen this one rather than the plain.
Yeah.
And we're going to need two pieces, one for the inside and one for the outside. And we're going to fuse one piece to the H640, as I've done here. And then we're going to fuse one piece to the Decaville.
Right.
The Decaville is there to obviously make this stiff. Now, when I designed this particular project, it's because I want to do a bit of EPP, English paper piecing, and I thought it's the kind of project that I don't sit and do very often, and I definitely pick it up and put it down rather than start it and end it quite quickly. So I want to be able to store it away quite easily, and it took me back to when I first started out in my sewing, and I had a wardrobe instead. So I tended to hang things up in the wardrobe in there instead on the little pole, you know?
Yeah.
And I thought this would come in handy if it had a hanging feature on the top, so that if you were doing something, for example, like, I don't know, Jenny Jackson's doing a block of the month.
Yeah.
And you've done this month, you want to pop it all away, you want to keep your threads together, the notions that you use, all the instructions or whatever, until next month's come out, you can pop it all away and bring it out again next month when you're ready. So that was the thinking. The purse I made to go with it was so that we'd got, you know, something extra to go with it for our extra little tools and bits and bobs. And then different to other project bags, what I've done is two big pockets that go onto the front of the bag as well, which we connect with one long zip, which is lovely. So that's the H640 fused. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to fuse my other panel to the Decaville. Now, don't worry if you've got these little crunchy marks. They'll all take care of themselves as we go through. But do make sure that you fuse this really, really well together. So it does take a little bit of time. I know that still a lot of people that I watch, they still just kind of do this and expect it to be done.
Yeah, no.
You've got to remember the whole point is by keeping it still, you're giving time for the heat to penetrate to melt the bits of plastic. So if you think of them as particles or a jelly tot, those little jelly tots need to melt. Other sweets are available.
Yeah.
They need to be able to melt so that they can all bond together. So give it the seconds that it needs. It will say on sort of fusible products how long it might recommend. So it could be anywhere up to 8 seconds. Trust the process and let's make sure it's going to stay beyond you know, the short length of time. So just work along and get that all in place. Now, the only big decisions you've got to make, other than having two vinyls to choose from for this project...
I think this is a relative of yours.
Oh.
Toke.
Brother.
Oh, your brother. Lucy Elizabeth.
What have I done?
Exclamation mark.
What have I done?
What did Gran get in trouble with when she was at the milliner's saying it was cheap? It's inexpensive.
Oh, dear.
It's an unusual name, Toke. Is it short for something?
No, it's not. It's to do with, and I always get this bit wrong, so I'm not going to try.
Oh, okay.
But it's all to do with lipstick all over my hand.
Oh, no.
Can I have some cloth, please? It's all to do with a popular TV soap that begins with E. And oh, no, not that one. And an actor that was on it, yes. An actor that was on it that my mum and dad particularly liked. And that was his name.
Oh!
His actual name.
Have we got a wet wipe or something that Lucy could just wipe this lipstick off her hand, please? Or a blue cloth with a bit of damp?
I prefer the lipstick on my lips rather than the hands, really.
On your lips, that's definitely there. I don't know how you got it all over your hand.
So you can see I've really taken my time for using that on.
Yeah.
But we've got to have it right. So the next thing we're going to decide, what I was about to say was, when I've trimmed this down, is we're going to put Lamifix on now.
Right.
Now the Lamifix, you can choose wherever you want to put it, either on the inside or the outside, depending on the job you're doing. I put mine on the outside, so in effect the piece that's touching John's desk right now.
Right.
Because I kind of think I'm terrible. Sometimes I tend to sling things around. Thank you very much, Dan. Thank you.
Oh, he's brought a whole pot of wet wipes out, and he went like this and gave Lucy one.
Yeah. We're on a budget, aren't we? We're on
Yeah.
a budget, love. Thank you. Thanks. No expense spared, eh?
Have we got any blue? Have you got blue tape there to dry them with?
Oh God, yeah.
There you go.
Oh, sorry.
You can have a whole roll of
everybody.
that.
Sorry to be wasting time like this.
Oh no! Oh. It's all going horribly wrong. Look at this while we're doing it.
So, what was I saying then? Oh, the Lamifix. So what I tend to think is, think about how you're going to be using your project bag. Like I say, I can be a bit rough and ready sometimes, throwing things in cars, and I want to make sure that back fabric, I mean, this one's cream, we don't want to get it dirty, do we, or spoil
No.
it? So we're going to Lamifix it instead. So I don't know what your boot of your car's like, but I know exactly what the boot of mine's like. Oh, thank you.
That's just because the light was in my eyes. That was.
So I'm just trimming this one down, and then we'll get the Lamifix. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to choose the Lamifix to go against the H640 piece, so that, because I like tactile things, so I want the squidge to be on the outside. But it's just one of those very personal things, and quite frankly, it doesn't matter so much. But it's definitely worth having the H640 in to create texture, and you definitely want your Decaville in to make it, you know, a bit more sturdy. Otherwise, it's still going to be quite soft and floppy, and we don't want that. So just work around quite quickly. It's a lovely bag, this one, because it kind of builds quite quickly. You see, there's lots of instant gratification, I think, in this make. So, okay. Now, the only scary thing about this is that I haven't used Lamifix here with this iron before.
Uh-oh.
But we'll all live and learn together.
Oh, you taking my piece as well?
Yes.
Do we know what temperature it needs to be?
I don't actually.
Okay, that'll be interesting. And don't peel anything off then. I literally
There's
just
nothing
put
to
it...
peel.
Okay.
We lay it down on top, and we're just going to tentatively check the corner first.
Yeah.
And see what happens. We'll turn away now.
Yeah.
And we'll work our way in, okay? So there we go. Instantly, you can see it turns clear, like proper clear.
Yeah, I was going to say it's slightly
gone from
opaque.
cloudy to clear.
Yeah.
And it just runs across quite smoothly. Just go along in circles. Keep it moving.
Yeah, because you ultimately, when you look at it, you think this will just melt.
It doesn't. Just keep it moving. And when you've done it, go over it again. I might well do this a few times during the process. Maybe not constantly, but I'll go back over the areas again.
Oh, is it called what is it? What are the letters that Sarah Patterson uses? No, there's only 3. Okay, so Sarah Patterson designs her cotton fabric, then she sends it, well, has it made in the factory, and then the factory melt on TPP. She says, UPT. You know, she shouts something because I get it wrong all the time. It's exactly what the factory's doing to her fabrics over in Korea.
Yep. So you can see that's as easy as it gets, but now I've got something waterproof. So now let's think. It's summer season. We want to make some lovely mats to go in our garden.
Yeah.
Can you imagine the difference this is going to make to put on the top? You've got like a whole new look product again. But yeah, I was introduced to this in January. And that was it. I was off. I wanted a roll. I wanted a big roll of it.
Yeah.
And I love using it.
Have
really
you bought
good.
a big roll of it then?
I have bought a big roll of it, yes. Yes. So I'm just going to trim down any extra. And don't worry, if you want to sew over afterwards as well, you can absolutely do that. So if you want to go in and quilt this now, maybe you want to put your ASR on.
Does that take away the waterproofness then? You're punching holes in it.
I suppose every time we're perforating, the truth is yes. Yeah. But, you know...
I wonder if you quilted your fabric first...
Yeah.
and then ironed it on once the fabric was
yeah, you
quilted.
could do that, absolutely. The possibilities are endless, really, aren't they? But it's a nice product. I mean, I'm going to be the first one to say I was a bit frightened of, like you, I'm not going to put an iron on that.
No.
You're absolutely crazy. But yeah, no problem whatsoever. Just, like I say, just keep your iron moving. So everything I just told you about the Decaville, keep your iron still. We're not doing that. We're just keeping it moving this time. And it's a beautiful product. Do you want to feel it?
Oh, wow, it's fantastic.
So, we've got our inside with our Decaville. We've got our outside now.
Yeah.
And I'm putting everything so it's now wrong sides together, like so, and I'm going to clip. So I am going to clip, and we're going to clip all the way around. And then I'm going to base them together.
UTP, is that the letter? Are they the letters? Something polyurethane.
If you wake up around midnight and you remember, please don't ring me.
I won't.
Don't need to know, okay?
Oh, you can ask Sarah. She's at the NEC now.
Oh, is she?
Yeah. She had such a huge crowd around her stall yesterday, I can't tell you.
So I would definitely put lots of clips in on this. I'm not, but and all I'm going to do now, like I said, is just to make it as one and make things easier, I'm just going to base about, I don't know, 2/8, is that a quarter of an inch?
Quarter.
All the way around. I always say 2/8, and my mum says, you mean a quarter of an
Quarter,
inch?
you mean a quarter? I'm with your mum.
Yeah, I know, it's bad, isn't it? So we're just going to quickly do that, just keep it nice and still. If you've got a walking foot, absolutely would recommend it for this whole process.
Well, it makes a nice noise as well when you sew through it.
Yeah.
Morag said, hello, John, is it PUL you're thinking of? No, it's not PUL, I don't think. TPU it is, TPU. Just off to the hairdresser, says Sue. Bye then, Sue. Don't have too much cut off.
Right, we're nearly there, and then we'll be ready to think about the other vinyls. You'll have lots of fun making the purse.
Yeah,
Purse,
well,
bag,
yeah, it's that funny
everyone-
twisty thing.
Yeah, lots of fun. The asymmetry can be a bit of a head scratcher, and it's ridiculous that actually you have one pattern piece, but you have to lay it in particular ways to make sure your lines come out right. Now, other linings, I suppose you might use plain, non-directionals. You might have no issue whatsoever. But,
what, because if you use a direction?
Yeah. It doesn't matter how sensible you are in your head, it'll just throw you a little bit. It's just, and it literally is the asymmetry effect. It's a weird thing.
Lovely.
Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to start with this big bottom pocket down here. So I pulled out two options like I mentioned before. So we can either work with this plain pink here.
Yeah.
Looks absolutely beautiful. Or we can work with this vinyl here.
OK, we're not going to work with it now. Let's just talk about it. So it's got a bit of a stretch in it.
It has got a bit of...
Your concern was?
I was just concerned that I think you're going to have to stabilise it in some way.
Yeah.
Else it's going to sort of distort a little bit. Now, I've added 2 layers of interface into the back here. It didn't massively fuse. It did fuse a little bit, but you've got that chicken and egg situation where if you go too hot with your iron to truly let it do its job, then you are going to have the opposite problem where you're going to start melting.
Well, you're going to compromise your PU, aren't you?
Yeah, absolutely. The other thing is, and I don't know how much you can see through the camera, this is what I was showing, that it can, because it's hard to get this to lay flat, it almost created it's only slight distortion, and like I say, you might not be able to see it, but I just wanted to raise people's awareness.
No,
really.
no. And we like to be honest here, that's all. I just think it's a question of we've bought a PU that isn't the same as all the others, and it's a beautiful PU, and it's slightly stretchy, so it'd be gorgeous for other projects, but not necessarily this one.
I think it would be perfect to work with the clutch bag. I would try it with that, yes. And maybe
make a lot of those then.
Yeah, or maybe you don't want to do 2 colours and just want to use this on that. I think it will be fine on that because it's a smaller project. Yeah, that's
it's just
what I think.
We like to be. I mean, Lucy was stressing a bit. I heard during the last hour because it wasn't fusing properly and everything. And there's a solution to everything. And I'd rather be totally, utterly honest with you and not say to you, oh, this will be make it perfectly, and then you get it home and it makes your life, well, you spent $42.99 and you're like furious with us because it's not going to work the way it should really work. So you're just going to carry on with the pink now then?
Yes, I'll carry on with pink if you're happy.
No, I'm absolutely, as long as we've got that explained why we're doing it, then I'm fine.
Yeah, no problem. Right, now, the thing I would definitely recommend now is that you use tapes. Okay, mainly because we can't pin these areas. Of course, we can clip.
Yeah.
But if you've got tape, I would use tape.
Wash away quilter's tape, double-sided.
So I am going to open that up.
Oh, you've got a great big roll of it.
Oh, I bought loads the other way. I bought 4 rolls. Thought, no messing. I always seem to run out of this stuff. So I'm going to apply that to the vinyl edge. Across the top here. Now, there are cheaper products on the market for this sort of thing. However, it can gum up your needle.
She's allowed to use the word cheaper on that one, Toke, so don't worry.
Because what was I going to say then? You put me off them.
There are cheap ones, but they clunk up, that's what you said.
They do. They will ruin your needle, your sewing machine needle.
Yeah, and you're using the brand new machine, have they? Don't be doing that.
Now, it's not to say I don't use the cheaper ones. I do, but it's about using it in the right place, and I'll show you where. Okay. So we're just going to... So what I've done here is I've cut off a piece of that beautiful tape. I've decided to go with silver pulls against the white. I think I'll probably use the gold against the black.
Yeah.
And we're just going to put one in from either end.
Okay.
Okay. Now, when they come to the middle, you want it to sit so there's no bubble or misjoin. See, it fits perfectly. There's no bubble at all.
Yeah.
And the way that I've got that to be so perfect is when I got one in, I held this up and, oh, sorry, let me just do it this way. I held this up, and then on the length that was just a tiny, tiny, tiny bit longer, I put that in first. I attached it to that bit first, and then on the opposite side, I cut away some of the teeth, like so. Can you see?
Yeah.
And that allowed it to go in and feed in exactly on point. And that makes sure you don't get that horrible little effect down here.
Lovely.
Just do bear in mind, although this I do always cut mine a bit longer, to be honest. If you're going to do that to keep your pulls out the way, I would advise you pop a clip on the end, just as that little psychological reminder not to whip it off. So we're just going to press that along like so. Now, I always do one length of sewing at a time. Don't rush the process with this bit, people. It's a beautiful, beautiful bag. You're going to see some gorgeous zip when it's done. And what we're aiming for is straight stitching wherever possible. Now, I'm going to play devil's advocate, and I'm not going to switch out my foot. But at this point, I probably would put on your zipper foot.
Yeah.
If you have these machines or the brand new model that's just come out, I'll show you another foot that I absolutely love using it throughout this project, which is this one, which I'm really sorry because I don't know the name of it.
All right.
I'm going to pop it on there. Can we zoom in at all?
Yeah, Charlie, can you come in on that?
Just because I want to hand out all my best tricks, really.
This comes with this machine, does it?
It does. It comes with this foot, with this machine, yes. And it's got this little hole just here.
Yeah.
And the needle will go down there, which means that when I want to sew close to the edge, along here, the needle's going to go in that hole. And it takes me about 1/8 away from the edge.
Brilliant.
And it makes it so precise as you go along.
It's be an edge stitching foot, is it?
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Dan, did you make my tea, by the way? My love. I'm not being a diva. I'm not being a diva. I did put the kettle on to boil. I just didn't have time in the break to... It's only 11:36 now, Dan.
I'm just going to slide one of those zips pulls out of the way just to complete that step. And trim. I'll move my zip out of the way again. And now I'm going to add more tape onto the top.
Right.
And then we're going to add the lining to this part of the pocket.
Lovely.
And I'm going to be using the blue fabric for this. You can really have a bit of a mix and match of what you want where with these bags. So just make sure you line it up down the side.
Yeah.
And then we'll work along that same line of stitching again. If you've got a roller, a seam roller, great to have that as well. Because remember, you can't really iron these fabrics. Move that out of the way again. Pushing them up there.
Just moving this zip pull out the way.
Okay. And then we're going to flip that lining up and over to the wrong side. And this is where you really want to have your seam roller.
Yeah.
And then we're going to top stitch along the bottom length just there. And like I say, this is where I would be pulling out that cute little foot and switching it over. But I'll just leave it for now, and I will do it, but I'll do it when I've attached this piece as well.
Okay.
So now we're going to do the upper panel.
Do you want this to show us off?
Yeah. Thank you very much. So we've done this section here effectively. And now we're going to attach this strip just here. So in a similar way, we're going to add tape to the upper part of the tape. We're adding tape to the tape.
I was going to say, yeah.
And place that down, making sure that the side of it runs in line with the rest again. And so.
So I'm not using a zipper foot?
I'm not, no.
Okay.
The walking foot's managing very well, and unlike other sewing, I don't need the stitch line to be close to the zip.
Yeah.
I want to see my zip.
Yeah, okay.
So, okay, now we're going to go, let me just do a double check quickly. Oh.
He's saying to me, I'll leave your tea over here, on the other set. I was like, no, I'll have it here, please. Right, so now more lining.
There is more lining. I'm just trying to remember. It's been a little while since I made this. I'm not going to lie. Which way I did it. I'll tell you what I'm thinking instead. Okay. So this is going to come up and down.
Yeah.
So I need a line into that. But I need that to go in. Just bear with me a second.
Shall I go through the bundles while you're considering? Right, so the bundle the original one's made out of is this one here. So that's the Clarendon instructions. Remember, you get the instructions for the Clarendon and for the little pouch bag as well. This one's been the most popular, so you're getting 1 metre of your canvas, your William Morris canvas. You're getting 1 metre of your gold PU, half a metre of your white PU, a fat quarter of your green, and your instructions, £42.99, £42.99. We've also got the rainbow one, which is the Cafe one. So that's 1 metre of your Cafe rainbow, half a metre of your Cafe flowers, half a metre of your wine, 1 metre of your mushroom elephant, plus your instructions, £42.99. And then we've got the navy one. So that's the instructions. You get 1 metre of your blue, 1 metre of your William. You see, I'm going to say William Morris, but is it? Oh, it's Liberty. Liberty William Morris. Then you've got half metre of your silver and a fat quarter of your Liberty there, £42.99. Beautiful. I'll leave that there. You ready?
Yeah, so what we're going to do now is in exactly the same way, it's this size together, so the linings are touching. Clunk, clunk, clunk. I just want to get that back just a teeny weeny bit. That's it. Right, so let's have a little look at this. So what we've got now is all the front with a bit of lipstick on it.
Yep.
Lovely.
Is there, you got more lipstick on your hand?
I've got it on the PU now. It's good lipstick, isn't it?
Yeah.
Buy cheap, buy twice. Right, so like I say, we need to be top stitching along here now.
Yeah.
And then we're going to be going in and adding in the lining part of all of this, which is this big panel here.
Lovely.
So I might just switch out my foot because I do think it's worth it because it'll look smashing. And it's only a quick change. So it's just a quick unscrew. And then
Oh, she's taking the walking foot off?
I've taken the walking foot off.
Yeah.
I put this new foot on. So you don't need the shank from your regular foot to be in there. Like I say, it's just a quick switch out. I always hand lower the needle down first to make sure it's in the correct position.
Yeah.
And it's going through that hole, which it is. So we're nice and happy there.
Lovely.
And now I'm going to switch up my stitch length to a 3.5. You can go to a 4 if you wish. Now, because I haven't got my seam roller, it's okay. I'm just going to be pulling this ever so slightly to make sure it goes open and flat on both sides.
Lovely.
And we're going to work along. So I'm going to hand lower it down to start off with until I know it's taken a nice bite and then work my way along. Let me just do that again quickly. I'm just going to actually go down the side first and feed it in. There we go, much better. Never like starting on an edge really. So if you just go down the side first, up and then along, it'll be much, much happier with you. No, it actually does want the walking foot in.
Oh, is it jumping?
It just wants to do lots of little stitches, and that's just, you just got to practice and see what the machine is going to allow you to do. It's only because it's got the PU in, so it can be like a little bit sticky feeling, I suppose. But if we don't try, we don't find out. Always have a spare bit of fabric next to you and play with that first. Now, I can't unpick what I've done, but that's okay. That's okay. So instead, you would move your needle across. Now, I'm not going to. The walking foot will handle going over those zip teeth perfectly well. So just a gentle pull as I go, like I say, just to make sure those layers are nice and flat. There we go. And then we'll rotate it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to come back down on the other side. Lovely stitching. While I'm here at this end, I'm just going to sew across the zip end at this end, so we don't have any whoopsie moments.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to go across to the...
Oh.
I need that.
Was that important?
I need it.
Dan! Lucy needs whatever she's just got.
There we go. And that's that bit done. Thank you. So that's all nice and straight. Thank you very much. So take my clips out. Take them out as soon as you can. And now I'm just going to tidy up the end and strain it all out. We're looking for 17 inches there. There we go.
Don't give away your secrets.
I know, sorry. As soon as my mouth opens. There we go. Okay, and now we're ready to put in the lining piece of the pocket system. Okay, now so we're just going to do it in exactly the same way. We're going to line up that edge. I haven't cut this down to absolute size. I can do that after, it's not really a problem. So in a similar way, we are just going to now sew our 1 centimetre again, flip, and then base the side. And then we can get the vinyl in. Oh. Okay, up and over. Again, if you've got your roller, please use it at this point.
Yeah.
If you are using...
We had the seam roller on today, did we? That was yesterday, a day before yesterday I had the seam roller on.
If you're using clips, all I'd recommend is, because they arch like so, make sure the flat side hits the vinyl, because then you're not going to leave little dints in your fabric.
The seam roller was in 8 o'clock this morning, so you can get yourself a seam roller from 8 o'clock this morning.
And then when that's down, what you can do is you can base those areas.
Blimey, had you not put it away yet? Here's the seam roller. Would you like to borrow it?
No thanks.
Okay, fine. I'll just show it then. Oh, here it comes. Whoop.
And I'm just looking for...
What do you need now?
I was looking for some washi tape or something, actually. Don't worry, it's only because we can't really use friction pen, but we'll sort of subdivide around about here. It's okay, I will just eyeball it instead and say it's going to be about there. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to start at the top and I'm going to sew a row of stitching across the top, come down the side, across, up to divide the pocket, down and all the way along, making sure we've got a zip either side. So a nice long stitch length again, and work our way in. There we go.
They're taking the mickey out of me in the gallery because I bought one of those, you know, those Lumi cold tub where you jump in the cold water in the morning.
Oh, yeah.
And I bought one and it was broken. And they were brilliant. Lumi were brilliant. There was a new one there, like within the day, within 2 days of me complaining. But of course, it's still in its box now on the dining room table. So everyone keeps saying, how's the cold water tub? How's the cold water tub? And I'm like, it's in its box on the dining room table. I'll get it. I'll say, it's just I've had a day off, have I? It's just been a bit of a...
You've had a busy week, though, haven't you?
Busy month. This month's been frightening. Yeah.
You must be due holiday.
No. I go away for 3 days on my birthday. That's about it. I'm just going to house in Spain for a few days. And then San Diego in October.
Oh, lovely. I've got a day off tomorrow for my birthday.
Yeah, it's her birthday tomorrow, everyone. It's Lucy's birthday tomorrow.
Happy birthday.
Oh, you can't sing that.
Oh, or other songs.
Yeah. Yeah. What are you going to do then? Are you going to a spa?
Do you know what? No, I'm not. Do you know what I've actually asked for?
Oh, what you asked for, what you get in, are two completely different things.
Girl can dream. The girl can dream.
Yeah.
I just want to go home for the day. I just want to go home. I don't want to cook anything. I don't want to make myself any drinks.
And will that happen?
Yeah. Yeah, Mark's good, isn't he?
Oh, just the
Isn't he?
husband. None the kids are going to help out there.
Well, I mean, they might do. All my youngest one seems to talk about at the minute is trains. It's all we hear all day, every day.
Trains?
Trains.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's today. No, it's Friday, isn't it? Tomorrow, his room's being reconstructed so he can get boarding in, so he can do a train layout.
Yeah, but you're not doing anything.
Oh, I'm not.
Oh.
I'm not. But I'm at a sewing social on Sunday.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, I'm just somewhere all of the time at the minute. So I just want to stay at home tomorrow. It's not a lot to ask for, is it? So look how beautiful that is as soon as I do that.
Gorgeous.
Okay, so I know you all want to see how I'm going to do the vinyl. Not hard, and it's the same with the mesh. All we're going to do, and I am going to take my stronger tape now, okay? But please, yeah, use your normal tape. It's absolutely fine. But I'm just using this to grip, not necessarily sew. So I'm not really worried.
Yeah.
And I'm going to stick it in place. I'm going to use my grid lines on this mat to help me out a little bit, to make sure I stay straight. If I can, you know.
Oh, no. She just sort of stuck with the decent stuff.
I told you, buy cheap, buy twice.
Yeah.
And then, so we're nice and straight. We've got a nice little line there. And then we can just overlap this a little bit. As I said, I have cut this a bit long, but that's absolutely fine. So that goes in like so, and then guess what we're going to do?
Top stitch.
No, we're not. We're going to add some more tape.
Oh, yeah, we're not ironing it, Charlie.
We're not ironing it, no. And then we're going to get ourselves a nice little bit of ribbon, grosgrain, whatever you've got in your stash.
What kind of width?
Well, it's as wide as you want it to be.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got this, which is quite nice. You're not going to see it.
Oh, okay.
So just use anything that's sort of knocking around. Maybe you've got some bits to hang off your clothing or something. But it's just to cover it, so don't really worry too much. And then from the top, we're going to row another row of top stitch, yes. And that will just secure that off and make it look quite pretty. And I might even do another row.
Oh.
Well, the stitching's so nice. Why not?
Yeah.
Why not?
Have you made the stitch big? What size stitch are you using?
It's a big one. It's 3.5.
Excellent. Is there a taxi bike ready to take you to the NEC?
Oh, what, sorry?
Taxi bike. No taxi bike. We used to get them in London all the time. Whenever I was on this morning, I had to be somewhere quickly. It's a taxi, but it's a motorbike.
Oh,
so you go out and they're waiting for you and they give you all your leathers to put on, your helmet, and you can talk to the driver. You have to hold on to the driver. And one time when I was flying to New York for the fashion show, so I'd done this morning and then literally had to get to Heathrow in seconds. So I got on the bike and he was like, uh-oh. I said, what's the matter? He went, I know you. You're Dale Winton, aren't you? And I said, no, I'm not Dale Winton. And he went, I've had trouble with you before, mate. And I said, I'm not Dale Winton. There's the Dale Winton life story on Channel 5 soon. I don't know who's playing me.
Right, do you want me to carry on?
Yes, please.
OK, right, we're going to work on this top section now.
We've got 5 minutes, because I won't do a recap. We'll just carry on with demo.
This bit just here at the top. I'll keep on going, then I'm having a lovely time. Right, so we're going to get this zip pull on. This time we're only putting one on. So if I create that little bubble, I'm not going to worry. I'm just going to keep going. So this one just wants to be the width of the fabric again. And pop it in. Wiggle it in, and off we go. Like I say, I always cut them bigger than they need to be.
Oh, yeah,
Just have
definitely.
it. Just have it. I'd rather trim down later. So now we are going to, what are we going to do? What are we going to do?
Oh.
Quick revert to instructions. I can't see because it's black and white.
Oh, don't wait. Oh, what do you need? You need the instructions?
Yeah, just a
You still got my instructions from earlier, I think, haven't you?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh.
There is an addendum.
Oh, sorry.
When it gone to print, I did contact Kerry to say I'm so sorry, and it's just one number, 5.
Yeah.
It's wrong. It's
right.
3/4. We'd written 5 3/4. It's not. It's 3. Oh no, not that one. Sorry. One of the people. Well, it says in here because I wrote it anyway. It was just wrong. That's fine. Okay. So yeah, we've got to get our zip in next. So gosh, I can't remember.
Don't worry, because we're going to have to go to the end now.
Oh, is that all right?
Just talk me through it.
Okay, so basically what we need to get to is pockets get loaded on like so, and it'll all get clipped in to be held.
Yeah.
And then this is going to go into the top.
Yeah.
With a zip.
Yeah.
Like so, looking beautiful.
Yeah.
And then you're going to have, and obviously the lining piece, and then you're going to have one more piece of fabric that is like so. And again, the tape needs to be put down like so.
So that's a piece of PU, is it?
It is.
Yeah.
PU in exactly the same way, and there's going to be one both sides, and that'll just hold that all into place quite beautifully.
Lovely.
And then your handles, you can, if you don't want to buy the handles, you just cut 2 lengths. Again, I always pre-tape them, wrong sides to wrong sides, and just work around. Just make sure you've got a real nice sharp blade on your rotary cutter, and just top stitch all the way around and then secure into place.
Oh, okay, so they're raw edges then?
Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah, great thing with vinyl, isn't it?
And then you bind the edge too?
And then you bind the edge.
Is it a bias binding or a straight binding?
It is a straight binding, yes.
And that's it?
That's it. And then your little purse.
Lovely. Lucy's at the NEC this afternoon. If you go popping along, what time are you on the stand?
2 o'clock.
Oh, you got to be quick. Well, it's only 12 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock. And when you're in here next?
21st of April.
And do you know what you're making?
I do. It's a beauty.
Ask for your fabrics ahead of things so you can see if there's all this malarkey going on. Yeah. And I'll go and slap Kerry's legs for you later.
Oh.
She's at the NEC. You can see her.
I know she is, yeah.
There.
Yeah, I'll go say hello to her.
All right, then. Thank you very much
Thank
indeed.
you.
Now, this break's going to be a little bit longer because Bengineers had to come in because there's something wrong with our, what's it called? AQ, which means we're going to be about 5 minutes. So don't panic if we don't come back. We'll definitely be back, but don't come back within the 4 minutes. I'll see you straight after this.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year, and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting, and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns, and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
This Sunday, we see the launch of Sizzix on Sewing Street. Sharon Curtis will be with John Scott to launch the Sizzix Big Shot Switch Plus, which will help you enhance your designs with ease. So tune in this Sunday for the launch of Sizzix on Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye!
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only one P&P, with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Sewing Street is now available on Virgin Media, channel number 754.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Helen McCook's back. How are you?
Good, thank
Good.
you. Good.
Now, tell me, who are Bohin?
Bohin are just the most amazing company. I love them.
Right.
So they're a company that they make in France. They've always made in France. They've never outsourced any of their making. And they were founded by a chap called Benjamin Bohin in a place called L'Aigle in France, which was the centre of French needle and pin making in the medieval period and all the way through.
Wow.
And all of that tradition he brought together and then started manufacturing in 1833.
Right.
So he started this company and then they really focused on, in the 1860s, he'd sent his son out to go travelling across, came to England and Germany and all over, and China, to look at the best manufacturing ways of working and the best materials, brought all those together in his company and then looked at the best way to create a good quality needle, the best way to create a good quality pin. What do you think, all of the tasks that you need it to do, how do we make that the best possible product? And that's how they approach all of their items. So it's basically a tool that's designed very well, made very well with high quality materials. So I'm not saying that every single pin and needle will be absolutely perfect because it's impossible in manufacturing to make that, but generally the majority of the needles, they're as smooth as glass when they pass through the fabric. They don't snag, they're beautifully made.
So that's what they do, pins and needles mainly?
Pins, needles, anything for the fashion and textiles trade. And again, they haven't kind of outgrown and outsourced their making. They've chosen to do particular things very well.
Yeah, so they keep their range limited, but what they do fantastically
Absolutely.
well.
Yes,
okay,
exactly.
now last time we did a show like this, which is the first time we've done it, by the time we got to now, everything had sold out.
Yeah.
So today we've ordered loads more, so we're fine stock-wise, but I'm going to start with the needles now. So these are betweens. Now it's really funny, when I was at Wimbledon, and used to have to, I was doing my costumes and everything, I only ever used to use betweens. That's all I'd used the whole time.
Yeah, you know, it's funny because embroiderers don't tend to use betweens very often.
No.
It's not an embroidery needle. So
No.
on the whole. So it's more, you know, when you're attaching fabrics to fabrics and you know, fashion, costume.
Or doing your bindings and doing all that sort of thing. Just little stitches. You can get tiny little gorgeous stitches.
Yeah,
them.
they are.
So these are your betweens. There's number 10. They've got now, these have got big eyes because people always go, oh, little needles can't thread them. They've all got big eyes.
Yeah, because that's the thing, because like sharps tend to have the small eyes, whereas these actually have a good long eye. So it makes it much nicer to work with. So, yeah.
So you see what I mean about the price? So you get £3.25. You get 10 in there. Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah, 10 in there. Lovely little betweens. £3.25. You're looking at this. Really, really, really high quality these are. Fabulous. £3.25. Now, we've also got more betweens, but I haven't got the packet here, so I'm going to pretend that, because the shape is there, but these are assorted sizes, I seem to remember, aren't they? Assorted sizes betweens. They go to get 20 in the packet, so you get sizes 3 to 9. Sizes 3 to 9. There you go. Use the image rather than me showing you the wrong packet. There's the image. Sizes 3 to 9. Different. Look at the big eyes in them as well. They're so easy to thread and fantastic to use. As Helen said, they glide through the fabric when you're sewing with them. Beautiful. £3.25. Then I've got embroidery needles. Yep, that's this one. So now you can talk about these.
Yeah, and again, these are great because they're embroidery needles. You'd use them for anything from the large scale with your perlays. You can use them with your fine scale, your silks, your strandeds. You know, they're going to work really well. They've got the big eye. They're just so nice to use. And the rule of thumb, people always get confused about needles. So when it comes down to brass tacks, are you going through the fabric or are you going through the hole in the fabric? If you're going through the fabric, you want a sharp needle, a pointed needle.
Yeah.
If you're going through the hole, you want a blunt needle, so a tapestry needle. And then you ideally want the smallest scale for that job that you can comfortably thread. Because if you can't thread the needle, you're not getting very far.
Exactly.
So don't talk to but essentially you've got a good range there. And actually quite a lot of people buy the mixed bags because what they do is they'll then train themselves. So you'll use it for the thickness of thread, but also training yourself to thread that needle smaller and smaller.
Yes, exactly. So that one there, that's your sizes 1 to 10 in there, £3.25. I'm presuming, how many did you get in there then? 1, 2, 3.
Flip it over, does it say? I can't remember. 16, is it?
15. Why would there be 16?
Well, this one's got 16.
Oh.
What craziness is this?
I know, because that one's got 15 in, hasn't it?
That's the way you said
15
that.
in that one. How funny. Do you mind? This is Jimmy, by the way. That's all what the noise was. Jimmy's in the building. Right, okay, 15 of those. Right, then I've also got embroidery sharp point 18, 20 and 24.
Yeah. They're good solid needles, those. You could even get away with using those for the wool. Like
Yes, yeah,
wool.
exactly.
So,
They're all £3.25. Look, so you've got sizes 18, 20 and 24. You get 2 of each size for £3.25. Gorgeous. Then we move on to sharps. Now, I'm going to do sharps at 1 to 5. You get
they're a good long needle.
now you get 16 in there. No, because the next one you get 20.
I know, you're collecting.
Strange, isn't it? Anyway, so there you go. So I put this shot. There you go. You can't say that, Charlie. That's the French for you. We say.
Oh.
£3.25. Sizes 1 to 5. Then we have the sharps 3 to 9.
The thing that I like about their needles and pins as well is that they used a particularly developed type of steel.
All right.
So when I say they went into detail, they really went into detail. So they looked at the way that they roll the steel to make it even stronger.
No.
Yeah, they're so good. They're so
Weird,
good.
isn't it?
But if you think about it, these are the things that we use. I mean, every day of our work.
Yeah.
And they're the thing. And like in reality, so many of us know so little about the tool that we use every day.
Of course. No, you just pick it up, don't you? Get on with it,
yeah. And the thing that I like as well is like in Japan, they've got a ceremony to when they keep all their bent and broken needles and pins.
Yeah.
They've got a ceremony to like honour the tools. So they do it with different types of tools that they
Right.
use. But all the needles and pins they keep, and they have this ceremony where they kind of thank the tool that's done the job.
After,
for them.
so like their funeral.
Yeah, almost. Yeah.
And
Like
what do
a
they do with them? Do they
celebration.
then melt them down, or do they?
I'm not sure what they do. I have to look into this a bit deeper, but I just thought it was lovely that they had this thing where the thing that's done the work, the tools that have done the work. I was so
I love stories of different people's cultures and things like that. Now, hang on, I've got more needles. Let's do these first. Let's do these first. You got one open.
That one because it's open.
So this one's called a needle. There's 40 assorted needles here, and Ben kept calling it a case this morning, I think.
Well, it's like a pocket, isn't it?
Oh, what?
So
A bucket?
A pocket.
Oh, pocket.
So, so it's the same design as they used to use to keep their letters in, and it's a pocket. So you basically, it's beautiful.
No.
But this one, it's the original design. They brought these back, so they'd got some that were collectible, and they used to. People were finding them in their kind of relatives' sewing boxes, and then we're like, why can't we get that now? So they brought them back. So this was the one from the kind of 1940s, and you can see the outside is that beautiful rose pattern, trellis. But it's just beautifully laid out, and you can see you've got something for everything. So you've got your embroidery needles, your tapestry needles, your straw.
Oh, and it actually tells you what they're for across the top, looking at it.
Tells you the name at the top and tells you the size at the bottom. It's just so beautiful. It's just so considered. Everything is considered.
What a lovely gift for a sewer.
It is. Yeah. And these, as I say, people collected them. And then the antique ones, they were like, well, why can't we get these now? So they started to bring them back. And they, as you say, they're such a lovely, self-contained gift. I'd be so thrilled if somebody gave
Oh, yeah.
So thoughtful and so useful.
Yeah.
So,
but isn't it funny how they kind of think of like... I don't know how to word that. Any industry has to move on. It's always like, we've got to get better, got to get... But actually... Sometimes you lose the gorgeousness because they'll have thought so productivity and things like that. They'll have got rid of those and brought in a different packaging, something. But actually, they'd have been better off just keeping that lovely packaging the whole time.
And I think it's that thing about sometimes we think we need to reinvent the wheel.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
And it's that thing about actually, there's something really beautiful about when they founded the company, they looked at where those skills were, where that craft was, and how they could harness into the tradition, tap into the tradition of that.
Yeah.
And they've done the same thing all along with their company. They've kind of cherished what was fantastic and changed what could be bettered, if that makes sense. So that's, I'm very evangelical about this company. I think they're fabulous.
Yeah.
So just everything's lovely.
Gorgeous. Right, now, while we're on needles, I mean, this morning when we were doing prep and Ben said, oh, you need to get a needle gripper, I was looking for like a machine, not a machine, but like a pair of scissors, the things...
Yes, like pliers.
Yes. But
Yeah.
not these. I'll just put it into
Yeah.
shot, because look at these, right? They look like two corn plasters, don't they?
Yeah, they look like they're definitely for something else.
Right, so you tell me what how you use
So basically, this is fantastic. If you know where you've got multiple layers of fabric that you're trying to get through, and sometimes your needle gets a bit stuck, it's very difficult, and you can end up bending your needles a lot because you're putting a lot of pressure on them. So you end up with a banana-shaped needle. It's really hard to get accurate stitching from. So this is a little piece of the rubber, and you basically wrap it around the needle and use it to grip.
So you get two in the packet.
You get two in the pack.
You don't use both of them at the same time.
No, you can have one in each hand if you're working two-handed.
Yeah.
So like when I stitch, I work with both hands. So you have one in each hand, and it means that you're quicker. But that's why there's two.
Hang on. You stitch with
both hands.
So if you're doing like an embroidery,
yes,
you've got both hands going at the same time.
Yeah, doing the same thing. I'm not doing different things in each hand. That would be craziness.
No.
But yeah, so what you do is you put your dominant hand, the hand you write with, underneath the frame because you need to.
Oh, I thought you meant you had two needles and threads. And you were going like
I'd love to be able to do that, like a machine. Productivity.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, so you're working with both hands, so pulling and then pushing and then pulling and pushing.
Yeah.
So if you've got one. Just double checking, John. So you've got one in each hand, a needle gripper in each hand, not a needle in each hand.
Yeah.
And then you can use, that's where you've got the two. But yeah, it just helps. And also, if you have arthritis or rheumatism, it means that you need less pressure.
Yes.
So quite often we say if you have arthritis or rheumatism, people quite often stop.
Yes.
But we quite often say maybe scale down the type of thread you're using, or make sure you're using a nice sleek fabric, nice sleek thread, something with less twists in, but also a looser weave, but also a bigger needle, because it helps you to grip. So, and then this also.
So you don't have to give up the love.
No, absolutely not. You can tailor it to where you're at.
So what did you say this was? Because it feels funny.
It's rubber. So it's completely rubber. Yeah, there you go, rubber. But it's just. As I say, they're brilliant. I mean, and again, simple. You know, you don't have to do anything complex with it. It sits there, goes in your embroidery case, in your tool bag, and then, as I say, really good to go. But it's really good.
£2.75. Yeah, it does, and it feels a bit like on the old-fashioned plasters. It does feel like that, but it's not sticky or anything like that. But it's substantial.
Sometimes as well, when we use very, very fine needles, sometimes they can go the eye, even though it's blunt at the eye end. Sometimes when they're so thin, they can be quite.
Oh no! When I was saying all these fingers had, if you didn't have, because you have your thimble on that one, but even these fingers.
We used to say you'd earned your stitcher's stripes.
Oh, don't! But it's and then you get in the bath at night time, and your hands
it's
are
disgusting.
Like,
yes.
Yeah.
So well, this is quite good actually, because we used to sometimes use micropore as well. So we'd use micropore and then use those, and it would just protect. And it's actually really
fantastic idea. £2.75. Now pins.
Yes.
These, have you got these? Oh, yeah. So these are pingles, they're called quilting pins, these. 50 of them. They're 2 inches long, 0.6 millimetres wide. But what's so special? Oh, they're nice.
So, quilters pins.
Yeah.
So first of all, they've got a flat head. These, you can run your iron over them, they won't melt. And also, so they lie flat in the fabric for your ironing.
Yeah.
Again, they've used that special steel. So they have a bit of whippiness to it.
Oh, yeah.
But considering how long that is, they're not kind of going, you don't get the feeling it's going to break.
Right.
So it's got a whippiness to it, which means that, as I say, you're fine to run over it with your sewing machine. It's not going to do too much damage to anything. And as I say, but they're nice and long, so they're going to hold multiple layers of fabric.
Well, no, I love pins that long. And I'm not a quilter, I'm a dressmaker, but just when you're doing fittings and things, or when you're doing a long evening gown, to pin all the seams together, take forever, nice long, and they're nice and fine as well.
Yes, exactly. Well, this is the thing, because quite often with fine fabrics, you end up snagging.
Yeah.
So they have a nice fineness to them with the strength.
Yes.
So that's why you'd want a quilter's pin like this from Bohin. So,
perfect. £12.99. Now, you might have seen that Helen's got a pin cushion on her wrist. This bag's broke. Oh. Yeah, the bag's broken. I'm going to open it. Well, no, look, you're my witness. It's kind of got a bit funny, actually. Ooh. It's sealed underneath. I won't open it.
Would
do
you like
that one.
So, there you go. So it's
now,
a soft, cushiony pin cushion on the top.
Yeah, but it's not heavy, is it?
No, it's not. It's got like a bicycle clipped style bracelet to it.
Yeah.
All fully kind of engraved with the Bohin like logo.
Yeah.
And then you've got your pin cushion on the top. So I put my pins and needles in it, and they're just really versatile. They're all on hand then, and saves you putting them into your jumper or the arm of your sofa or you know, your mouth, as you say.
Oh, how many times you've been sitting in the armchair and you just go like that and put it in there? Yeah, forget that they're there.
Yeah,
but it's weird. It feels I don't know what it's got inside it.
It's got like it's got fabric inside it. It's stuffed with kind of fabric, but it means that if you get sponge in there, for example, there's particular types of sponge that disintegrate.
Yeah.
So the more you put your needles into it, the more it kind of degrades.
Yeah, yeah.
So this won't do that. And the other thing that I love about this, I mean, considering the price is ridiculously cheap for what you're getting,
$23.99,
also.
yeah.
This is a staple of a lot of the couture houses. When they're doing their toiles and their fittings, they have these on the arm. And we know that Jean-Paul Gaultier used to use this with his Bohin to the point that his statue in his hometown has this on his arm.
No.
On his statue. Yeah. So you're buying into fashion history as well.
Yeah.
You know, when I say they're a good brand, they're a good brand.
Yeah.
You're buying the same as the couturiers use. So, yeah, can't go wrong with that. And I love the branding on it.
Yeah. So that's the black one, the plain black one. But we also have it in the black and white stripe. Now, this looks like a different fabric. Your fabric
it's
was
like,
more woven.
like a jersey, isn't it?
Yeah. There's the black and white. Can you see the black and white one there? It's nice, isn't it? So exactly the same thing. You've got your bicycle clip. Most people won't know what a bicycle clip is anymore, will they? Bicycle clip bracelet on there.
Yeah.
Plus and it's nice and sturdy. It's not heavy at all. It's not in the slightest bit heavy. £23.99. £23.99. Right, just a couple of other things from the same company. We are going to be doing some stone. We're doing hard hanger and cross stitch in this hour. So this, you got that one there, right? Okay, so this is a mechanical pencil, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's like a chalk pencil, but it's got kind of the ceramic lead in it. And it's got the fabric eraser in the end.
Yeah.
But they're just, I just really like them. They're very versatile. But they give you a lovely fine line.
Well, I was going to say, this would be good for, I know you showed us with this earlier, but now, does that come out if I mark my
so you can use the fabric eraser in the end. You can use a damp cloth. So it will come off, and you can also use low-tack tape to help ease it off.
Oh, okay, okay, perfect.
So, yeah, and they've got refills here, which have got multiple colours, so you've got the pink, the white,
that's good, because normally you just get the colour that
Exactly,
you normally buy a pink one and you've got pink refills.
Exactly, so I've got the pink on here, but it's a nice line, you can see it nice and clearly.
Yeah.
And as I say,
So in the refill, what have I got? I've got pink.
You've got pink, you've got white, and you've got kind of black grey.
Brilliant.
So
That's
charcoal-y
fantastic, isn't
colour.
it? £13.99.
And all beautifully located.
Now, these all come from, this is what we call drop ship. These don't come from our warehouse. They come from Bohin's or whoever supplies them, don't they? But you still only want P&P. So if you've come in today and bought something from us, that'll come from our warehouse. You've got anything from this. Is it the same place as the cushions earlier? So they'll all come from the other one, but you don't pay any extra P&P. It's all included in your one daily P&P. And then last but not least from these things, before we go on to sewing, what's this then?
So it's an air and water erasable pen.
You see, because normally you either buy
one or the other.
One or the other.
Yes. So what you can find is that some air erasable pens, you draw them on and then they either disappear really quickly or you've done multiple lines over the top and you can't erase it.
Right.
So this is air erasable. So if you do just one fine line, it will eventually erase on its own. If you've done multiple lines over the top of the area in the same place, if you then find it's not removing, you can water erase it.
Oh, okay, brilliant.
So it's kind of...
And it was a nice fine line as well, this one, wasn't it?
Yeah, nice fine line. So
There you go.
again, nice and controlled. So, yeah, really easy.
They've called it self-vanishing. Self-vanishing fabric marker, £6.25. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Right, so now, we'll recap that later, but what we're doing this hour is we're doing a bit of hard hanger.
Yes.
Hard hanger. So now I'll show you both the kits that are available, because one is straightforward hard hanger, and the other one is hard hanger with a bit of cross-stitch in it as well. So we'll start with this one, which must be this one here, the table runner here. So now it doesn't look very much, because all you've got is white fabric and white thread.
Yes.
That's all you need for hard hanger. There you go. And it's this that you're making it. £10 coming off the price tag. $89.99. It's quite big. It's 41 by 100. Oh, there you go.
It keeps going.
God, imagine how
Good
impressive that would be.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Now, this is something you're going to make, and it'll become a family heirloom. You'll pass it down. Like the ones I said my nan had and my mum had, and I've now got. The embroidered one, this is going to become one of those. It's on split pay as well. That one, split pay. OK, so that's that one. But then if you just want a little kind of something for your, I want to say a dressing table. That would be nice on a dressing table, wouldn't it? This one here. Right. This one goes to $19.99. So if you've never done hardanger before, what a brilliant way, because you might not want to spend £100 on your first time you've done it. Whereas this has also got cross-stitch on it as well. But you don't have to do the cross-stitch if you don't want to. You can just leave it as it is. But so if you want to practice hardanger for the first time, £19.99. You get the fabric, the yarn, the needle, and the instructions in there. So now hardanger, you're most probably thinking, what on earth is hardanger? What on earth is hardanger?
Well, it's a very exciting...
Right, we're starting off with the table runner and then going to the other one.
So hardanger is a very exciting type of embroidery from Norway, so from the west of the country, by the Hardanger fjords. And so basically it's a type of... It became a national dress item, actually. They use it quite often on apron fronts, and they'll put very brightly coloured fabrics underneath because you're cutting parts of it away, and then it kind of creates these snowflake patterns. Now, we actually originally think it originated from a technique in Persia in about the 7th century.
Wow.
So, and then what happened is...
So the Norwegians have just taken it then?
Well, as many things with embroidery, we kind of adapt and imitate, so it's, you know, a very flattering art form. But what we take the best things and adapt. So what we do is we think it came through Europe, and it turned in Italy into kind of things like the reticella and the Venetian needle laces and bobbin laces, inspired those. And then as it travelled through and got to Norway, it turned into hardanger. So it's got that lovely history to it.
Yeah.
And as I say, it's a little bit like, I always think, my family's Scottish, so I always think it's a bit like their national dress, and approach to national dress is a bit like Scots with kilts.
Oh, no, I can tell you exactly what it is, because Jan Olaf's obviously from Norway. Basically, his mum would have, because in Norway they wear national dress with pride. We don't have it here. We don't have it here at all. So the national dress depends on where you're from. So that the dress that the ladies wear and the clothes that the men wear are from wherever you're from. So that's not hardanger at all. That's just your traditional costume. And Jan Olaf got married recently, and they both got married in... They both came from different parts of Norway, so they both had completely different outfits on. But the ladies had, first of all, silverware, which the buckles on the front of the dress, the buckles on the shoes, and some sort of... the matriarch would have a little crown sort of thing. And this isn't something that just comes out... You can wear it to church on Sunday, you wear it to christenings, you wear it to weddings. So if you go to a wedding or a funeral or something in Norway, there'll be people like you and me sitting like this in our normal clothes. And then there'll be a lady there in complete tradition. But the pride and joy wasn't just the silverware, because the silverware is the one thing that gets passed down from the generations. The aprons that they wear. Now, these aprons, I was really shocked. So we went to one of the traditional fashion shops that sell them. The basic clothes cost a fortune. I mean, we're talking like thousands for an outfit. Like trousers, a man's trousers, jacket, shirt, £4,000 or £5,000. We're talking... But then you can get ladies' aprons, which are like £10,000 and things, because of the hardanger that's on the apron, and it becomes... And if you put your foot through your apron, there's all sorts going on. So with little kids, they make embroidery anglais ones for kids because they don't want to rip it. But you can buy panels of hardanger for hundreds and hundreds of pounds, and that's exactly what this is.
Exactly.
Right, I've talked enough. So tell us how we do it, because it's not drawn thread work, is it?
No, well, it isn't. There's elements of that to it, because we're withdrawing some of the fabric threads.
Yeah.
I'm just going to get rid of this.
Yeah.
But having said that, there's parts of it called cluster blocks. So what you do is you kind of put your cluster blocks in first. Now, a cluster block is, if you can see this, it's this satin stitch that goes around the outside.
Yeah.
So it's very textural. You use the perlé threads that we talked about earlier.
Yeah.
So it's a twisted thread, and you get lots of that in the pack. So, and you get two sizes. So the thick one you use for the cluster block, and it's basically a block of satin stitch.
Yes.
So what you do, very similar to what we were looking at earlier,
sorry.
you get a grid. So if I just grab these grids, So you get your picture of what you're doing.
Yeah.
And then you've got this grid. You've got 2 parts to this particular piece, 1 and 2, and it explains to you on your diagrams at the top how you're doing the actual stitching, just to remind you. I can just open that out. So the stitch diagrams are at the top there.
Yep.
Okay. And then, again, it's gridded. You count your way round it in the same way as we did with our cross stitch that we talked about earlier. And then, as I say, you can see I've highlighted mine so I don't lose myself in the pattern.
What you're doing with your cluster blocks is you're actually making a framework,
Yeah.
because in a minute you're going to cut threads away, aren't you?
Yeah.
And you can't cut the threads away without the cluster blocks being in position, can you?
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. Now, each of these squares, and it tells you this clearly on your pack, each of these squares represents 2 threads of the fabric on this. So
Right.
it's important to remember that, because otherwise you're going to end up something in half scale.
Right, okay.
So, okay?
Yeah.
So each of these is 2 threads. So I've got 5 stitches over 4 threads of the fabric.
Right, yeah.
So, and they change direction. So I'm going to come up with my thread. I'm going to put my stitch, so up in hole 1, I'm going across 4 threads. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm going to do a repeat of those.
Yeah.
There's 5 of them in the block.
But it's very, very simple. It's just a straightforward, straight stitch, isn't it?
Absolutely. But they always, as I say, the effect of them, it's very lacy, very delicate, very structured. It always reminds me of snowflakes. I just love the look of it. And also, I think because of the part of the world, you know, it's so closely associated with. But as you say, I mean, it's where embroidery is elevated and kind of elevates the outfit and just makes it so special for them.
Yes.
So I've done them horizontally. The next block goes, because you're making these triangle shapes around the edge, the next block goes vertically.
Yeah,
So
I mean, they're
shows the whole
triangles
there.
on this one, but a traditional cluster block is a sort of a square on point, isn't it? When, when you're just doing the traditional.
Absolutely, but they've kind of adapted it over time to create all of these decorative kind of borders and edges. It's really interesting how they've made it work. But yeah, it's a really fascinating technique, and you can see it grows quite quickly.
Yeah. Is this cotton? What's this?
Yeah, so I think, let me just check with this. I think
I'm
it's
just
a
going to
cotton.
check now. Content. 100% cotton. Yeah, 100% cotton, and the yarn's 100% cotton as well.
So it washes beautifully as well. So
Oh yeah, well they have to because they wear them because it's their traditional costume. But if you're to christening, the last time I saw Liv Unny, Jan Olaf's mum wearing hers, it was her granddaughter's confirmation. And so they all had them, but the ones that were in the generation below me, so Jan Olaf, not Jan Olaf, Liv Unny was 66, I think, and all her generation all had their traditional, but the ones who were in their 40s didn't. But then the little kids were wearing their traditional, so it's kind of like, what I love about it is it's not, you know, if we wear something different in this country, people go, oh, what's she doing wearing that? Nobody thought, you know, and it's not like a fashion item, it's like a costume, isn't it? But nobody went, oh,
this is it.
You know what I mean? It was. That's what I quite liked about it.
I love the fact that there's kind of room in it as well. It's a national costume, but and it's regional, but there's also room for your own self-expression in it.
Yeah.
And I just think it's a living art form.
Oh no,
and
totally.
I love that.
And the men have ties that are cross-stitched to their regions. So each of them have a pattern. So they have, I mean, they cost a fortune as well, because I went to buy one for Jan Olaf for his Christmas present, and it was like really a lot of money. But so the tie is the tie of your region, sort of thing. So it has the pattern and the colours of your region.
Right, so you continue with that, and you can see the pattern builds up, as we were talking about before. So I've just put in these ones here. So you build up, and the same thing on the other side. So you can see here I've started the other edge of that. And you end up with a diamond shape in the middle. And in the diamond shape, there's these snowflake areas. And then outside, on both sides, we've got these eyelets. So they're not pulled too tightly, so you're not making a hole really. So, but they're stitched like an eye, like an Algerian eye. So again, you're coming up with this one. You're coming up in hole 1, going down in hole 3 over 2 threads of the fabric, and you're using the finer thread for this. And it does tell you this in the pack.
Okay, and would you do all of your cluster blocks, all of your stitching before you even thought about putting a pair of scissors to it?
Yes, the reason being normally, because when you're cutting away the fabric, you're destabilising it. So the cluster block is to stabilise. So you ideally want to do all of your clusters first. I mean, I went to a show, I think it was in Glasgow, and I was on a stand, and it was really funny because a lady had come up and was talking to me, and she'd worked a whole dinner tablecloth of hardanger. It had taken her years. And I'd said to her, oh, have you got photographs? And she had, but she hadn't cut the holes in. And I was like, where are the holes? And she was like, I'm too scared to cut them out.
Oh,
and I was like, but you've done all of that work, and it's beautiful.
Yeah.
But the holes are what gives it drama.
Yeah.
And the delicacy of it. And she was like, but what if it all falls to pieces after all that work? And I was like, but it won't.
But in theory, if your cluster blocks are all in the right place, and you've cut the right threads,
you've
it won't
self-enclosed everything.
But it is frightening when you take a fabric like this and you suddenly start cutting threads out of it.
Yeah, which is why we're going to demonstrate it in a minute.
Yeah.
It's, you know, actually, it's one of those things, if you followed the instructions, it works. And it's been working for a very long time.
Yes. But I can understand if you sat for a year and sewn all your cluster blocks and it looks lovely already, to then go in, because all it takes is one wrong cut and then you kind of, well, not ruined it, but it's kind of like...
Yeah. Instant regret.
Yes.
But I think the thing is, though, it's that thing. I actually said to her, I was like, are you back here tomorrow? Because I was like, it was day one of a 4-day show. And I was like, I'm actually here tomorrow. If you want to come back, I was like, come back in, bring your tablecloth and I'll start you off. And if it doesn't work, I will mend it for you. And she was like, I'm too scared.
Oh.
And I was just like, oh no. But, you know, she was enjoying the tablecloth as it was.
Yeah.
But yeah, so you don't have to cut the holes in. You can
No,
still
but then it's not hardanger.
Yeah,
then,
you can
is it?
still do all the work. It's hardanger without your holes.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, so we'll demonstrate how you do your cutting.
Brilliant.
And it all makes sense and you'll be like, oh, okay. Because when you see it, you're like, it's so simple.
Yeah. But it is terrifying because you're taking your scissors to something you don't think you should be taking your scissors to.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, as I say, so I've done the little eyelets there.
Right.
And then again, we've got these snowflake shapes in the middle. So again, they're satin stitch. So they're just clusters of 5 stitches and then a 4-thread gap.
So on here, does it show me where my cuts are on this chart, or is that separate?
What it explains...
Do you have to get to, if I'm jumping ahead, tell me to shut up.
No, it's fine. It's good to be asked. Can you see it explains on the diagram, step by step, which ones you cut away?
Yeah.
So it does explain that. But also, where you've got your little arrow kind of stitches, you know you've got stitches and thread. Where you've got a gap in the middle of the cluster blocks, it's going to be a hole.
Fine.
So, good to ask.
No.
So you can see I've started my my satin stitch.
Yeah.
And you literally, as I say, once you've got your first stitch in, you just decrease by one thread of the fabric for each of them until you've got 5 of them in.
Oh, okay, to create the stars.
Snowflake or the star, yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, can't count. One more. There you go. And then a hole of 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then mirror image that. So, and then just get bigger.
Again, it's going to be totally addictive, isn't it?
It is. Do you know, and the thing is as well, it's one of those things, if for whatever reason white on white isn't your thing, you can swap out the perlé threads for a colour, for a coloured perlé.
That would have to be a perlé, wouldn't it? Yeah.
You want a perlé. I mean, even if you tea dyed your perlé threads in your pack, or just, you know, a dye of any kind, just to make it colour fast, but then it's still washable if you've made it colour fast.
Oh no, you can make it completely your own. You could do rainbow, whatever, couldn't you? It's just,
variegated.
This is the tradition, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. But yeah, some people do worry about the white on white, so for seeing it. So it's one of those things. Again,
yeah, but once you've got your holes,
absolutely,
see, that lady won't realise how amazing hers would look if she didn't cut the holes in it.
I was like, come on, bring it in, and I'll help you with it.
Start chopping away at it.
I know. I was just really hopeful that I could get her started and she'd get her confidence up.
Yeah, but then imagine if you cut 2 and then she went home and didn't, and she just had this thing with 2 holes in the end.
I'd have made it nice and central. That's a feature.
Yeah.
So anyway, you can see that those build up around there, how they kind of come round on themselves. Just repeat it. There's a lot of repetition in it, and that's actually a lovely thing.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do...
So are there any cutouts in the snowflakes in the middle there?
Yes. So what you can do, same thing. So you can choose to take out the blank corners.
Yeah.
So what we do is we stitch all the way round, and that leaves threads in the middle gap.
Right, okay.
And then what we can do is we can needle weave it, and I'm going to show you
needle weaving. They also do things like pigeon's eyes or something like that.
Dove's eyes. And I'm going to demonstrate that for you as
we better
well.
get a move on, because we've only got a few minutes left.
I know, we're running out of time, so I'm going to swap over to my other frame, if that's all right. So I'm just going to swap this out. Bring this one back into place.
Is that the right one? Yeah. Now, we've actually gone to the other kit now.
Yes.
Because this is this kit. Same principle, same principle. The only difference is the 1999 kit has cross-stitch on it as well, and it's obviously much smaller.
Yeah. So, again, you can see I'm working with a template. I've marked in what I've worked already, and it's a repeat here, so you can see this is for the 4 corners, it repeats.
Yeah.
Okay, so you've only got the 1/4 of it illustrated.
Yes, of course.
So this one, what they've done is they've put black into where the holes are.
Right.
Now, if that helps you, take a marker pen to your one and put your black holes in. So what I've done is I've started to cut out. And you can see also the texture on this. It tells you that is needle weaving. That's a dove's eye.
Yeah.
So, and it does tell you in your diagram. So
there's a spider's web one as well, isn't there?
Yes. Yeah. There's.
Told you.
See? So what we're going to do is you're going to identify. We've got blocks of 4 that we're leaving in. So I'm going to make sure that I'm leaving 4 threads. So 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
And then I want to get rid of those 4. So what you're going to do is nice sharp pair of scissors.
Well, it's a shame we haven't got some little red-handled miniature scissors, isn't it?
Isn't it? Isn't it?
Show the picture. We can still put them through, though, can't we? Yeah, they've still got them in stock. We just haven't been sent them, that's all. So you've just cut.
So I've cut the 4 threads that I don't want, and I'm just taking them out carefully so I can take them through the woven bit and bring them up to the other end. So you can see it leaves that space.
Oh, you only cut them at one end, though, at the moment?
Well, it's easier to cut at one end. And if you've got a very big space, you can cut in the middle and weave it back at both ends and weave at both ends. Because this is a nice, it's a small area.
Yeah.
And then pull it tight and then trim it. You see? So it leaves...
Oh, the picture's not available, so I can tell you about the mini embroidery scissors, soft touch, red handles, 5.5 centimetres and the 28.95, but I can't show you a picture.
So, yeah, and you can see I'm going to get rid of these 4 as well. So I'm going to snip that. So you see, your cluster blocks hold everything in place.
Yeah.
Just be careful not to stitch it, to snip it with your scissors when you cut in.
Yeah.
If it helps, you can have tweezers to hold the threads tight. You can see I'm manoeuvring them upwards so I can cut them, pull them nice and tight when I cut them.
I wonder how many people at home are going...
Yeah, holding their breath, not breathing, just in case.
Just in case.
Yeah, that's it.
Jenny Jackson says, Helen is so amazing. I could watch all day and listen to the history of everything. I so want to give this a go. That's from Jenny Jackson.
Thank you.
Christine, Charlie. Christine says, brilliant camera work today. Trudy says, hello, John, Ben, Charlie and Dan. John, love seeing you yesterday. Thank you so much for asking about sewing classes. My pleasure. The flower head pins are flat. That means great for dressmaking and patchwork. Yeah, exactly. There you go.
Yeah.
Carol says, Binker, that's a blast from the past.
Yeah, that's taking you back. Right, what we're going to do is, can you see this leaves us with spaces like this?
Yeah.
Where they're not crossing over,
Yeah.
the gaps in between. That's where we're going to needle weave.
Right.
So what you're going to do is you're going to take your thread and you're going to go over 2 and under 2. And then you're going to come back and go over the ones that you went under and under the ones
Oh,
that you
okay,
went
that's
over.
easy. I thought you were going to have to go 1, 1, 1, 1. But
No,
2, 2, 2, 2,
you can do 1, 1, 1, but actually it's the more traditional type is the double.
Oh.
So don't worry. So it's more traditional to have the kind of slightly chunkier. And you just want to keep an eye on your tension, because what you don't want is to pull it really tight in the middle and end up with like a triangle.
Yes.
at either end.
That's a different...
It is a different looking tiling, but
Yeah.
for these,
You
you
don't
want
want
to try
to,
and keep it all square. So you can see, you can just, if you think you've pulled it too tight like that,
Yeah.
you can just ease it back with your needle. So it's nice and straightforward.
I think this 1999 kit is brilliant because it gives you your first go at hard hanger, and you can do some cross stitch, and you make yourself a nice little doily something. It's 28 by 28 centimetres, so it's not small. It's 10 inches, just over 11 inches square.
See, It doesn't take long to actually do.
Looks like one of those Danish pastries.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, except Norwegian pastry.
So, and then you can bring it back and you'll do the next one there.
Yeah.
So it's just such a nice technique.
Yeah.
You know, so, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to get halfway with this and then I'm going to show you how to do the dove's eyes.
Yeah.
We got time?
Yeah, got 10 minutes.
There you go. Luxuriating in time over here.
Yeah.
We've done all right this morning. I had a little pocket history of, hardanger and a little bit of a chat about tools. And yeah, good. So we're about halfway now.
Yeah.
So make sure your tension's where you want it.
Would you ever leave these like that, or do they have to have weave? What's it called?
You can leave it. Yeah, needle weaving. So you can leave them like that, but they're more secure when you've needle woven them, and then it's just really pretty.
No, it is.
Yeah, the traditional thing is to needle weave them.
Also, they can catch on anything.
Yeah.
Don't they? And
I mean, the other thing that you sometimes do is they sometimes wrap them. So they'd wrap them in two pairs. So you'd wrap round two of them and then wrap round another two. And then like two little slim bars, circular bars.
Oh, okay.
So that can be a nice thing as well. So, right, the dove's eyes. Have we got a diagram here? Yeah, we've got a nice diagram. Yes. So what we do is we have to go into each quarter, the centre of each quarter of the thing. We twist it round.
Yeah, but it's very, very clearly, there's no mistaking where your needle's going.
It's a nice clear diagram. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come from the centre of
So you make it in one of the empty ones?
Well, you can start it in an empty one, but you can do it before or after.
Okay.
You can do it as you go along. So you can come along here.
Right, so you've just gone diagonally across?
Yes, but leave it a bit loose so it's a bit circular. And then, can you see as I pull it, I've come up on the other side. So when I come to the side,
oh, I see. Yes, he's distorting it into shape.
Yes. So it twists it around a little bit. You see? You see, so you get that lovely little loop. You start to see when you do the fillings like this, you can start to see how it relates to the reticella, can't you? It's really pretty. And you can put beads on it and stuff as well.
Oh, yeah.
Little pearls or, you know, there's all sorts of things you can do with it. It's really pretty.
Or little, like tiny glass kind of beads.
Absolutely.
And stuff,
But you can see you get these little decorations then. But then I can carry on with my needle weaving.
Yeah. So you never really cut your thread?
No.
How do I finish off when I'm doing these?
So what you can do is, again, with this, you're not really going to have a section where it's fully worked. So what you'll do is you'll work along the cluster block on the back. So take it to the edge, work underneath the cluster block for at least an inch.
Right.
And then you know it's going to hold in, cut it off.
Yeah.
So, and if you're a bit worried about it, then go in two different directions. So maybe go underneath for an inch, go back over the top of one of them on the back and back underneath in the direction you came from. So it makes it a really pretty.
Yeah. See, now you've gone to two-handed, what's it?
I know. It's habits. Old habits die hard.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's, I can paint and draw with both hands.
Oh, can you?
Yeah, but I write with my right hand.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
How did that come about then, painting?
Painting and drawing with both hands. Just something I've kind of always done. But it looks completely different, like in a good way.
Oh, okay.
But it's...
So if you had a daisy and you drew it with your right hand and you drew it over the same daisy with your left hand, they'd look different.
Yeah, but in a good way.
Yeah, but I can't...
If I'm doing things that are really precise, I use my right hand. If I want a freer look to it, more expressive, I use the left.
Oh.
So it's quite useful.
Oh, you see, you'd have been ducked in the village pond if you were...
I know. Well, I think there's quite a few in my family would have been, to be honest.
If you're watching family, she mean it.
I mean it in a nice way, said with love. So yeah, but yeah, so it's one of those. But it's really handy though. So if people are wanting to start to do more things with the less dominant hand, you start with things like using your left hand, for example, if you're right-handed, to do your hair, brush your hair.
I don't have to do that.
Brush your teeth.
Oh, yeah.
So do your cardigan buttons, because we're so dominant generally.
Yeah.
You focus on trying to do everyday things with the other hand. And then it starts to build up, and it's so good for you, so good for your brain.
Maybe we should teach kids that at school, right from the word go. Do you know what I mean?
Well, we encourage dominance. We have a natural dominance, but we encourage it with the way we work.
Yeah.
So actually, it's a really good exercise. And also, if anyone, has had a stroke or anything like that, if you've developed that kind of ability to use the other hand already,
Oh yes, of course, because when you have a stroke, it's one side normally, isn't it?
Yeah, it affects one side. So, but it's very, very good for you, and it also means your body's working in unison.
Yeah.
So when I'm stitching, if I'm working with both hands, otherwise it's just one half.
Yeah,
of my body doing the work.
yeah.
So actually, it's much better balance.
And also, when you do use the other side, for example, yesterday I was giving out bags at the NEC, right? And everything in this arm was covered with bags. So I was handing out with my dominant hand. This arm, at the end of the day, was like this sort of thing. And if you're used to using both of them...
Yeah, that's...
Oh, this one's sold out, and we haven't even talked about the cross-stitch yet.
There you go.
We've only got a couple of minutes left. Just talk me through this cross-stitch on
so
this
the lovely thing about this is it's got the cross-stitch on it as well. So it's actually a really good crossover piece.
Mhm.
So not only have you got the lovely white work, you've also got the colour.
Yeah.
And I think they're like violets, aren't they? And you've got the two different types of thread there.
Yeah.
So you've got the perlé thread, which is a high shine...
Which you get loads of
Yeah,
that.
high shine twisted thread that you'll use for your hard angle, which we've just been using. And then you also get... Again, on the same kind of board, you've got the stranded cottons, which are all there to use, as we've demonstrated in the last show that I was on with you, how to work. And you use 2 strands of those for your work. So, and you just work...
When you say 2 strands, you mean you split
Yeah, so
each?
you take a thread out, so take 2 strands out of the thread,
Yeah.
6 strands in a thread. You take 2 strands out, pop them back together again, and then use them in your needle to work your cross stitch.
Brilliant.
It will give you a nice impact with your colour and your coverage. And you'll do it, it's exactly gridded in the same way. We talked about the ordnance survey.
Yeah.
Not every symbol is associated with the colour on your chart, so you can see that.
And would you use each bit, we start at the centre, would I use that as an individual bit and start at the centre of that one?
Yeah,
Because you wouldn't start here, would you?
So what this is done, so you'd fold your fabric in half again, and it shows you the centre of the fabric.
Oh,
on
okay,
here.
so you need to find the centre of the
So
fabric.
you've got arrows and you've got a centre of fabric, so
Yeah.
you can fold it. But what you can do is, on that fold line, it's a quartered design, so if you found the centre of it and that's there, and you put a pin or a little mark with your erasable pen or your chalk pen, that line there, you can start anywhere on that line there or that line there.
So I don't need to start here?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, you don't. So that's the beauty of it. It's
Yeah.
really straightforward. And as I say, you can work through... I would potentially think about doing my cluster blocks and my cross stitch, and then I'd cut out all my holes, and then I'd work all the decorations, so the needle weaving and the dove's eyes and things.
Ben, do you want to recap on anything? Oh, just this kit that's on screen. So this is the big kit. This is the... it's massive, this one. I'm just trying to... There it is. So it's a table runner that measures 41 by 100. It's over 1 metre long. So don't think you're going to do this in an afternoon. And it's got the most beautiful hardanger stitch. Oh, sorry, shall I put it in shot? There you go. There.
It's easy to see without the plastic.
There you go. Beautiful hardanger pattern. So now there's some cut out and there's some not cut out on that one as well.
Yeah, so the ones on the outside, it's got the cluster blocks. So you've done the cluster blocks and then you've cut out in the same way that I just demonstrated. But on the graph of this, you can see, it's this one. This hasn't got anything cut out in it on the inner edge.
Yeah.
So it doesn't have this decoration that tells you you're cutting out. And as I say, if it helps you, where you don't have the decoration within the cluster block border, it's a hole. So anything that currently is white, if it helps you to just block it in black, then those are where the holes are. If that's useful to you, then do it.
Brilliant.
Keep it straightforward.
When you're next?
Start of the month, next month for my stuff.
I was going to ask, and I thought I better not say this. So you're actually bringing some Helen McCook designs?
I'm bringing some of my kits in.
What date's that then?
Good question.
Don't worry. I'll look it up. At the beginning of next month.
It is.
Beginning of next month.
Yeah,
Brilliant.
start of the month. Thank you.
Oh. And when's the wedding?
Always. Good question. Who knows?
Who knows? This wedding's been the longest in planning,
It is, isn't it?
But then we did have COVID.
It's going to be an extravaganza.
Yeah. You're drawing your old age pension at this stage. Tomorrow's menu. Here we go. Bold and beautiful fabrics at 8 o'clock. Now, Anna Sands in tomorrow. We're doing the Alice Caroline Floral Fancy Quilts. That's the next section, the next buckets of flowers. Oh, then at 10 o'clock, we've got the Knee-Way. Now, they're normally named after people in our family, aren't they? The Knee-Way bag with Emma Brassfield. Then at 11 o'clock, we've got Alice Caroline Liberty Building. Oh, right, I'll read this properly. Alice Caroline Liberty Building wall hanging. It's an actual wall hanging of the Liberty shop in London.
It's so nice.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah.
Absolutely beautiful. And then we've got the Maggie Switch bag, the Mr. Word out there, Maggie Switch bag with Emma Brassfield at 12 o'clock. Thank you very much for your company today. Make sure you check out your baskets, or everyone who's got something in your baskets. Make sure you get your Aliso iron sorted. Enjoy Hobby Maker. They've got Sizzix coming up straight away. And now I've got a launch with them at the weekend on Sunday. Oh, you Sharon? Oh, it's Sharon. With Sharon that you're going to see now. And I'll see you tomorrow morning. Enjoy Sizzix after break. With Rosie, of course. So it'll be like Gabby.
This Sunday, we see the launch of Sizzix on Sewing Street. Sharon Curtis will be with John Scott to launch the Sizzix Big Shot Switch Plus, which will help you enhance your designs with ease. So tune in this Sunday for the launch of Sizzix on Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Hobbymaker couldn't be